Okay, we're live. So then they're coming over. I'm gonna go post the new watch link at the live chat on the other side.
Okay. Well, since I have the mic to myself.
Sorry, was I stepping on your bird? I didn't mean to. Don't hate me.
No, you're fine. Hey, Veckel, I appreciate you taking my litany of questions and points, by the way.
It's all right, man. I love talking to atheists. You kidding me? Wait, atheists
don't exist.
I have a couple of hangouts. Well, I'm calling it as an abbreviation.
Colloquial, okay. So it's colloquial atheism, and now there's official. You just can't be an atheist, but if I call you one, it's okay.
Just like gods.
A Calvinist that much.
Just like gods.
The reason why I call myself a Calvinist is only to abbreviate the position that I take. But I really don't like to be identified as a Calvinist, to be honest with you.
Do you know what's funny, Michael? Do you? I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but do you? Again, I'm not trying. It's just not a slight by any means, but you are aware that because of positions such as your own, a lot of people become atheists, right? You do accept that, right? I don't think
goes right back to God's sovereignty.
I know, but you can call it whatever you want, but the fact remains, a lot of people do lose faith because
back to God's sovereignty.
For what it's worth, Veckel, I see Calvinism as the only tenable position if you're going to believe God has the attributes He has.
I agree with you.
5 point or 4 point.
Yep. Yep. If I was a Christian again, I'd probably be a Calvinist. So.
Would you believe
God will not lose any of his any in those. Christ will not lose any in whom the Son will give.
Wait, does that mean you would accept the flood and Noah's Ark and all that, Bert?
I would if I believed again, I would have to have
really
accepted it. Well, that's why I don't. That's why I don't.
That's not central to Calvinism.
Well, let me say.
That's not central to Calvinism.
Calvinism does affirm man has free will. However, I think if you're going to be consistent with the Bible, you should probably be more of a compatibilist than a determinist, because we do see elements of man choosing things. However, the only position I take is that man can choose to do whatever he wants. However, he cannot choose to do that which is in accordance to God's nature and have it deemed as righteous. That's something that God has to declare as righteous.
It doesn't have anything to do for me with Calvinism. It has to do with my understanding of the Bible and the narrative regarding Jesus and the fall and
you just don't believe. That's all.
Right.
You just don't believe. That's all.
Yeah, I don't believe. You're right. I don't believe. But I'm saying that when I said that I would believe the flood, it would mean if I was to go back to Christianity, it would mean that I've taken on board the flood, because I don't see a tenable. I've had conversations with Max about this. I don't see a tenable position.
That's perfectly fine, Bert, because you know why? The flood is not an essential to the faith. If you don't understand things like the Trinity or the virgin birth, something like that, but you can't help but to believe that Jesus is the Christ, and you believe that He died on the cross, rose from the grave, and that salvation is only through Him, then you're saved. I mean, look at the thief on the cross. Did Christ pronounce any creeds to him before he died? No, he just said, all he said was, remember me when you're in heaven. And he says, I tell you the truth, today you would be with me in paradise. So he didn't get baptized. He didn't, preach any Apostles' Creed or anything like that. He just simply had faith in Christ that He was the Messiah.
Right. And I can't put other things above the amount of evidence. Like if the evidence was closer, was closer in regards to a flood, then I would be able to take it on faith. But it's so overwhelming that I can't fit the two together. They're incoherent. They can't go together and give me
see, but your problem is that you don't believe in the flood, and you're not convinced of the flood. I believe the flood, though I can't prove. Well, let me put it this way: I'm not eligible to engage in that kind of discussion. We have incidents. We have the situation where God made an axe head float, axe made out of metal float above water. Okay, where it once did not have that quality. So again, I mean, these are things that we've never seen. Well, I've never seen, I should say, but I take it on faith. And it's not because I have some mental problem. It's not because of some indoctrination. It's something that I take on faith.
Yeah, I took it on faith too, and I would never characterize you as having a mental having a mental
Some
problem.
atheists do, unfortunately, which is understandable because that would go right along with. Can't tell you how many times I've been called a fool, but I just simply respond by quoting First Corinthians 4:10, which says that we're fools for Christ's sake. So, we're expected to be viewed as fools and ignorant in the world, in the eyes of the world.
But that can be said about Mormons too, and that can be said about Scientologists and others,
Doesn't
right?
take away the truth of it, though. It doesn't take away the truth.
Scientologists will tell you that you're an oppressive person, right? That
Nope, it doesn't matter.
That you're
It doesn't
played by
matter.
Thetans,
It's going by what
right?
the text says. Okay, that's a completely different argument. Whether or not the text, what's being said in regarding that verse, is actually true. It doesn't matter if this religion or that religion says the similar things. It doesn't take away the truth of the issue.
Right. See, this is the funny thing here, though, Beckel, is that on the one hand you're saying, look at it, it's open to interpretation, and look, you've got your people, I got my. Hold on, let me finish, Beckel.
Wait, what's open to interpretation?
In terms of the flood, you said I believe it this way, and you're interpreting the evidence this way, right? But when we just talked about when I brought up Scientology, you said, no, wait a minute, but the verses say this. Therefore, this is true because it actually accounts for these things, right?
No, you're mixing things. What I said when you brought up Scientology, you were saying that in response to me talking about being viewed as a fool, and I quoted you 1 Corinthians 4:10, and then you responded by saying, well, the Scientologists could say that same thing, yada yada yada, and then I responded to you by saying it doesn't matter what the Mormons, the Scientologists, or anybody else say. They can say the same exact thing that the Christian says. That that doesn't matter. It doesn't take away the truth of what's laid out in Scripture regarding that issue, that particular issue. Okay, a person could become an atheist after, such as yourself, and I guarantee you probably felt like really free later on after you stepped out of faith and stuff like that. You said, "Man, I feel free now. I can do whatever I want. I feel no obligation to do this. I don't have to go to church on Sunday anymore."
Yeah.
Yeah,
so this is not making any sense.
Is that the easy peasy grace thing?
We hear that all the time from not just deconverts, but people who allegedly convert to other faiths as well. They have this sense of freedom. But Christianity offers the same exact thing. Does it mean that it's not true? No. You're just seeing a similar thing happen with different worldviews.
I think certain forms of Christianity have certain effects like that, but certain forms do not.
What I take offense is when people say, "Well, it's the same evidence. We're looking at it differently." That's just nonsense.
Well, you can think
the problem is that's the evidence and the science and the math. It's the same regardless of whether you're an atheist, a theist, a Buddhist, a Baptist, a Muslim, a Hindu, or whatever you are. It makes no difference.
Why don't you agree with the people that I present then? So why don't you agree with
yes, but Veckel, there's another thing
Wait, if that's true, Steve, then why don't you agree with those who hold to the worldwide flood then?
Because the evidence that we can all look at disproves them.
Okay,
I can show this.
Same thing. I can say this.
Okay, for example, and
No,
again, I don't want to get into specificities here, but this is a real brief example.
I'm just showing you that.
If you said, if you said 1 + 1 = 5, I can demonstrate to you that is incorrect. Do you believe that I could do that?
That's a different issue.
No, but do you believe that I could do it? Right? It wouldn't be that hard.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So
of course, some of the people in your camp would
if you say that the flood happened, and if you say that the Noah's Ark was a real story, we could show you by using mathematics and a little bit of philosophy.
Okay, can I cut in, please? Because Veckel, it's clear that you have some idea of what would be considered objective. Why don't you tell us what your criteria is for something being objective, and then we can work from there.
Okay. Let me give you an example of. Let me use a different example. Well, you want me to stick? Let's stick with the flood issue. Again, I'm not eligible to talk about this, but the criteria that I would expect to see is, number one, different species of animal skeletons and different types of dirt found and scattered all over the world. Okay, I would expect to see something that's mentioned in the Bible.
Time out. Just for something being objective, not the flood specifically, something being objective, because there's a lot of hang-up on the fact that we're subjective, which is trivially true. So I'm interested in what you would consider just objective evidence in general.
There's the issue. there's the issue. Again, if I give you my quote-unquote evidence, that doesn't mean that it's going to be convincing enough to a
He's not asking
non-believer.
for evidential. He's asking for what would be an
But
objective.
see, that's the problem. I can offer you something that I believe is objective evidence.
I'm
That
asking you how you can. What makes you say it's objective evidence? Why do you think something is
it has to
objective
comport
evidence?
Because
with what
God said so.
if Scripture says that there was a worldwide flood,
And
okay,
there was a worldwide flood.
okay, then what I would expect to see is different creatures of all kinds.
Oh, he's not getting your question there.
What makes something true, Beckel?
What? No. What? He always gets hung up on things being subjective or objective. I'm asking him, how does he know when something is objective? I'm
Okay,
not asking
I
him
know
what
the
parts
definition
of the
objective
flood
is.
are objective or subjective. I'm just asking in
Don't
general.
Which
Don't patronize
has to be
me.
true
I
without
already-
evaluation?
I already
Yeah,
of
but-
objectivity?
Sir, please don't patronize me. I know the difference between what's objective and subjective.
I'm
okay?
asking
I'm just
you
trying to
Me
what
make
too,
you
sure
it's a
consider
now,
to
Beckel.
be.
because I don't
Would
want you asking
everyone
me a
stop
question
talking
and then
over
you
me?
say that I
for
didn't
Christ's
answer it,
sakes?
and then I'm
Beckel,
giving you something very
be
specific
quiet
to the
because
question
you're not
that
saying anything. Beckel, just
All
tell
right.
me what you decide is objective, what you decide is subjective.
Okay. Do you want me to define or give you the definition of what
No,
objective
never
is?
mind. Never mind. Never
No,
mind.
no,
Okay,
no,
because
that
I don't
will
think
work.
Never
I
fucking
don't think you're
mind.
getting. I don't think you're getting it,
Yeah,
Joe.
that's it.
Again,
It will
if-
work
look,
if you give your
well,
definition.
all I'm trying to point out to you is that we can look at these things that. All right, look. Here's what's objective. Okay, we see that there's different rock layers. There's different dirt layers. Okay. Also, we see fossils within these layers. Okay, that's objective. Because we both see these things. Okay. But when the subjectivity comes into play is how these things got there. Okay, you say that it was through millions and millions of years of these things forming over these fossils. The creationists would assert that it was a flood that did that. And they go by the same tangible things that they're looking at objectively. But they're coming up to two completely different conclusions about what it is that they're holding and touching and looking at. That's all I'm saying. So I can show you why I'm convinced of it. I can show you the people, the other scientists, why that their arguments for why they're convinced, just as well as you guys can do that. The problem is
you
we're
didn't
at a
answer his
standstill
question.
because. Okay, let me ask you guys this: can you give us? Has there been any? Has any secular scientists? I really didn't want to get into this topic. Well, you're saying that you know for sure that this didn't happen. So, what about the issue of the fossils being on the rock layers and stuff like that? I mean, have you anything on video that we can look at? That
Well,
would,
actually, I can give you one, Veckel.
All right, go ahead.
There are no mammal fossils that can be found in the same strata as trilobites, right? So trilobites are believed to, I think it's 260 million years ago or 300 million years ago, according to evolution, right? That's a
500 years ago.
what?
They've been around a long time. 400, 500 million years ago. Let's go back.
Right. And so, and mammals, I think, came about like 220 million years ago or something, according to the evolutionary account. And so we should not be. Are you there?
Yeah.
It sounds like you're talking to somebody else. We should be able to find, like, if the flood occurred and all these animals were living on the earth at the same time, we should be able to find some mammals. So given the propensity of mammals, some mammals intermixed among trilobite fossils. But we don't find that, right? We don't, and in fact, within the geologic column at any point in the strata, we don't find mammals below in the same strata, trilobites, right? That would be something that I would expect to find were these animals all coexisting with a mass catastrophe, 4,000 years ago, 4,400 years ago or something, right? And we don't see that. So I would want an account why that doesn't happen. And in fact, trilobites and mammals aren't the only case we don't find that. We don't find that up and down the species. In fact,
Have you searched these things out for yourself, Bert?
I haven't dug through the rock myself. I've looked at the findings of.
No, therefore, you can't know anything.
You looked at the findings of what other people have done for you.
Yeah, well, it's actually not. It's not too hard to actually to actually get to actually. It didn't have to be that way, right? Actually,
Okay.
trilobites don't have to be.
Okay.
There's nothing within evolution that, well, there is, but we could, for instance, there's no reason that the Earth had to be 4 billion years old, 4.5 billion years old, right? Like the account could have all comported with 100,000-year-old Earth, right? But it doesn't. It says 4.5, and then we find these other things that are independent of that comport to that age, right? And then we find that the trilobites and mammals, right, that I brought up as an example. But as I mentioned before, we would also expect to find a migration pattern out from the Middle East, and we don't find that, right? We don't find animals if all these animals gathered in the Middle East and then redistributed afterward, we should expect to find some patterns.
Let me ask you, why is it that you automatically discredit the information that's provided by the creationists?
I don't actually. They don't speak to these things.
Have you looked into these things that you're?
Yeah. Believe me, I've been doing this. I've been doing this for number one. I looked into it immediately when my faith came into question.
Okay, great.
Well,
I'm not asking.
Can I point something out because I think something's getting muddled? Could I point something? Bert's offering. He's offering a positive.
I want to ask Bert.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done talking.
Well, I wasn't done talking.
I just want to clarify. I'll be really quick. He's offering a positive. He's offering positive arguments. So those are things that you would have to address.
I don't have to address anything.
I'm sorry, I'm not finished. Then you would say, well, these are the arguments that creationists have. What do you say to those? You can't just not address what he says, but then say there's some arguments out there in the ether. Okay, you got it? Cool.
No,
if I'm admitting from the get-go that I don't have a strong ability to engage in the back and forth regarding this topic, I don't really put myself in a situation where I am obligated to give an answer. If I'm going to be humble, I'm going to say, you know what, this is what these guys say here. Why don't you examine their stuff? Because I've examined some of the things that they say, and it seems awfully compelling to me.
Okay,
how about this?
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. But Veckel, let me ask you this: one of your brethren had actually made the claim one time. This is a well-known thing that there was hominid fossils below the KT boundary. Now, when we asked him,
that is. But go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, you remember? Anybody remember who that said that?
I don't know.
It was Ronnie. So he's made that claim before, and people have been continually asking him to produce evidence, because that would be a big thing against evolution. Trust me, it would be like, how does this happen? Unless we're not talking about like a landslide. We're talking about something in situ that's below the KT boundary. He says, no, we do find fossils, the hominid fossils below the KT boundary. Okay, if someone makes that kind of claim, they should be able to find evidence before it, because that's a very strong claim, right? If I say we don't find bones, human bones below the KT boundary, well, all you got to do to falsify me is find one instance where we did, right?
Well, I've seen some stuff, but I think along to adjust what you're saying and adjust what Bert's saying, you can't really just rule it out, though. You could just say that it aligns with a certain outlook or what have you. I would just say that as many of things that you're bringing up, such as the migration, you don't see any evidence of a migration, and you don't see evidence of certain fossils below certain layers that would indicate age. For every one of those that you can come up with, I think I've seen 10 to your 1 that support a younger Earth, a younger universe.
Well, yeah. Do you have some of those? Because I don't believe you.
I don't believe you either. Because I've gone through the entire 101 list of there's like the claims out there, the 101 younger claims. I've got every one of them.
And Veckel, I did actually.
Yeah, I've seen every one of those too.
Veckel, when I stopped believing it, actually, the internet wasn't too much off the ground at that point. But I do have about 3 bookshelves worth of Christian literature on the topic, because I still actually own those books. Those were the books that I was going to try to find understanding. And so I took all that in.
Have you heard of Michael Cremo?
Mm-hmm.
You've heard of Michael Cremo?
Cremo.
Yeah, Cremo.
Cremo?
Michael Cremo.
Cremo.
But
I didn't get that.
But my that was good. That was good, Arcade. But my point is that I actually and I know you can't believe this, because, and I wouldn't even believe myself were I saying this back then. But I actually tried to give it I actually wanted to believe, number one, and was actually going to look for reasons to continue to believe when these things were confronted with me, and eventually I looked into it enough and couldn't. It was overwhelming to me, and that's why I don't believe Arcane that the evidence goes 10-1 the other way, because I actually spent a lot of time in this stuff. I spent 6 to 12 months reading into this stuff and really vetting it and trying to get my head wrapped around it as much as I could, at least on the big issues. And I just couldn't sit with me anymore.
Well, I've spent the past 6 years looking into this, and that's what actually me to the worldview I have, is the evidence that I'm looking at from this side. So it'd be interesting to talk about what discoveries we've made, because like fossils, for example, you said, well, if this flood happened, why don't we see these fossils in these layers? I'm saying if a flood happened, we should see all these fossils. So, sometimes we're missing the forest for the trees.
Wait, so both accounts would predict fossils, right? But that's not a terribly difficult thing to predict, given what we know about the Earth, right? So we both have an account for fossils. We both have an account for fossils. So, right.
Fossils are formed by rapid burial, typically.
No, they're not.
Well, yeah, and here's the thing I've noticed: when people say that they've looked into this stuff, they, like, for example, you mentioned Michael Cremo, forbidden archaeology stuff. When you say you're looking into it, you're looking at all these non-scientific sources. Have you ever looked at the scientific sources and said, okay, here's my scientific source, I want to try to falsify or debunk that? Has that ever happened?
Yeah, the stuff that Michael Cremo has questions the scientific community.
Okay,
for you to say scientific sources,
I'm asking you, have you gone to the scientific sources?
Scientific.
Yeah, no, I'm not. If you have, I'm not saying you haven't looked at forbidden archaeology. I'm saying, have you gone to the original sources and said, okay, I want to falsify this original source? Not what Michael said about it, but I want to do it myself and say, how do I falsify this?
I've seen bones, I've seen the exhibits, I've seen the testimonies, I've seen the evidence for the other side.
Have you read the science books? Have you opened up a biology book or something and said, okay,
what I'm talking about?
Falsify it?
I've read the science books. I used to believe what's written in the textbook, Steve, but I don't anymore because of the evidence.
Have you said, I want to, here's what the science book is saying. What do I need to do to falsify this?
Well, the evidence speaks for itself. I don't really need to.
Well, clearly it doesn't. The evidence.
I don't need to go after the science.
It does,
books.
but they're not in the way
you're
the
evidence.
So you've never when you say you've done research.
I just need to weigh the evidence. I don't need to go and say, let me falsify what this book says.
And that's the difference between
if the evidence is telling me.
You guys.
Well, hold on a second, Steve. If the evidence is telling me something contrary to the book, I'm going to believe the evidence. So that's what I'm doing.
You have not looked at the evidence. You've looked at an already evaluated form by somebody else's opinion. You have not gone directly to the evidence.
But you're not doing that, though?
Who said that I'm doing? Who said that I did that in the first place, Steve?
I've looked at the studies. I've looked at the math. I've looked at the logistics. Right? These are all things that are independent. But if you want to look at if you open up a textbook, you say, okay, the textbook says this. It says, this is supposed to be this way. And then say, well, how would I disprove that if this is the case? Right? Like the whole human chromosome 2 argument that we've been going on forever. How would I disprove that? How would I falsify that?
Has Michael Cremo been refuted or just opposed?
We're not talking about Michael Cremo. We're talking about you doing it, not Michael Cremo doing it. Have you?
Why is that an issue, though? I mean, Steve, here you are.
You're getting this second-hand information.
In the beginning of this conversation,
it's like saying I've read the National Enquirer. Therefore, whatever the National Enquirer says, I believe that evidence.
Described in the Bible, but yet we have Arcane bringing you at the name of one individual who's actually is an expert in this area.
No,
it doesn't sound like you're prepared to even respond to.
Who's the expert? Who's the expert?
How is he an expert? He doesn't have any.
Hey! Refrain from the ad homs. Okay, let's just
Michael Cremo.
No, what's his expertise?
Who's the expert?
Michael Cremo.
What is he an expert in?
You know what? This is dumb. Look.
No, but what is he an expert in?
I'm not even. Look, this is dumb. Michael Cremo.
What is he an expert in?
I don't know why it's bugging me.
Why is that a dumb question?
Are you guys gonna allow someone to talk, or
Well, are you? Oh, hey, one sec before you continue.
This conversation is
I'm
dumb.
explaining to you.
I want to talk about experts because that is not where the conversation lies.
You said he was an expert.
I don't listen to experts.
Well,
okay,
I
don't. Can
What
I
is-
finish the statement?
I
Can
use the
finish
term
the
expert
statement?
because I'm comparing him to myself. So
So what is he an expert in?
Nobody's appealing to experts, at least not on this side. I'm appealing to the
Okay,
evidence.
he's not an
So
expert.
you're
So if I
you're
bring up a
lying right
person
now.
such as-
let him
I
get a
can't
word.
finish the sentence. This is crazy. I'm
Yeah,
not
let
even.
him word it.
Look, if I
he would-
present a person, I'm presenting a person based on whatever kind of evidence they've provided. So in this case, Michael Cremo, he's a researcher, and he has provided evidence to suggest that our history books, and especially the evolutionary framework, is questionable based on the evidence. That's all I've said.
Okay,
You
let
know what?
me
You know what he
explain.
contends, right?
I want to say something. Do you know what?
Oh,
There's
okay,
wait,
it's
hang on.
relevant to the topic, I'm sure.
It is. There's something in the rules of a testimony of an expert witness. Okay, the Dahlberg court was a method we can determine of what makes an expert witness in for being reliable and for testifying in court. Okay, this guy would not meet any of those conditions to be called an expert witness in court. Do you guys agree with that? Do you think if we applied the
not at all. I
Dahlberg
disagree with you.
decisions, this guy would be an expert witness?
Why would
Okay.
why would I agree
Really?
with you? What you just said? Why?
I disagree with you because he's obviously studied this topic far more than Steve. Yet Steve wants to.
So
engage in this topic.
what's his credentials?
Yeah, it sounds like you trying. No, wait. You haven't told me why should I not agree with that position?
If we're going to take this guy as an expert witness, he has to meet certain criteria. Does he meet the criteria? What is his credentials to which he is a certified person to be talking about this? If you would call him an expert.
Look, I only called him an expert because I don't know if he is or not. I've never even heard of the guy. I'm just saying he's an expert compared to me. I just use that sort of.
Well, it is kind of surprising that a Christian would cite Michael Cremo as somebody to be believed.
Who said that? I didn't say that.
Well,
no one even said that. I mean,
you're a Christian,
Brenda,
aren't you?
Don't straw man me, Brenda. I didn't say
Are you
Michael
a Christian?
Cremo is to
Yeah,
be
because it's
believed.
funny because he's not even Christian. He's actually Hindu.
Yeah, let's not talk about the theological aspect of it. Let's stick with what Arcane is bringing to the table here.
Well,
The evidence, not the ideologies or the character of the person presenting.
He's bringing a quack to the table, is what he's doing.
Yeah, quack. He's a guy's a pseudoscientist. He has
So how is he a quack? Explain how is he a quack. Can you give him one example of a quack claim that
Well,
he's made?
he has no education in
If it's anything against the atheist,
Also, you're a quack.
It's always a quack. Somebody's always a quack.
Yeah.
Well, he would because he would not be allowed in a court.
Knuckle, you are being so friggin' dishonest.
That's
right
one of the
now.
reasons why, when it comes to the atheist evangelism, it's so difficult for me to take some.
Are you serious?
Seriously.
Wait.
You guys immediately discredit anything that a creationist.
What's this have to do with atheism, Beckel? Beckel, I have more credentials than this guy right now. You guys are talking about someone.
Are you an archaeologist?
Yes.
Really?
Okay, so how long?
I have a master's
Joe.
degree in anthropology. My specialty was battlefield archaeology.
That's great. So how long have you been an archaeologist, Joe?
How long have I been? I guess
Joe's in the house.
It's not going to matter.
I mean, it's not going to matter what I say, right? I could say since I was 5 years old and it wouldn't matter.
You're an atheist.
A little less than a decade, about 9 years.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so would you say?
No, it does.
I mean, this is dumb. This is a
Okay,
red
listen.
herring. First of all, you're going from
Stop.
talking
Well, the
about
question,
Stop or I will unbroadcast. I'm
quacks.
serious. I will unbroadcast. Thank you. I think we've had enough fighting over credentials.
Thank you.
Bring up the argument that whoever it is has. Let's move on to doing that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, the argument started with why a guy like me believes in this stuff, the accounts that are mentioned in the Bible. And again, I can only speak from a standpoint that you would view as subjective. And that's fine. I'm totally cool with that, especially when it comes to the issue of faith. However, the Christian worldview does not say you believe this stuff only in faith. It's primarily in faith, but there's also apologetic means to support the claims. Well, maybe not all of them, but many of the claims that are mentioned in Scripture. So, when it comes to finding out if the worldwide flood actually happened or not, well, that's an extra biblical issue there because we're talking about the perception or interpretation of the evidence.
Joe's question is still left unanswered. Joe asked how you decide if something is objectively true, and you still haven't addressed that question.
And I think it's a great question too, and I don't think anybody ever answered it. But Bert said you might be able to come up with an example. Bert, do you think you could come up with an example of an objective evidence to answer Joe's question, if there is such a thing?
Well,
then
when
why?
I say objective, I'm talking about something
you
that
try to
is
answer it, but you're gonna do it.
on the perception, or the perception, or any type of
let's ask Bert.
Manner
Okay.
about
So
what
Bert,
we're looking at.
Can you give us an example of objective evidence why it would be, if it is possible?
Objective evidence of what?
I'm asking Bert.
Actually, you're talking about objective evidence of
the flood, or
of anything.
Well, my trilobite example is an example, right?
Okay.
So I should expect to find that.
Okay.
And actually,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would say there's nothing contradicting a flood for finding trilobites in a certain layer. I mean, that could happen with a flood too, so it really doesn't rule it out.
But this isn't just trilobites in a certain layer, right? Like these are. What's so funny, Veckel?
No, it's just like you guys. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
Right. So, and I actually said this earlier, so that's why it's not funny. Is that the trilobite and the mammals example is one of many examples that I can draw, where we do not find these things out of order. Right? This is actually the biggest problem, I think, for a flood account. Is the account of the flood should result in at least some semblance of a mixing of different species. If all these species lived together, it doesn't. Or do you have evidence that it does? Do you have evidence of anything that evolution would predict should not be mixed that is actually mixed?
There's tons of evidence, and Michael Cremos presented plenty of that evidence. So if you're familiar with Michael Cremo,
no, you can go ahead and find.
For example, there are people who have lost their.
You can go ahead.
There are people who have lost their.
Arcane, I have given.
There are people who have lost their professorship and their tenure for bringing forth evidence of bones found in layers way beyond what is said.
Arcane.
So I can't finish the sentence. So let me know when I can.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem. Maybe that's why you guys do believe in the lack of evidence of a worldwide flood, because when somebody explains it to you, you just immediately dismiss it.
No, hang on.
Wait,
no.
let me go. Wait, let me go.
No, that's not true. There was no worldwide flood. I got evidence of it.
Wait, so Veckel, I was asked for an objective criteria.
Yeah, but you didn't let him finish his statement. That's the problem.
No, I heard Arcane's statement. Arcane said.
Interrupted him.
Go back to the objective thing, Bert.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Arcane. Go ahead and finish, and then
we're on the same topic.
Go ahead and talk about
because when you say
freedom.
Objective evidence, what the heck are you talking about? I think we need to frame the discussion. Listen,
that's the question on the table.
Listen, I mean, this is crazy. There's 1, 2, 3,
It's fine.
4.
It's fine. Don't complain about it. Just go ahead and speak.
I'm just saying, keep it fair. We can keep it smooth. That's all I'm saying. So when we're talking about objective anything, all Veckel is saying is that, yeah, it's objectively true that maybe we haven't found things in those rock layers, but that doesn't mean that it alludes to something objective in its own right. You can't say just because you have these lines of evidence that lead to your conclusion. It might be a rational conclusion. It doesn't necessarily follow.
You're right.
That
You're right.
there
It doesn't
wasn't a flood.
necessarily.
So when we speak of objective, I think we should just frame the discussion a little bit and say that, we're not saying that it's infallible. It's just a subjective perception of an objective fact.
No. So if I find enough criteria that supports the claim, and I don't find any criteria to the contrary, then I should go ahead and believe it, right? Wouldn't you take that position with something? Like if I told you that if I told you there's, just stop being petty. If I told you there was an elephant, I'm trying to be reasonable with you guys, right? And you get upset about you get upset about the over talking, and I'm trying to be respectful. So
I'm not being upset.
So if there's an elephant in my garage, and you go down and you look and you don't see an elephant in there, you can draw a conclusion from that, right? I'm not saying that the flood is analogous to that. I'm asking you if there are cases where we can go, you know what? This is enough evidence to not believe it. We should expect to see it here, right? So what I'm saying is I have enough of those cases that I can render for you to say that the flood is not the case, right? That is not at some point it becomes It clears a burden and it warrants belief. And I think we all believe that about all things. Like we believe that about Mormon archaeology. We believe that about the claims of Joseph Smith. We believe it about when you're if you're in a murder trial and you're hearing testimony that conflicts with 10 other witnesses who have no reason to lie, you form conclusions that way. So you can say that it's subjective. Everybody's beliefs are subjective. We are subjective beings, right? But when we can point to objective facts in the world and we can go, look at, if this is the claim, this is what I should expect to see and I'm not seeing it, or this is the claim and I am seeing it, I should be able to render those out for you without saying like, well, somebody somewhere has a book, right? I should be able to render those out for you. And when I do, you should be able to give an account. You should be able to give an account to the counter. So why wouldn't I find mammals mixed in with trilobites?
All right, as a layman in this topic, I'm still not hearing any strong argument against the flood position. I'm hearing ultimately perception of what we call evidence. Okay, just as Arcane pointed out, we have individuals, okay, dozens of them, that disagree with your conclusion. Okay, we both see these things. However, we come to a different conclusion of what we're observing and how it got there, how it happened, all those other things. You're just sitting here saying that this group of people says, I mean, this is what I'm hearing from you. You're saying that this group of people are saying this other group of people are wrong because they have a perception of how this thing that they're holding in their hand or they're able to see came to be. And the same thing is going for the other position. So, I mean, I need something a little bit more than just you telling me arbitrarily that, oh, well, scientists says that these guys are wrong. When I'm personally convinced by what they're showing me. You can call it indoctrination all you want, but I can simply say the same thing about your position.
Okay, Joe. Yeah. Okay, so there's kind of 2 points. When he said dozens, did anyone think of the Never Nudes from Arrested Development? It's like there's dozens of us. It's like the type of consensus that's being referred to in the evidence that Bert gave, which you didn't respond to, is not dozens of people. This is a consensus of I'm sorry, I wasn't finished yet. It's a consensus of scientists across fields who have converged on the same conclusion based off of the observational evidence. All you've given us is incredulity and dodging the issues. It's fine, Veckel, it's fine if you don't. I mean, this is stuff that people just aren't familiar with. It's understandable. But to somehow say that, and then say, but I haven't heard good arguments, and then not give a reason why you not justify your claim that you haven't heard good arguments I don't have an you're not offering anything. No. He gave. Not only did he give evidence that would objective, yes, that would show your claim to be true, he also gave evidence that could disconfirm his claim. You haven't even told us what would be evidence to disconfirm a flood hypothesis. At least you would be going somewhere.
To disconfirm it or to affirm it? Because you didn't ask me that before. You asked me to confirm it.
Yeah, this is. I don't think I asked you. This is the first time I brought up this confirmation.
Yeah, now you're asking me a different question, right? Which you didn't ask me before. But again, Joe,
what's different between them? What's different between them?
Well, Joe, it sounds to me like what you're saying the same exact thing.
Dodge noted.
That's okay. That's okay.
I have to say,
it's all right. It's okay. It's okay if I dodged
everything that's been brought up.
I just want to say that I admit several times that I'm a layman in this discussion, so I don't really have any. And I can only speak subjectively, and that's all.
But Bert, did you want to go another route?
The problem is that you guys are getting mad. You're getting upset because you haven't.
You're just dodging. Veckel,
I just want you to address the argument.
All I'm doing is showing you that your arguments do not convince.
Veckel, you're not understanding any of these things.
Why can't you just simply accept it?
Great.
That's because you haven't justified that claim at all.
Yes, I have justified a claim. I have justified.
How can you what's the justification for why finding chimeric mammals in a strata and geologic
Okay, you're
rock
asking me for
layer
something
would
specific.
disconfirm evolution and actually be
I'm
evidence
not,
that
I'm not
might
arguing against
support
evolution
no.
now. No, not arguing against evolution right now. I'm talking about
Okay,
the
then
flood.
why don't we?
You didn't let me finish my statement.
Yeah, well, you brought up evolution.
I sure did, but there's
Yeah, so
the
I
rest
didn't
of the
say anything
statement.
about evolution.
Okay, well, let me finish my statement.
Okay, just be accurate with what you're about to say now. Come on now.
Oh God.
Okay.
Joe, do you
Just say
really want to
not a
bother Joe,
flood
seriously?
instead of saying.
I mean, it seemed to me like pointing out that he brought up evidence that would disconfirm evolution and affirm or confirm a flood hypothesis, and he flipped out about me mentioning evolution. But like,
Just say
whatever.
not evolution.
No,
I mean,
I
not a
just want you
flood.
to be
Not flood.
I want you to be
I don't
consistent
know.
with your arguments. That's all. I don't want you to try to straw man my
Michael,
position.
I
It seems
honestly
like you're trying to
think
do
that
now.
you don't
That's
know
all.
what you're
And
talking
that's
about, and
that's
there's a
expected.
lot of evidence to demonstrate that. One of
But
the pieces
but anyway,
of evidence is
all I
that
wanted to
you
say,
failed.
I don't know how many times I have to
Excuse, I
admit it
wasn't
that I'm a
finished. I
layman
wasn't
when it comes
finished
to this
talking.
issue.
I wasn't
So
finished talking.
when you ask me, when you
I
tell me that
wasn't
I haven't
finished. Vekel,
affirmed that I have
Vekel, I
proven
would
my
appreciate
position,
it.
We need
I
Vekel, I wasn't
moderation.
simply
finished.
I don't.
Vekel, please, I
Echo,
would
shut
like
the fuck up.
Man.
God damn.
to finish my point. And just
I don't
you,
feel that I'm under that
Vekel,
obligation.
I would like
Is that
to
the way it's
finish
going to
my
be?
point.
You did
Vekel,
Wait.
interrupt.
is there a reason why you won't let me finish my point?
Well, but I was in the middle of saying something, and Joe, you do often, just like everyone else, cut people off.
Vekel, I mean,
It's not your turn, Vekel. Wait till Joe's finished.
But go ahead, Joe. Why don't you guys let me know when you're done?
Okay,
No,
thank you.
yeah,
so Helena,
that's how it works.
Helena,
The point I just wanted to make really clearly, really quickly, everyone, is that Vekel has made claims and he hasn't justified those claims. As soon as you justify those claims, then there would be a good reason for the way you're acting. But you have no good reason for the way you're acting because you haven't justified any of your claims.
Okay, Joe, do you have any comment to make that's not about how he's acting or anything like that?
I made a comment about him not justifying his claims. Is that only speaking to how he's acting, or is it about justifying the claims that he's making? If you guys don't want him to do that, then fine, let's move on.
Okay, so let me see if I understand what you're getting at. You want to hear from Vekel. What evidence would make him doubt the flood? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Vekel,
Yes.
can you think of anything that if it ended up being true would make you doubt the flood?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of that, and I honestly, at least not right now, nothing comes to mind. So I can get back to you with that one.
Okay, so
but,
Bert has another example. Maybe you could consider that example and see if that
let's hear it.
does anything for you.
All right, let's hear it.
Right. So don't know how much you know about this, but Shubin, in 2004 discovered Tiktaalik, right? So the way that he came about that was, so I'll explain what that is in a minute, is that they knew that there was if evolution predicts that there would be transitional forms between fish and amphibians or land-dwelling animals, right? So at some point there had to be some point where fish moved out of the water, right? If evolution is true, right? The evolution is making this.
Flood or evolution?
I'm talking about. Well, it'll come to the flood. I'll draw to the flood. So
you mean not flood?
Well, you'll get my point. You'll get my point. Let me just finish my point. I'll render it fully for you. Okay. So he needed to know where to look, right? So he was interested in finding these transitional forms, right? So, but they don't just dig anywhere, right? Like they do is they take other disciplines that have lent information and as to how old rocks are in the geologic column, and he knew that there were a couple of places where the date that they predicted it for would be about 300 million years. I had talked to you about, I had mentioned earlier about trilobites and mammals, and we have ideas about based on certain things, the chains of evidence that we've laid out these dates that we predict. So he knew that he wouldn't find it, for instance, in 200 million year old rock, right? Or he wouldn't find it in 2 billion-year-old rock, right? Like he would need to find it in rock that would be appropriate for the time frame that he's looking for, right? So he first looked in Pennsylvania, and there's a chunk of rock that had been dated to the relevant period, 300 million years ago, that he was interested in, and he wasn't finding any there. And then he researched and found, I think actually he came across somebody who was doing work in the Canadian Arctic on rock that was dated to be about 300 million years old. And he went up there and they dug, and sure enough, they found a transitional form. Now, I'm not going to ask you to believe evolution based on this, but what I would ask is, if the flood occurred, I would expect to find animals like Tiktaalik in more than just rock that we think is 300 million years old. We should expect to find Tiktaalik if this was a species out and about. He would be able to find it in Pennsylvania or in other areas where there's rock, right? We should be able to find it in rock that he wouldn't expect to find it in, but they haven't found that fossil in any rock that evolution wouldn't predict, right? They don't find it in 200 million year old rock. They don't find it in 100 million year old rock. They found it in 300 million year old rock. I think it was 360 million year old or 375 million year old rock, right? And this is actually one that's compelling to me because they made a prediction based on evolution as to where they should be able to find this thing. And they went there and they looked and they found it, right? And they couldn't find it any other place. Besides that, my question to you related to the flood is, why don't we find these things everywhere?
Well,
like I said, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to address his points. It's just my natural knee-jerk reaction. But go ahead, Becco. I forgot y'all was talking.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say much at all because, again, you're asking me a question regarding something that I haven't thoroughly researched myself.
But you would agree with me. So outside of your...
First of all, I heard a couple of things. You're, first of all, assuming that the Earth is such and such amount of years old. You're assuming that things within certain rock layers have been there a certain long period of time.
Actually, I asked a much more simpler question than that. I just asked, why don't we find Tiktaalik all over the place? Exactly, you can ignore all my you can ignore all the dates I threw out. You can
then that goes back to my original response. Then I haven't searched these things out, so I can't really give you a scientific answer to that.
Okay. Well, it doesn't require a scientific answer.
But
no, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
That doesn't mean that your argument is accurate. Again,
that's true.
I mean, all you're doing is asking a question, which challenging another person's position, but it doesn't mean that it's actually.
Actually, I'm rendering a set of objective data that we can actually look at, right? And it's fine if you haven't. It's fine if you haven't.
No. I'm making a distinction between what's objectively found and the conclusion of what's objectively found.
Well,
that's what you're doing. All I've heard from you is what they found, and if this such and such is true, this is what we should see.
Well, actually, as I said, I have these are two examples that I've given you that are very firm examples, which are two more than what you guys have given me.
It doesn't matter.
And I can render literally dozens of and I can render dozens of these, right? Like you've just said, look, you've only given me two.
It doesn't matter. The numbers do not matter. You got to understand that.
Okay, it's not numbers.
I'm still pointing out to you. First of all, you're talking to a layman, okay? And second of all, I'm telling you that there are other people who look at the same things, same tangible thing,
doesn't matter.
In the comment. Well, of course it doesn't matter to you.
No, it's not answering his question. You're dodging like you wouldn't believe right now. You're tap dancing.
You're telling us something that's trivially true.
Truly true.
Can I respond?
Truly true.
We're not going to do any psychoanalyzing. None.
Okay.
Zero.
But
Not even accusing of dodging or anything like that. Just try to
if you guys
want
want to claim that I'm dodging, go right on ahead. You're not paying my bills. I really don't give a crap what you guys think of me right now. All I'm saying to you, and I'm admitting to you guys several times, that I am a layman when it comes to this issue. I don't have a problem with that.
I don't have a problem.
The problem. Wait. Let me finish my statement. The problem that you guys are having is that you don't like the idea that there are other people.
No psychoanalyzing.
Yeah, don't go to a motive here.
Okay, then that's the end of the discussion then.
Okay.
That's all you can do.
Let me just finish.
Well, I got my scientist says that this is right, and back and forth.
Let me just. I'm going to do your favorite. I'm going to do your. I want to do you a favor here, Veckel. I'm going to do you a favor here. I appreciate that you're not a layman, and that's fine. I don't actually have any problem with that, and I don't have any problem with that you take it on faith based on other reasons that you think that I'm probably wrong. That's fine by me. But what I'm doing for you is I'm rendering the type of what all I'm doing is trying to give you an example of what I would want to see from the other side were I to be expected to think otherwise.
Right. Can I address those and we can like move the conversation along instead of like we're just ping ponging, you know, back and forth at this point. So yeah. So what if I told you that there were things that are out of place according to the way you see it, and that they're in abundance, such as like
that would be a great example.
Right. For example, in the gold rush days, miners found a bunch of stuff in layers that were said to be way beyond human. Like humans were not making these sort of artifacts according to the human evolution timeline in the layers that they were finding these artifacts. So when you look at geologists like J.D. Whitney, who published stuff pertaining to this, a bunch of evidence a long time ago in the 1800s, we can't just assume that all of that is bogus, even though maybe we can't get our hands on all of it. But you can definitely look at all of the newspaper clippings. A bunch of stuff has been found.
Can you give us
now
where it is,
where this stuff is?
One anachronistic. Yeah, I looked into all of them.
Story.
Which one do you want to go with? Pick one that you want. I'm familiar with every one of these. Pick one anachronistic item that should be, which you think is an item found in old strata, and which one do you want to go with? And let's look at it.
It'd be cool if it was within the last 100 years.
I don't know, say 500 years, 200 years, whatever. I mean,
No. If the claim was from someone.
You guys have a rebuttal.
You can sit here and give.
No, we said too much. I'm sorry. No. Arcade, I'm really sorry. Actually, I'm sorry.
You know better, Joe.
Just want
so
the
evidence. Which one do you want to go with? Which piece of evidence? Which anachronistic minor item?
I was just talking. I was addressing what Bert was saying. I wasn't really, you know what I'm saying? Because if I give you, let's say I give you an artifact, right?
Okay.
You can come up with 1,000 different reasons why that is there. You know what I'm saying? You can always give that reason.
Exactly
I would take, if I can finish my statement, all right? I know you guys are just like chomping at the bits, but let me finish my statement, all right? I don't just cut you off. So I would take a different approach as far as evidence concerning the flood. I think there's way more evidence in archaeology, and right here in America, there are things that we couldn't build today with our technology. Over in Egypt, there are things that they even if, according to your little, you know, caveman, the businessman scenario. According to the timeline, some of this stuff doesn't work out. They didn't have the kind of tools necessary to pull these buildings off. So if you couple that with the hundreds of historical accounts of a worldwide catastrophe by water and a civilization that existed before that catastrophe, I think that would trump all of these speculations about trilobites and Tiktaalics. I think this is more solid of an evidential base than looking at things and speculating that, you know, a flood didn't happen. So I think the evidence is more in favor this way.
So you've made a claim out there that there's these things that are in coal mining things that are evidence that would be, according to the model, very difficult to explain. Because what Bert is doing, it has nothing to do with if you know science or not. Bert's trying to explain to you that if we have a prediction of a model, right? We have a system. We say, you know what? According to this model, what would we expect to see? And we expect to see to find in this particular layer Tiktaalik. We go to look for it. We find Tiktaalik. He's asked you guys now, one, what would we expect to find if it was a flood? And two, since we did go out and find Tiktaalik in the exact same rock where we're supposed to be in Canada, dating back 300-some million years ago, how does the flood model incorporate that? In other words, if I believe in the flood, you know, I'm like, okay, here's the flood model. Would the flood model have said, I can predict where Tiktaalik is going to be in the strata in Canada based upon the fact that I accept the flood model? Would that have been a viable prediction from the flood? No. Would that have been a viable prediction? So you have two questions on the table here, okay? And I want to make very sure that you stick to both these questions. One,
would the flood model have predicted tiktaalik? Okay. And 2, can you give me a specific instance of an item that you think is found out of place and out of time in a rock strata that shouldn't be? Because I've looked at every one of these, so I can probably find it pretty quick, and we can look at it together. Would you do those 2 questions?
Yeah, there's hundreds, and we can pick one. But like I said, even with this tiktaalik, can I finish?
Pick one.
Pick one.
Can I finish my statement?
Yeah.
So even if you take tiktaalik and say, how do you explain or predict tiktaalik being in the layer that it's in? I could give you any kind of, cockamamie excuse for why that fossil is found in that layer according to a flood model. It wouldn't be that hard to do, but I'm not going to try to BS you into believing that based on that. I would rather ask you, firstly, have you seriously, because I never made the claim that these things have been found, or I can verify them. I'm just saying, what if these things are true? Why, you're making the claim as if you've seen all of the evidence presented and not presented to say that nothing contradicts this geologic column. But through the years, many pieces have been brought up as examples, but then they disappear or they're not published. Like down in Peru, for example, the DNA testing that was just done on these humanish creatures that say that they're not human, but they certainly aren't a part of our family tree. Those things contradict right on the face of it, everything that you're saying. So look up Brian Forrester, DNA of Peruvian skulls and hominoid creatures, and you will see, this is scientifically proven they're not human. But they're alive and well and breathing at some point because they're fossilized. So that on the face of it. But I'm saying I can give you any excuse as to why that is. I'm just saying you can't weigh it on saying I've seen this and I've never seen that. Therefore, I get what you're saying though. If you don't have anything to go on, stick to your guns, right? But
okay, so that's another thing to check into. But I'm gonna ask you the same questions over again because I would like maybe if you want to answer it again, maybe you don't want to answer it again. But I'm gonna ask them again because I didn't hear anything that it even addressed either one of my questions.
I didn't say what you wanted me to say.
Again, and you can answer yes or no to make it real short. Do you have a single piece of evidence that are relating to an anachronistic item found out of place? Do you have one instance? A yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Will you give that one?
The skull down in Peru. I said that before. I said Brian Forrester.
That has to do with DNA. But okay, so that's one you want to go with. Skulls in Peru.
Yeah, that's an artifact. That's a humanoid artifact found.
But the problem is your
timeline.
I answered your question. Mine shafts. You said miners have found. The things in Peru are not a miners have found. I'm asking you, what have miners found? We're looking at the other one too.
Just go with the Peru example.
Because we can look at that one too, but I think there's something.
He wants to dictate what I say and where it goes.
Because he's talking about the things
It's not evidence. The things in Peru isn't what Steve's asking for. It's a different thing.
Archaeologists didn't find that.
No, it's not that they didn't find it. It's that it's not an anachronistic discovery.
Thank you.
Why not?
Why?
First of all,
so bones, humanoid bones aren't.
Wait, let me finish this.
Okay. So go ahead.
All right, Steve, go ahead and continue, and then we're going to give Arcane a chance to answer, and then Joe will go.
All right.
And I want Joe to explain why that the Peru bones doesn't matter.
Well, no, the thing is that in Peru, you'll have skulls that are deformed in such a way that it would look like, I guess, humanoid or would look like an alien bone head or whatever, and that's because there is a practice of binding your head in places in South America amongst different this was a practice, and so someone found these skulls and they're like, oh well, must be an alien or something. It's not the same as the anachronistic findings that was claimed earlier, where someone says, look, I found a telephone in a layer of coal or something like that, which is what I believe Steve was asking for. Two different things. I've explained one of them. Maybe you can give evidence of the other one.
I'm asking out of place, but you said for a coal miner.
She said I can go next because we're talking. So he completely strawmanned what I said. I didn't say anything about. Can I finish, Steve?
No, I don't think you can. Because
can you follow the protocol?
I would like to keep on
Steve, you got to sit on it. Let Arcane talk. He doesn't get a lot of chances to talk.
He can talk all he
in a
wants, but
room
why
full of
do we let him?
atheists.
When he says he's going to answer questions, and then he doesn't answer anything about the questions, and you guys just
Right
let him go on to
now,
something else.
he's got a charge against.
All right, but I want people to notice he
doesn't
didn't
know
answer
anything
it.
about pre-Columbia, right? And
It was
I think
his
that he's
claim,
going to
Helena.
say he knows about head binding, and that's not what he meant. But we won't know if that's what he's going to say unless we let him talk.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about the head binding. I said DNA. The DNA shows, according to these scientists, that they are human-ish, but they're not in family lineage. Like they can't tie us to them in any way, but they are humanoid. A lot of them have elongated heads, but it's not the result of binding because the cranial mass, as well as the sutures, the parietal plates are different than human skulls. They are different in a lot of ways to deem them non-human, according to science and according to the, the secular standards. So, I mean, you can take it however you want to, but there's many different things like this, the model that you're proposing. So I'm not saying that it proves it. I'm saying it contradicts it. And I'm saying the way you look at it determines how you will conclude it.
Okay, Bert.
So this doesn't guarantee the result, but we are interested in credible sources, and Forster himself has a bachelor's of science, but has no qualifications in archaeology or anthropology or anything to do with genetics. The DNA finding was announced on his Facebook page, and they actually haven't released any of the results to any institutions. And he is the owner of Hidden Inca Tours, and the piece has only been seen by Juan Navarro, who's a small owner of a private collection, and Brian Forster. So it's a claim worth looking into, but given
evidence,
well, and it is evidence that doesn't comport with anything else that we find anywhere else. We don't find these bones. We don't find these non-humans anywhere else. This is a unique claim, and the evidence has not actually been verified by anybody other than the individual making the claim. So I find it highly dubious on those grounds.
Well,
it's fine by me.
It's been verified by the scientists who've actually looked at these creatures and these artifacts.
He's not actually a scientist.
The scientist who found it is not. No, Veckel, he's legitimately not. And before unless you know something about him.
Brian Forrester is the only one who's looked at these artifacts. Are you kidding me?
Yes.
His ancient astronaut friend looked at them too.
Yeah, to the state.
Actually, I just saw him on video 2 days ago with a group of scientists going over a baby elongated skull.
You know why it's easier to elongate?
Can I finish what I was saying?
But make sure it's really dumb.
I will make sure just for you.
I saw a video where they dissected an alien.
That's good debating right there. Yeah.
That's what made them elongated.
The fact of the matter is, I'm going to keep talking because I had a point and it didn't get out. So the
it was my turn to go.
I didn't finish my point.
Yes, you did. Arcane.
No, I didn't. I was in the middle of a statement and Joe jumped in. That's far from it.
After you interrupted me.
Sorry, Bert. I didn't interrupt you.
You get the turn back. Wait a minute. No.
You were lying. Basically, is what you're doing. So I'm not going to let that ride. I just saw on video.
It's fine. No, it's fine. Go ahead.
I'm correcting you. If you don't like correction, I understand that. You're an atheist.
No, I just told you to go ahead. Arcane. That's such a. Oh my goodness.
So what I'm saying is, I just saw on video, because this is the issue. I'm going to correct you, and for some reason, I bet you at least 2 or 3 of you are going to keep denying it. So on video, there's a group of scientists. Brian Forrester is not one of them. He's just holding the camera, right? He's down there in Peru on site where they found it, watching them dig it up, watching them unwrap this mummified skull of some sort of humanoid on camera. So there's nothing speculative. I don't have to sit here and guess what did he find. I can see it right there in real time. So can you. And you're saying, well, we should be skeptical. We can't just jump on it. I agree. But as I see it, it comports with everything else they found in Peru. It comports with the Bible and all of these ancient historical accounts. So all of those trump.
That's why this finding is miraculous, because it doesn't comport with anything. Not even, where does the Bible predict people in Peru?
Oh, I disagree.
We don't find these people. We don't find them in Brazil. We don't find this skull. This guy actually thinks that this skull is an alien skull. Like he isn't purporting that this is a.
No, he
that this is
doesn't.
are you kidding me? Have you read up on
yes,
this?
he does. That's
Oh
the
my
whole
gosh,
point.
that's what
This was on Ancient Aliens.
This
Oh
guy's
my
whole.
gosh.
This guy's whole. Oh my gosh, I've heard
Find
about
me a
this guy before.
quote. Find me a quote where he said these are alien guys. Go ahead.
Oh, I will.
I'll wait for
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do it right now because I want to finish talking.
I watch every video he puts out, and I've never heard him make that claim ever.
Anyway, we've gotten far afield from the flood.
We've
back
gone
to
far
the
afield.
flood?
My question
We
is
want to go back.
So
We
what?
want to
think
talk
it's
about the
obvious.
binding heads and.
Yeah, I mean,
Artifact that proves, I think, in my opinion, it proves the flood as far as a biblical standpoint. Absolutely,
Okay,
it's evident.
how does finding elongated baby skulls in Peru connect up with the flood?
It's not just the elongated baby heads in Peru. It's the fact that these things aren't human. They don't fall into your evolutionary lineage.
wait.
Everything that they knew or we know of them completely disappeared, along
they're
with
not human?
all of the other behind huge monuments that we couldn't build today.
And so how is that related to there must have been a global flood?
Like I said, hundreds of cultures spoke about this. Hundreds of cultures spoke about this pre-existing culture and it spoke about their annihilation by a catastrophe by water.
What's the
evidence of that? The Bible spoke about the Nephilim, and these things happen in Genesis 6, and we're seeing the direct evidence of it.
So you're saying that the skulls, the fact that
I mean, how dense are you guys being?
The question is, what is the inference rule? What is the inference rule that connects the two?
It's whatever he happens to believe.
So, if we take a historical document, Bible says it, hundreds of ancient cultures in their ancient texts say it, and then we stumble across a bunch of human-like things and artifacts that don't fit our currently taught history.
Yeah, but
we came out of caves and we started advancing in technology.
Back then used to think that the Earth was flat. Oh wait.
And I don't appreciate you jumping
but those people are lying.
Statements and
they're
attacks.
liars.
I had a train of thought that I was going on, and his whole point was to jump in and personally attack me with a snide little sarcastic remark.
It's persecution
so
time.
I'll get back to what I was saying.
Late, so it's persecution time.
You just present the facts with what I'm doing. So when we find these artifacts, such as the Great Pyramid, which has a correlation to the buildings in Peru, which have a correlation to the buildings in China and Bolivia and the South Americas, all over the place, how is this not evidence suggesting that a previous culture existed and we're now picking up their bones and pieces?
Because it doesn't fit the data.
All right, Brenda, Bird has a citation here.
Okay,
yeah,
I'll register that.
Bird has a citation
the pyramids in Aztec culture are after. No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Bert has a citation.
Yeah, so it says that Brian Forster publicly stated he had taken fragments of the stones at the Pumapunka in Bolivia for the purpose of holding them and testing them in a laboratory here in the United States as part of an effort to prove that archaeologists have been lying about the age of the ancient site to cover up involvement of space aliens, a lost civilization, or Bible giants.
Is that a direct quote of his?
That's citing a paragraph. Actually, I can go ahead and find the actual quote that it's citing too. Give me a minute.
Okay, so I've never heard him say, I believe that these are aliens.
I've seen him say before, but
if he produces the quote,
whatever,
what does that change for you?
Nothing at all, because I don't believe in aliens, and it doesn't matter.
So why send him on a wild goose chase?
Yeah, because none of this actually ever matters.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make. See, that's the beauty of being like one of these guys. They can say whatever they want. It doesn't matter. They don't have to produce any evidence. They can ramble on. People let them talk and bloviate and just talk on forever.
No, that's not true.
All right. We're not going to go bloviate.
But Becco, you don't have
we can't bloviate, but they can.
We have these things, these evidences that are presented. And the problem is that it goes right back to what we're saying. You guys are looking at things, we're looking at things, but we're coming up to completely different conclusions as to what it is, how it got there, so on and so forth. And
we're right, you're wrong. We get it.
That's all I'm hearing from you guys. You're right and I'm wrong.
Right. That's
from you.
The real problem is that
Joe's
question was never answered.
I know it wasn't. You're right, Brenda. Exactly.
Because I'm admitting to you from the get-go that I'm a layman in this issue, so I'm not affirming anything. I'm just telling you what I believe based off of the things that I've seen.
I have a question for Michael.
No answers have been answered in this entire freaking hangout.
No.
Okay, before we do anything, I gotta stop everything for a second.
Position, yeah.
Sorry, Veckel, I need to stop everything. Hal, are you there? We've got someone who wants in, and I think you might not even be here.
Hal,
5, 4.
Kick his ass.
3, 2.
One comes next for the creationist.
1. Okay.
He's often there for long periods of time, and then
right. So he'll understand. I'm going to drop him because
he's probably in the process of evolving into something.
There you go.
I don't know.
Computers don't evolve.
So I have a question for Veckel.
Okay.
Which is, how do you decide if something is true?
Another one you won't answer?
Why do you say I won't answer it?
Because I'm not trying to be mean. I have not seen
the same way you answer.
I have not seen a direct answer since this hangout has started.
It doesn't matter.
I'm agreeing with you. It doesn't matter, but I have not seen one, which is weird.
Okay, but
if the Bible told you 2 + 2 was 5, would you believe it?
Say it again.
If the Bible told you 2 + 2 was 5, would you accept that?
On faith, I probably would.
Yeah. See, there's the root of our problem.
I know. When you're willing to accept contradictions, you can't have an honest.
It's not possible to have a rational conversation.
Why are you guys being so aggressive? He's just trying to give you an honest answer, and you're jumping all over his case.
You know what? It is an honest answer.
That they hate the idea that you guys do not have any real authority over a person's position regarding this issue.
No.
You asked me. You wait. Let me respond to that silly little hypothetical of his. Okay.
Okay, then can I go next?
You already did. You already gave a very telling.
I don't mind.
You did.
I don't mind entertaining hypotheticals. However, you have to be honest with this discussion there. Don't try to take a soundbite to Skylar Fiction or somebody and say, "Aha, Veckel tries to prove that 2 + 2 = 5," when it was just simply a hypothetical. Okay, I'm speaking on some things that are taken out as faith, but that's not primarily the Christian worldview. We don't only take things by faith; we take things by evidence as well.
All right, let me show you something. Hey, Brenda. Brenda, do you believe you can square a circle?
No.
Okay. Now I want you to answer yes, Brenda. And if you say no, great. Now I want you to say yes, Brenda. Do you believe we can square a circle?
To believe I can square a circle?
Yeah, say yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can.
Okay.
You can square
a square. At this point, if she has answered this,
you can produce a square that has the same area as a given triangle.
That is a triangle. Okay.
Is that what you're asking?
No, can you square a circle with a compass and straight edge?
Oh, that thing. No, you can't do that.
But if you had answered yes, what this happens is that I am now aware, I'm dealing with somebody who's irrational. Whether you agree with them, disagree, it doesn't matter. That is by definition an irrational person. Yes, because what they're willing to do.
All right, so let's dive into that argument. Can we take that approach
before I get interrupted?
Can we dive into
I wasn't done yet. I have not talked very much.
I've admitted to you, Steve.
I wasn't done yet, and I have not.
But you know what though? But what you're doing is
you were interrupting me.
You're on an ongoing
vendetta
to straw man.
I'm just going to finish my train of thought, and it gets me.
Simply admitting.
So when she answered
that a subjective
standpoint regarding this issue of the flood. That's all I'm saying to you.
We're going to give Steve a chance with his squaring a circle thing to see what point he wants to.
Yeah, he's just
going to address that argument, please.
When she answers that the particular thing, she's telling me she's willing to accept contradictions. That's a given, right? Because she's willing to accept a contradiction. If you are willing to accept contradictions in your whatever worldview you have, you are being a rational person. You cannot have a congenial, civil, rational conversation with somebody who's willing to accept on face, prima facie, that of something that's a contradiction.
Well, I wholeheartedly disagree.
I don't know if anybody else does.
That's
you're doing it again, Steve.
Steve, that's I mean, your whole thing was to say that someone was irrational.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so why are you here? I mean, we're talking about faith.
Because Brenda brought it up. She said that's the crux of the problem.
Steve, Steve, here's the problem.
All right, go.
Steve,
Let's hear the problem. I can't wait to hear it.
All right, Brenda, why don't you explain the rest? I did half the work. You explain why.
I'd like to go too. I'd like to respond to your dilemma here. But go ahead.
Brenda hasn't got a chance to talk. So, Brenda, why don't you explain why that's the crux of the problem here?
Well, because if you're willing to entertain, logical impossibilities, you can believe anything. It's like dividing by zero.
There you go.
I mean, you can just believe anything. And I would like to point out that there's a slightly different point that I would like to make out is my understanding for fundamentalists, they have like an authoritarian belief in epistemology. Things are true because God said it's true, and that's what makes something true. And for me, and for most other people, things are true because they are true. And this is the division that nobody can cross in this hour-long discussion. We can't cross it because the evasion is about the Bible, about the perception that the Bible supports the flood. Therefore, we have to find a reason, or any kind of reason, to deny evolution, to deny anything to the contrary of what the Bible or what the person believes the Bible to say.
Okay, look, let's do this.
This point.
Try to restate what you just said in a charitable way, and see if that doesn't happen. I
did put it in a charitable way. It's authoritarian epistemology. Yeah. It's the belief. It's the belief that truth is determined by what men say. That's what authoritarianism is.
It's about God, and that they have a strong belief in God, and that requires faith, and faith is a virtue.
But that's
wrong to say that they're being purposely dishonest and that they're sliding and adding. It's unnecessary to add all this psychoanalytic
what's up with this double standard here? Where they have
it just adds to contention.
There seems to be a double standard here where they have to be charitable. Veckel and Arcane have been.
I like to respond.
Like charitable.
Well, I think that usually when you get to the point where about you accusing people of especially guys like my position, I can't speak for Arcane because he obviously is able to engage in this kind of discussion more than I can. I'm speaking to you mostly on a subjective level here. I can affirm that a place called Jerusalem exists. Okay, I can affirm other historical things that are pointed out in the Bible. But when it comes to issues as, like, for instance, Jesus walking on water, Jesus turning water into wine, can't prove that. That's something I take on faith. But now let's talk about something a little bit different. Let's talk about the flood. The Bible says that there was a worldwide flood. Okay? One group of people says, here's evidence of a worldwide flood. Another group says, this is not evidence of a worldwide flood. It's actually quite the contrary. So now we have two different groups over hundreds and hundreds of years arguing over and debating over whether or not the things that we actually do see and touch is evidence of a worldwide flood. And it seems to me, and I'm speaking as a layman, that what we're going by predominantly a subjective mindset of determining the position. Yeah, I know you can't. I know you can't stand that. You can't stand.
I don't know what subjective means.
Can I address what?
No, don't. No, I do know what subjective means. Just stop trying to act like the typical person trying to hijack definition.
But how do you decide if something is objective?
You're an idiot.
How do you decide that what you believe? See, now we're going to talk about epistemology.
Well, after Veckel, Bert goes, and then maybe we'll change the subject. The live chat is asking for a change of subject.
That's all I'm saying. But go ahead.
Okay, so Bert, what did you want to add?
Just on for a minute, but that's something I heard.
You can go ahead, Arcane. I'll go after you.
Can the mod not hear me or something?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So, yeah, this is the issue, right? So, when you say it's authoritarian in the way that we just, if God says it, it's whatever. But what I've heard a lot is this authoritarian view towards science. Like, we should just accept what the scientific community says as truth, and that is truth. And anything that we say is true, which really isn't any better from your own same set of standards. I think what me and Veckel are trying to do is show that there is another way to look at things. And it doesn't have to be in this sort of evolutionary box. It doesn't have to. and make sense. It can be rational in a different way. So if you want to talk about evidence and arguments, and then go for it instead of like going back and forth about who's appealing to the bigger jockstrap. I mean, that's stupid.
Okay, can I go?
Go.
Are you done? Okay. So yeah, there are different ways you can tell. Like we can come up with numerous accounts, right? Like actually we can probably come up with an infinite amount of accounts for how things came about, right? But what we care about is, what does the evidence point to? What can we look at that predicts a result, that predicts something we should expect to see, and together talk about that and actually break it down and look at it, right? Actually have it there before us. Now,
Bert, I don't want to interrupt you. I'm new. I was in the chat, Bert. I just have to say it because I'm in the chat, you guys. Listen, you guys, we're having a clash between science, okay, and religion. And the fact is, Bert is right. He's going by, and I 100% agree with Bert, he's going by stuff you can see. Now, when you're trying to disprove religion, as a hardcore Christian, I don't blame science for doing that because that's science's job. But I choose to listen to certain things. And I just feel sometimes it's just a class of ideologies. Like, I don't talk about it. Steve, what time have I ever brought up my religion when you've heard me talk?
Just
Steve.
now.
Oh, Steve's not. Well, Steve would tell you no. And I've talked hundreds of hours because it's something that nobody here can disprove. No one can disprove my faith. It's personal. It's mine.
That's not a virtue.
No, but I'm just saying, no. I'm just saying no. That's why if you don't want to bring it up, like I get Arcane and I get Veckel. They're like me. But
sure,
I don't, you know what I'm saying? Don't bring it up, Veckel. Don't bring it up, Arcane, because it's your faith. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to go back and forth, and look what happens. We get negative, and it's, you know what I'm saying? It seems like everybody here is real nice. Everybody here is real. I'm saying everybody here is real nice, you guys. Everybody here is real nice.
Kind of the basis of the channel to be going back and forth about.
Yeah. Well, okay, I'm just letting you know it's not looking good for my side of the thing. So I'm just.
It's all right, monotone. But I'd like to hear Bert talk on this because I think he was going to end up talking about exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Ironically, yeah. So yeah, Monotone's got a lot more pitch in his voice than I expected. A little more variation there. So my point was going to be actually exactly what Tommy was saying, is that I've said numerous times to Eckel that I accept that you haven't looked into things and you believe other things for other reasons. Like you believe, and you do have empirical grounds that you say that you believe, and that you believe on, as well as on faith, and that these things counterbalance the things that you haven't looked into yet. Like you're taking it by faith that those things will comport because you have a faith that that you believe, and you have, as you said, reasons. Now, I think there is a problem when you say, well, I can believe if the Bible said that 2 + 2 = 5, I could believe that. If God convicted me that was the case, then I would believe that because it would be from God. That seems to suggest to me that there isn't evidence that would persuade you otherwise, that you'll take it on faith whatever it says. Hold on, let me just finish. I know you're probably itching to talk about that, but my point more is that I've presented again 2 objective cases, and there's more that I could offer, and we're not going to get to all of them, and I don't expect to persuade you guys. But Veckel, Arcane did offer a piece of evidence, and it's from Brian Forster. And if you go to hiddenincatours.com, which is Brian Forster's company, the very top thing on the latest updates is that the UFOs 2016 is coming to Brazil in 2016, right? So that's a conference, UFOs conference is coming, right? So Brian Forster, if you go to his website for his company, believes that this skull is an ancient alien.
What?
He has a
Steve thinks he's a monkey. So what?
Well,
how's that relative to the evidence?
Thanks, Arcane.
Yeah. So my point
to me.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah, we're gonna let Bert finish.
Yeah, that was an ad hom.
So let me finish. My point was that it could have been the case that this turned out to be a skull that we should actually place some that should carry some warrant, that should give us some confidence that, hey, maybe our theories are wrong. But actually, as you look into it, Perhaps not, right? And actually, even Arcane brought this up as something that was consistent with the Bible, but Steve Forster doesn't believe that it's consistent with the Bible. He actually has a quote that he says that he doesn't believe that it's in the evolutionary line, right? So he believes in evolution. Brian Forster says that. Sorry, I think I said Steve. I meant Brian Forster. So Brian Forster thinks that this doesn't even fit into the evolutionary line. That's the closest quote I can find to him saying it's an alien, other than going to his website and seeing UFOs as the top update on his website, right? So, and he
What's it say? I mean, that's irrelevant. Why are you bringing that up?
I think the point is,
hold on, monotone, Tony. I'm not done yet.
It doesn't fit into the evolutionary line. That's what you asked for. I gave it.
No, he believes that it's an alien, right? So do you agree with him that this is an alien skull?
Evidence, whether he thinks it came from God or aliens, is relevant to the fact that it's evidence against your line.
You're citing him as a credible expert with a team of scientists.
No, I wasn't. I never once did. I actually, in fact, corrected someone when they tried to say that I did. I said that he is an author who presents evidence. He's actually filming the experts. So please, let's come on.
Oh my gosh!
Well, then, Bert, that goes.
You've looked into this.
But Bert, I want to say this.
Tom told me you got to wait for your turn, buddy. It's a full packed house, and I waited for this turn to talk. So, Veckel, you have looked into this zero from what I can tell. Or not Veckel. Sorry, Veckel. Arcane. If you didn't know that this guy was into UFOs, it tells me you have not looked into this very much. It took me.
You can't find a single quote of him saying that he endorses these UFOs.
Do you know who he sent the fossils to?
Either way, that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant to the topic, Bert. So that's a red herring and an ad hom. Basically, is an ad hominem attack.
Ad hom on who? Wait, no. You're presenting evidence, and I'm taking a look.
Character, the credibility of the person that I cited as presenting the evidence.
No. Hold on, Steve. Wait, Steve, just wait. Steve, just wait.
Why are you letting him troll you?
No, Steve, just wait.
Troll mode. He doesn't care.
Steve, just let me finish my point.
I'm in troll mode. You guys are the masters in troll mode.
Yeah, because I don't think Arcane. You guys, I think you guys are just totally taking Arcane and Beckel out of. You guys are.
He's in the middle of a conversation.
Well, I've been listening for the last hour, so actually I've been involved quite.
If you don't like so I appreciate Monotone. I appreciate your passion, and I actually might agree with some of your points. But if you don't like the way the conversation's going, go find another channel, or you can be a part of it. And you can.
Well, okay, so you guys just want to argue each other and make.
Yes.
You're having debate.
Well, you can have a. Well, there's no debate going on. I've been listening for I'm just being honest. You guys seem all nice to each other, but
in the side chat, Bert is trying to have a conversation. Thank you.
Just wait. Okay. So, Veckel, it's not an ad hom when you're presenting him as a credible witness, as someone who we should listen to, and the scientists that he solicits. Hold on. Let me finish.
Stop presenting me falsely.
No, you can go ahead and speak after me. Let me just finish. You presented him.
Trying to help you.
Yeah, well, it's fine. I don't need your help. Thanks. You presented him as someone, and you said that you've watched his show. He has scientists there. He is the one in possession of the fossils. He is the one getting it tested. He has not let this leave his hands. He has sent it to the person that he wants. He has sent it to the individuals that he wants to send it to.
Just stop making false claims.
Fuck's sake! Just shut up.
The videos.
If you want
videos that I referred to.
If you want me to respect your time, respect mine, Arcane.
Stop making false claims.
You can go ahead and rebut them after I'm done. Okay? Get out a pen and paper, write them down. Okay? So, oh my God, it's exhausting. So he sent it to a UFO expert, a guy who has made a career of finding evidence for aliens. That's who he sent the fossils to, and that's who actually did the research. If you looked into this at all, but instead I just suspect, I don't know this, but I think you found something that counters this other narrative that's going on, and you latched onto it. So I don't think you've looked into it. You didn't know that he was into UFOs or aliens at all, and he's totally into it. You go to his website, top of the page. I'm looking right at it. So anyway, I'm done. Good.
Are you done? Okay. Everything you said is false. I don't know what you're talking about. I have watched every single video he's put out for the last 3 years. Never once has he sat there and said, I believe that these are aliens. He's actually very open in his approach. He doesn't try to persuade anybody or anything like that. If some of him and his constituents believed in little green men, that's of no concern to me, nor the evidence that I cited when I referred you to him. I didn't refer you to him as, oh, listen to this guy. I said, no, this guy has presented some. So yeah, you're wrong. I have looked into this. No, he did not just send it to some guy who believes in UFOs. In fact, the last 3 videos I've seen of him has been surrounded by scientists in a museum where all of these so-called artifacts are kept. He doesn't just hoard these things that he finds and say, no one can look at them but my UFO buddies, and I'm going to act like it's not. You're lying, Bert. So whatever website you're on, okay,
that's his website. That's his.
Please provide a quote of him saying that these are aliens. And then after you do that, well, hold on. After you do that, Bert, explain how his belief in aliens is at all relevant to the fact that he agrees with me, Bert, that this doesn't fit your evolutionary timeline, which is what you asked for. So
okay, Arcane, you are a dishonest piece of shit. You're a troll. No, fuck you. You're a fucking troll.
And now you're trying to backpedal your way out of it. Now I'm getting cussed out by your minions because the truth hurt. You asked for a set of evidence. I gave it. Now you're trying to red herring.
Hidden Incators is his company. This is the first page you hit. This is hiddenincators.com. This is
now I'm being muted by minions.
Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit.
I'm glad I get that response from you.
Hi guys, I'm
Helena, he's not
nice first and last time on the channel. Hi Steve, I'll see you somewhere else.
Yeah, no problem, man. Okay.
No, he is either being dishonest.
I know, no shit. I put in the side right here, okay, from the local news article, straight from his mouth. Alien life forms DNA test indicates skulls aren't human, is his claim. And he actually says in here that they're not of human origin. Brian Foster from the Praxeas Museum says initial DNA analysis of a bizarrely elongated skull shows it is not of human origin. His whole theory is called the DNA alien origin theory.
Yeah, do you know what alien means, Steve?
Are you serious? You
dumb, stupid son of a bitch.
Okay, it's okay, guys. It's okay. I know that you don't like evidence against your It's okay. You guys can get mad and cuss me out all you like. I know.
Jesus Christ, you're dumb.
The evidence is still there. It doesn't fit evolution. No, you laugh at me, but the joke's on you.
The
guy who believes in UFOs is more rational than you guys.
It's right here that talking about aliens not from the fucking planet Earth. And he's like, oh, God, look at that. It doesn't talk about aliens.
The guy who believes in aliens is more rational than the guy who thinks he's a monkey. Steve said the other day, we're monkeys.
He studied this for how many years?
Chris, you're not helping.
Theory about aliens.
Why'd you say you're a monkey, Steve? Steve thinks he's a monkey and he's laughing at the UFO guy. That's funny.
We can't have discussion.
Actually,
these guys.
Take UFO guy over
UFO guy. We're laughing because Arcane, just 5 minutes ago, you said that this guy does not believe these are aliens.
Yes.
And as soon as you're proven wrong, you're like, oh, what does alien mean?
Aliens?
Yeah, what does alien mean?
They're from Mexico.
You're moving the freaking goalpost.
You're moving the goalpost. You're not fucking
classic goalpost.
Why would anyone think
UFO
that Hangout would have any other result?
So you're talking about the UFO little green men alien. We both know
what does UFO mean?
You try to laugh your way out of your hole.
Wait. What does the UFO mean?
I'm gonna keep until one of you kick me. I'm gonna keep rubbing it in that you asked for this evidence against evolution. You can try to talk over the point so it doesn't come out in a clear soundbite, but I'll get it in. I promise you. I'll record it. Show this guy asked for evidence. Where's your evidence against evolution? I give it, and now he's like, well, this guy believes in UFOs, so we can't take him serious. That's how evolutionists operate. You see, you can't reason with them.
You don't need soundbites. Do you know how many stupid things you've said over the years?
That's all you can do. Stupid to their level. Beat them at their own game.
We're laughing at you. We don't need sound bites anymore.
I can do this all night, man. I'm long-winded. Trust me, I can go back and forth all night.
Yep.
But Arcane, if it's alien,
so how's it feel? I mean, this is evidence against your evolution, Bert.
No, it's not because it's
evidence against evolution.
Yes,
why is it evidence against evolution?
With evolution, it's fucking aliens. They're not even on a phylogenetic tree. You dumb, stupid.
It doesn't have anything to do with evolution.
You know what DNA
So it's only humanoid, but not a human. But this doesn't have anything to do with evolution. I know it doesn't.
Right.
You can't explain it. You can't explain how species on Earth got here without evolution. So now you're gonna laugh it away with UFO theories.
Arcane, I'm trying to help you.
Seth,
hold on. Hold on. No. Hold on a second. Just a second.
Sorry.
Okay, Arcane. You're saying. Hold on. You're saying if it's aliens, it's proof against evolution. Why?
No, he asked for evidence that doesn't fit the evolution theory, and there it is, guys. I'm sorry.
Right.
Sorry.
Evidence
that the evolutionary theory. Okay.
How's it human and not human at the same time, guys? Come on. Where is
basketballs don't
how is it human and not human at the same time?
But
I'm asking. So answer the question.
Arcane.
Answer the question. You're dodging. You're dodging.
I'm not dodging any. Arcane.
You're dodging.
Basketballs.
Arcane.
Arcane. Pump the brakes.
No, I'm treating you like you treated Beckel a few minutes ago. I love it.
I treated.
No,
Beckel
how does that fit into your evolutionary tree? Explain it.
Arcane. Basketballs don't fit into the evolutionary tree.
How does it?
Hold on, but they're not evidence against evolution. Just like aliens would. Arcane. Are you going to listen?
Fit it in there.
Are you just going to? Are you going to be a '90s Valley? Arcane. Are you going to be a '90s Valley girl? Arcane. I'm not done. I can't say a single sentence.
Dodging.
He's a troll. He's
Seth,
just a
dodging.
troll.
Seth, you have a fallacy of incomplete circles.
Oh, you can't answer the question. You're dodging.
You can't use a fallacy of incomplete circles on him.
And then he also
hey, Mr. Monkey Man Steve, he says that we're all monkeys. Hey, Monkey Man Steve, how does this fit the tree of evolution?
That's what you sound like, Arcane.
I know.
Fucking
idiot. I'm sorry.
How does it fit the little alien guy in the evolution tree? I'm curious. How does that work?
I mean,
we're
not
the tree. That's why it's not evidence against it.
Yeah. Can we move on to the subject? Because Arcane is...
No, you said that evolution explains the existence of all biological life. So now you believe in aliens? Or no? No?
I really feel sorry for you, Arcane, even though you're a dumb fuck. I feel sorry for you.
I believe in aliens now, Chris. Don't worry about it. You'll catch up. You'll catch up eventually, Chris. Don't worry about it. Take another pill, buddy.
I just feel so bad for you if you're not a troll.
Don't worry about me, man. I'm all right.
Simon's hair. Okay, come on.
Worry about this alien that doesn't fit your evolution tree. You need to worry about that alien, bro, because that's no problem for me.
Simon's hair. Let me see Simon's.
Yeah, let's look at Simon's hair. I don't care about Arcane. Look at Simon's hair.
Uh-oh. Boss is back. Boss is back.
Yeah, she likes his hair too. Simon, come on, show that illustrious mane you have again.
Arcane.
No, show the alien again, guys. You guys believe in it. No, there's the evidence.
Arcane.
I'm kidding you.
I know. All right, I'm seeing in the notes here while I was gone. It looks like Seth hasn't had a chance to talk. Perhaps I've been trying to do laundry. Seth, go.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask Arcane a question. He wouldn't let me finish the sentence. Okay, but Arcane. Yeah. Are there things that aren't mentioned in the Bible that aren't part of the Bible?
So you don't have an answer for how this little creature fits your theory?
Are there things that aren't inside the Bible?
I want an answer to my question before I answer any more of your little
by the
questions,
Bible, for example.
So if you can't answer it, that's fine. You can just talk.
Okay,
You're not going to answer?
Why don't you answer the question? I didn't.
Because I asked the question, and that's not how that works. I'm sorry.
Well.
No, fine. That's fine. What's your question?
Yeah. Explain to me, or Bert, since he's the one who asked for the evidence that he's now red herring his way out of, how does this alien creature, if it is said, to be that, how does this fit your evolutionary timeline? Because this fits perfectly with the Bible. So I'm just wondering. I'm curious.
Aliens fit perfectly with the Bible?
Yes, Seth, they do. So how does this creature fit your evolutionary theory? If you're going to dodge again, let me know. I just mute Mr. Talk.
Would you please? Would you please? No, Seth, he says he's going to mute us talk.
By all means, dodge away. Dodge away. Go ahead.
He asked me a question. He insists I'm going to answer it. So I'll answer it. It's not that hard. It doesn't fit in the evolutionary model of life on Earth, but that is not evidence against it.
Evidence that I can explain according to my world, but you don't have any explanation according to yours. Is that correct?
What do you mean I don't have an explanation?
Well, you just said it doesn't fit your theory. It doesn't have anything to do with it. Do you have an explanation for this guy, and how does it relate to your evolution? It
does not fit evolution on Earth as we know it. Okay.
Okay. So I have an answer for this creature. You don't have one.
Okay. That doesn't mean we don't have an answer for it.
Well, you said you don't have one.
I think that's argument.
That's not what I said. You said, how does it fit into evolution?
Oh, Bert left. Oh, sorry. Bert had to run.
Yeah. The most charitable dude to your fucking
back. You didn't run him off. Oh, and Arcane left. Oh.
Yeah,
I got booted.
I think Arcane might have been looking for
it. It was funny. He said Bert ran away, and then all of a sudden you came back and he left. So maybe.
Yeah, I just got booted
right away. But if he's
actually, I can answer Arcane's question if you'd like.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
let's
man.
have
I thought,
Bert
I
answer
thought you were
Arcane's
in.
question. Arcane, after Bert answers, will you answer Seth's?
After I respond to what he says, I'll be glad to answer Seth's.
Okay, so Bert, let's hear your answer to Arcane's question about the.
Okay,
about
well,
the
number one
alien
is
skull.
so I have 2 points in this answer. So, alien, were we to find alien skulls on Earth, it would not impugn the evolutionary account. It would mean that we found alien skulls. It wouldn't have anything to do with the evolutionary pathway. But you said that this is comports with your account in Scripture, but you haven't demonstrated how it accounts for it. Does Scripture predict? Hold on, my point. It's not irrelevant because you said it. You said that mine doesn't have an account for it and yours does. So I'm interested.
We were talking about your claim, though, not mine.
We are talking about the alien skull. You asked me a question. You said, how does mine account for it? And you said that mine doesn't account for it and that your view does. That's what you said.
Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence that doesn't fit to be evolution theory? I gave you said evidence, and now you tried to appeal. Then you tried to appeal cowardice to the credentials of the person who was filming the evidence.
Damn you, Bert! You are
hold on.
coward.
Wait. Let me answer that. Let me address that. So I was not impugning this guy because he believes in aliens. My point is that you said that this impugned the evolutionary account, and that would have been true had this guy been positing that this was part of the evolutionary chain and a species found outside of what we would predict. But he's not saying that. He's saying that this is something from off Earth that came to Earth. That does not impugn evolutionary theory, right?
Well,
So hold on. So I'm convinced from his website.
3 times now.
I'm convinced by his website and whom he set the fossils to, which I actually now know a lot more about this guy, having read while you guys were talking. He believes in UFOs and he believes these are aliens. And he has said that they stand outside of the evolutionary account. He's not purporting that these are earthbound, earth-derived creatures. And that is my point to you. My point is not that he's a wacko or any. Hold on. My point is not that he's a wacko or something. I'm not impugning him on that. It's not an ad hom against him. I'm saying he believes this account. And now you have just said that my account is impugned by it. I explained that it's not. It doesn't impugn evolution unless you can show me how it disrupts evolution theory. That an alien. No, the aliens can come.
Congratulations, you found.
Wait.
An actual crazy person.
Wait. Let me finish. We could have aliens arrive to our planet today, Arcane, and it would not have anything to do with the history of evolution, right? So if aliens arrived at the Earth, this skull is purported to be 2,000 years old. If aliens came 2,000 years ago, that wouldn't mean anything about the previous.
Evolution can't explain it.
It came from off the planet.
Right.
No,
so
evolution. Wait, evolution is a theory for life on Earth. An alien coming from another planet could have evolved on that planet. Maybe God put the alien on that planet, but it doesn't say anything to do. It doesn't have anything to do with evolution on this planet. It doesn't impugn it. Okay, and then you made another claim, which was that it does comport. Well, no, it does not. But I just demonstrated how it doesn't.
Saying it, but
and you're free to do more. And you're free. Hold on, and you're free after I'm done talking to tell me how it does more than just saying it does. You can demonstrate your claim because I've demonstrated the contrary. And you've said that this comports with. Hold on, you've said that it comports with your account. And if you're going to be honest and you're going to make that type of claim, you have to explain how it comports with your account. How does an alien skull found from 2,000 years ago comport with what Scripture says? Because I don't know anything in Scripture that says that. So go.
I'm sure you don't, because it's clear that you haven't looked into any of this, including Brian Forrester or what he's put forth. What he has endorsed, though, however, is the Bible on several different cases, and Steve is feel free to have his.
This is hilarious.
Likes. But yeah, this is what they do. They don't want to let the truth get out, so they'll laugh and mock and clap and make any noise possible to detract from their boy being put in his place, which I'm about to do anyway.
Oh, good. I want to hear this. Put it in place.
He's endorsed the Bible, including the people, the experts that he has sent these things to. I've seen them myself on camera and saying that these things align with the biblical text. They align with other texts like the Vedics and all these other ones. So you're making it seem as though there's no cohesiveness, or like this guy's has far out belief because he believes in UFOs.
I didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything about that. I didn't. You're
I'm
lying.
saying,
I didn't say
this
anything.
is the impression that you gave.
No, I
and
didn't.
It's clear, and this is my impression.
No, this
you're
is
giving. You've lied on the man 3 times already, Birch. So I don't believe you. Again,
you're such a lying.
You lied on the man 3 times. You made claims about him.
Now we're telling you that this is Arcane.
So I don't believe anything else you say about the guy.
All right, now look, Arcane.
I can't finish my statement. So yeah, it is crazy.
Can you answer Seth now?
Talk in a way that I talk, and I don't talk for that long. Clearly not as long as these guys.
All right. I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
Mr. Microphone says he doesn't get any airtime.
No,
Wow.
I'm not finished at all. Yeah, as soon as I can go uninterrupted, that would be cool because I didn't, you know what I'm saying, interrupt.
Art Bell thinks you talk too much.
Go ahead, Arcane.
See, this is what I promise I would. So yes, claims he endorses the scripture as well as the other ones, and how this alien creature doesn't fit your evolutionary timeline. You asked for specifically something that does not fit, something that we find in a dig or in archaeology, and by golly, humanoid fossils that don't fit our lineage, don't fit our DNA, does not fit your evolution timeline. I met your criteria for evidence. And now it seems like you're trying to weasel out of it. So, how it relates to the Bible talks about the Nephilim, which are what you people who don't hold talk for that long.
All right, okay.
UFOs and aliens. The person who believes in the Bible has a more nuanced and elegant understanding of what UFOs and aliens are. They're not little green men who evolved in far-off galaxies that came to invade and probe us for our sources and minerals. That is not what we believe. We believe that they were actually some sort of hybrid, separate from the creation of man. Has nothing to do with these crazy little green men up there in flying saucers. But if that's the immature, elementary understanding that you choose to have, I would say that's a very shallow box to be in, and you should climb out of it as soon as possible because it makes more sense over here. So go ahead.
Okay, so now can you answer Seth's question? And then Simon, you can go after that.
Right, I'll be very quick. It was just to make a quick safety announcement that this Adam character that has joined is a fucking maniac. If you've got anything on social media or your webcam or something like that, he'll more than happy turn it on.
He will dox you.
He'll dox you. He'll put all your personal details online for everyone. He'll turn your webcam on.
Wait, who?
This guy Adam.
He's a fucking maniac. So whatever you do, don't give him mods, and I would not give him a hint of your real identity.
Yeah, I dump him on site.
So can you answer Seth now?
I did. Did you not hear it?
I didn't.
Okay. I can say it again if you didn't hear it. I don't know if you can hear what I'm saying. Are described in the Bible as some sort of hybrid creature between humans and another creation of God.
Well, hold on.
They might have been from. There might be spirits, interdimensional spirits that exist.
Hold on, Arcane. I wasn't. I asked you another question. You said you answered me. Did I hear you? I said no.
What we understand as the Nephilim and what you guys understand as aliens.
I asked if you're satisfied with that because I wasn't.
Well, I'm going to say it again because you just talked over the last portion of what I said. Like I said,
we're moving on to something else. That wasn't at all a reference to my question or the question I asked you about being satisfied.
Are you not satisfied with the answer? Because I really don't care.
I asked you if you
were
satisfied.
Clarifying for the moderator who said that they didn't hear me answer you. I was talking to them. I don't care if you're satisfied or not, Seth.
I didn't say I wasn't satisfied. I asked you if you were satisfied with the fact that I did not hear what you said.
Okay. Oh, that's why I was trying to restate it, and you talked over my restatement. So if I need to say it again, I'll be happy to.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. What you're calling little green men or UFOs or aliens?
Little green men.
Or whatever you want to call them, aliens.
Little green men. What are you talking about?
Aliens. I'm making a reference to
what do you think my question
is colloquially understood as aliens. People refer to them commonly as grays, little green men,
What do you think my
flying
question was?
saucers. So, you asked how it fits into the Bible.
What do you think my question was?
You asked me how this creature that I cited fits into the Bible.
No, that wasn't at all my question.
That is what you asked me. So why don't you restate the
Not
question?
even remotely.
Go ahead.
So yeah, my question was: do basketballs fit in the Bible? Do they?
I don't remember you asking me that silly question.
I know,
but yes, they can be made sense of out of the scriptures.
You were being really immature. You wouldn't let me finish the sentence. That's why you didn't hear me ask it.
After I was asked for clarification. Okay.
Did you just ask him if basketball was in the Bible?
Yep.
He did.
Dang, that's deep.
Well, he's got a point. He actually has a point. If you follow him down the line, he'll get to the point.
Honestly, you're really showing your ability to reason if you don't know where I'm going with this, Beck.
Dang, that's deep.
You think?
No, keep going then, Seth. I mean, if you actually have a point to me, it'd be the first time I've ever heard one.
No, I do have a point. My point is I would like an answer to the question.
The word basketball is not mentioned in the Bible, Seth.
Is the game basketball mentioned in the Bible?
Dang, that's
no, it's not.
No. So is it the fact that we play basketball evidence against the Bible?
No, but how does that refer to anything I said?
It's exactly Bert's point. Aliens from another planet don't have anything to do with the evolution of life on Earth. So if they appeared on Earth, it wouldn't be evidence against it.
Well, neither would a flood then, if that's the case. So a flood could be here, and it wouldn't have anything to do with that.
Derp alert. We have a derp alert.
No. The flood totally would, right? Yeah.
Oh, it totally
of course it would.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why?
Really?
Really?
Yeah, really, guys.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay,
use your brain and explain it. You guys have been so deep so far. I'm just flabbergasted.
I don't have any problem. I don't have any problem explaining, Arcane. So, if the flood occurred on Earth and wiped out all the species, we would expect to see given patterns based on that evidence. It's just some of the stuff I've been talking about earlier, right? So that's a very different case from aliens coming, because aliens coming wouldn't have any impact at all to the evolutionary chain unless they came 2,000 years ago and we saw a break at 2,000 years where humans took a deviation, where all of a sudden humans became, because as a result of the aliens coming, there was some impact to it.
This is a humanoid creature we're talking about.
But it doesn't fall into the evolutionary chain, right? Like, I don't have a hard, no, oh my goodness. Are you serious? You really don't get this, Arcane? No, I'm not.
I'm sorry if you don't get it, Bird. We're talking about humanoids.
No, so
that have DNA. They have DNA.
No.
These things have DNA.
Okay. So we have DNA from things older than 2,000 years ago, right? We have DNA.
A creature that's humanoid that has DNA, and you're saying you don't know where this DNA came from.
We have DNA. We can derive certain information about humans 2,000 years, 2,500, 3,000 years ago, right? We can look at mummies, right? We can extract these things, and we can actually do some
DNA evolve.
No, but his claim is that this skull is 2,000 years ago, right? So if aliens came 2,000 years ago, that doesn't. Oh my goodness, no, it's not. That's your very point, right? So
no, it's
irrelevant. If your point is that these aliens were pseudo humans and had some influence in the evolutionary chain, where is it? Where is that influence? How do they fit into the picture? Oh my goodness!
Justify the evidence that has been found, namely the fact that it has DNA, and you believe that DNA evolved. So if it doesn't fit your evolutionary chain, then I'd say that's a problem, and it satisfied your burden of evidence that you asked for.
Where does it enter the DNA? So you believe
just
these have
admit that I
DNA?
satisfied the burden of evidence and just move on.
No, I'm trying to understand your point. Actually,
this thing has DNA, and it doesn't fit. This living creature, this lived on Earth, obviously, has DNA.
Wait, but that's not what this guy says.
And it doesn't fit your evolutionary timeline, and you
That's
don't have
not
an
what
answer
his
for it.
claim is, Arcane.
I've met your burden of proof.
So I have a line of DNA that goes back through humans, right? And then we're positing a common ancestor, right? But I can even look at humans 3,000 years ago, or like 3,800 years ago, or not 3,800, 2,800 years ago, right? Like we can find evidence. I think actually we have DNA evidence from Ice Age from like 10,000 years old, right? I think
older.
Well, they claim they have it for millions of years old. They got dinosaurs and stuff. So
so then we have this alien. So then let's say we have this alien, and let's say this alien does have DNA, or let's say it happened on Earth and it's not inside the evolutionary chain. What does that say? What should we conclude from that?
I've satisfied your request.
No, I'm asking you. No, I'm asking you how it impugns.
That does not fit the evolutionary chain.
No, you haven't.
And you're trying to avoid it, and you just won't be honest and admit it. I would admit it if I were you.
Hold on. I'm being very patient, Arcane, because I'm actually giving you some latitude here to make your point. How does it impugn it? What does it tell us about?
My point loud and clear.
That's all right. If you don't want to answer, it's okay. But I'm giving you the opportunity to answer.
It's very loud and clear. I asked you. You asked me.
No, you just pointed to something.
You're saying that this Tiktaalik and all of these things. These are based on a prediction from an evolutionary standpoint. And you said, name one thing that's out of place, one thing that doesn't fit. And I said, okay, how about this skull that's not human but is human? And you're like, well, this guy who presents it believes in UFOs. Now you're trying to take it somewhere else.
No, I'm not trying to take it someplace. No, I'm not trying to take it someplace else. I'm actually trying to stick on the point. So Seth brought up the basketball example. What you're doing is you're going, look at basketball. See? Now what I'm asking you to do is say, tell me how the basketball doesn't fit. So you're saying, hey, look at this DNA impugns evolution. So now I'm asking you how it impugns evolution. Just like how does the basketball?
You're the one who said it doesn't fit.
Oh my God. I'm asking you how it doesn't fit.
You're the one who said this does not fit in our evolutionary chain. It's up to you to reconcile why it doesn't fit. It's not up for me to speculate for you.
No.
You think I don't know these cheap little philosophical tricks? It's not going to work on Arcane.
You atheist.
This might work on someone else. It just will not work on Arcane.
Try this, Bert. If we found a rabbit in the Precambrian, would that be out of place?
Yes. Yeah.
Why would that be out of place?
Because we have certain predictions we make about Precambrian fossils and what forms we should expect to find there. And so if we found it there, just like all the other examples I brought up, I would have to find some reason to think why this would be there. And if I can't find any other reason or anything that's plausible, it impugns evolution. Like I would have to come up with some other theory.
Arcane, Bert wants you to do that with the alien skulls.
Go.
Okay, so yeah, I can go into more detail if you need that. Sure, why not? So the fact that these skulls have different parietal plates, just that they aren't fully human along with the DNA, but the Bible, along with some other evidence, suggests that these people were highly intelligent, they were highly renowned and respected. And this evidence is also shown in the way that they were buried. They were mummified, they were set in tombs with shrines, and people paid homage to these people. They weren't just deformed idiots walking around with
okay, so we could
breath. I'm gonna mute Steve until I'm done talking because that's very inappropriate.
That was actually a very sincere yawn. I actually did really did.
Yeah, so keep it to a minimal. I don't need your interruptions while I'm talking. I appreciate it, Steve. Yes.
Well, and the fact that was don't mute me because that was an actual yawn, Kane. That was not a slight to you. So don't mute me. Now you can go.
Yeah, I'm not done. If I can get some moderation so I can finish answering Seth's question that the moderator asked me to answer, I would appreciate it. So yeah, thank you. Anyway, so the fact that these things show commonalities with humans, but they're not human, it's not explained in the evolutionary tree, which claims to have it figured out. Couple that with the fact that the artifacts found around these were extravagant in their engineering precision in a way that we can't do it today. Also, doesn't fit the evolutionary theory. So there existed humans in the past that were technologically superior when an evolutionary timeline says that we were progressing to sort of elementary understanding of engineering and physics. So yeah, there's two examples there. Do you need further elaboration, Seth?
So, it was Bert's question. I was just clarifying.
Yeah, so they're not humans, though. That's the point. You said that they're humans who are advanced, but they're not humans.
Right. That's exactly right. They don't
fit
our human evolutionary timeline.
Right,
they don't fit it.
Right. So there is a possibility that they could actually be a different evolutionary timeline, and that wouldn't actually impugn evolution. They could have come about by another.
To support that?
No, but do you have evidence that they're part of the human evolution, that they're part of the human evolutionary timeline, or that they somehow impugn it? Okay, let's hear that.
I do.
Okay,
I have written accounts going back further than 2,000 years, which suggests so. Plus,
wait, where are these?
All over the world. Plus the artifacts found near these people that suggest other, if not otherworldly, other contemporary knowledge.
Did they have things? Did they either have artifacts?
They held.
Did they have artifacts predicted? Did they have artifacts predicted?
So
did they have artifacts predicted by the Bible, or did Scripture predict these aliens?
Yeah.
Really? What are those artifacts? What are those artifacts?
But yeah, that's irrelevant. Yeah, I don't buy into your cheap tricks. Nice try, but the other several, Bert.
Cheap tricks.
If you were a truth seeker, you would know what I know. Dude, how about that one? You get it to my level, Bert. How about that one?
You're too
fast for me, Arcane.
Devil worshiper.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up, Bert. There's fascinating. It's all over the place. Too bad you won't, though. Too bad you will never do that. You'll come on here in your 40s and you will try and troll Christians for some reason I don't know. But till you're 50,
Christians? Are you kidding me? Arcane, I have been polite to you. I've been
punked. Take you serious, brother. Brother, I can't tell. I'm sorry. I can't. I laugh every time.
Bert of ad homs, right?
Yeah.
Bert of ad homs 20 minutes ago, and now we don't have to listen to Bert because he just trolls Christians.
I'm just curious.
That's all Bert has done so far is troll me.
Have you ran into Arcane before, Bert?
Yeah. We talked a couple. What? What are you talking about? We talked about flat Earth. We talked about flat Earth like a week and a half ago or something.
No. But I mean, how long have you known Arcane?
I think my first hangout with Arcane, I've PM'd Arcane. I don't know what you're talking about, Arcane. I talked to you about Maudi. I said I appreciated your relationship with Maudi.
How's it feel when people lie on
He's
a year, maybe?
No, but we don't interact all that much. But the thing is, I actually
trolls like this, right? You understand that, right?
I don't mind chatting with Arcane, and it's all fine.
Eventually, you get to the point where you just done.
If Steve wasn't in the room, the conversation would go much better. I guarantee.
I know. I'm off the devil. Yeah, I'm the white devil.
How long ago was the last time you had a conversation with Arcane? Are you aware that he believes that the Earth is flat now?
No, yeah, we've chatted about that, but let me just say to Arcane's point about me trolling Christians. I had a show called Welcome to My Bubble where I had Christians on all the time. Like I'd have Creed on or
troll them.
Like, yeah, exactly. And I actually try to be fair to Christians in that I used to believe very strongly, so I understand how somebody can believe something as Beckel does. Like I actually appreciate Beckel's faith. I'm not trying to.
What are you doing right now?
Beckel was fine.
Why are you laughing in my? You asked me for an answer, then you want to laugh in my face and mock me and ridicule me and lie on me. Why?
No, not at all, Arcane. I'm trying. I'm not trying to make this at your expense.
So I don't have anything else to go on but that evidence that you've shown me. So.
Oh, my goodness. Anyway. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just trying to be.
Only when you're egged on by Steve and others. When you're by yourself, me and you are okay. But when you're with them,
there you go. Get a room together, guys.
Arcane, I have not been. Arcane, I haven't said a harsh word to you this entire time.
You're trying to suck it in by niceness.
Sarcastic and mocking and ridiculing and very foolish the whole time.
Bert,
oh my goodness!
Arcane had this exact same conversation last night. When I challenged him on a couple of things. I was very, very nice. I practically begged him to just answer my questions, and I at no point laughed at him or called him an idiot, and he became very standoffish the way he's doing right now.
That's why I just say fuck it, call him an idiot.
No, Seth does the same thing. He came in the hangout trolling me with Joseph. I mean, you guys do this. You know you do this. It's recorded 1,000 times. Come on, I don't have to justify that to you guys. The moderator has called you on this.
Do you still believe the Earth is flat after Red's rhetoric proved it was wrong?
That was the conversation. That was the conversation I was in. Yeah. So.
If you believe Red's rhetoric is correct, and
I still claim that he has an expertise.
Sir, I admire your faith.
Arcane, I'm just trying to be the type of atheist you'd want to have in a hangout who will actually let you talk and hear your points out, right? And so I'm trying to actually give you questions and actually solicit how you might see things. And I know we'll disagree on it.
I don't want people to lie on I don't want people to lie on me. I don't want people to mock me or ridicule me. I don't want that. So when you guys start doing that, I can play ball, yo. That's what I do. So,
but I didn't do any of that.
I don't want to lie on you. I don't want to lie on you, Arcane. I don't have birth control.
Then stop doing it, man.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to lie on Arcane. I guarantee it. There's a few others on my
That's all you have to do
line,
is
but
stop doing it, man.
You though, however, try to be extra careful to not strawman people's positions, though, which we have seen several examples of tonight.
No, just throw that around. Like, if you don't understand the argument, you're like, "Oh, you're strawmanning me." I've noticed that a lot. It's like, you can tell. You can tell when somebody's not understanding what the argument actually is, and instead of saying, "You know what? Can you just maybe rephrase the argument differently?" They throw out, "You're strawmanning my position."
Well, but if you
can watch it back and see what happens.
This goes
I've
back.
heard that term throughout so many times when it's not applicable.
But this goes right back to the hijacking on your part of definitions of terms. See, this is the problem. See, it's okay for
now I'm hijacking definitions of terms.
Yeah, but you have displayed that a couple of times in this discussion. Again, we were talking about the conversation started off with talking about how do we determine if the evidence that's presented to us is actually proving a certain position.
Right.
And all I kept saying is that we have two different groups of people that say the opposite thing.
You asked that because you couldn't answer the questions.
Wait.
But you can't, okay, it doesn't matter if I can answer certain questions or not. The problem still stands that you have two groups of people that have different opinions and different conclusions about the evidence that is being presented.
The question that originally spawned all this was what would you consider objective evidence, right? Because we're all subjects. We all have beliefs about things, but we believe that there's objective criteria we can examine and actually come to some conclusions about. And so we were asking you guys for what you would consider to be objective evidence. I think that was Joe's question to you. And then I gave you guys examples. And then when I provided those examples, you guys said, well, that's not enough. So then the question is, what would you guys like to see? And Arcane raised some examples, and I'm telling him why I might have issues with those. Okay. And I was trying to solicit how he might see how they fit into it. That's all I was doing.
Okay. Again, all I'm saying to you, and I don't understand how you guys are missing this. All I'm saying to you is that it is a fact that you have people of different positions coming to different conclusions about the things that we're observing.
Trivially true. That's trivially true.
Right. We did when we brought up Mormonism.
Trying to affirm, you guys are like arguing up and down and throwing your arms up in the air when I present to you just a different position.
That was my example. That was my example to you about Scientology and Mormonism, right? Like there are two sides to us and them, right?
That is a slightly issue, but yeah.
But my point is that we don't believe the claims of I assume you don't believe the claims of Joseph Smith, and you don't believe the claims of Mormonism. And it's because
I don't believe the claims that you're making about the earth, about the flood not being, the evidence not being
right. And sure. And for the same reason, I'd expect you to render reasons why, like we could probably both agree on the same reasons for Joseph Smith not believing him and not believing the Mormon account and the archaeology that they claim to find or whatever. Yeah. Like we could probably agree on that.
Hey Bert, so, let's try this.
Let me wait. Let me just finish this one point. I'm almost done.
Mm-hmm.
In the same way, I would want you to present to me reasons why I should think that there's a flood, and I should have to, if I'm going to make the claim that the flood did not occur. Hold on. If I'm going to make the claim that the flood did not occur, I should be able to give you objective reasons to think that. Exactly. Now, of course, there's two sides to it. Right, but only one side's right. And the way we go about evaluating which side's right is we compare the evidence and we see what warrants confidence and what doesn't, right? We can agree with that, right?
Yeah, we do. However, the problem is that you're determining based off of, that it all depends on how you're determining whether or not the evidence is proof of a certain position.
Sure, that's a different thing.
It's way too old of an argument and debate. In order for you to sit and dogmatically tell me that this side is wrong because of the position that this other side has.
So the debate over Islam goes back quite long, right? But we can look at that. But my point.
We're talking about the existence. We're talking about the validation of the flood account versus.
We can look at the claims of Muhammad. We can look at the claims of Muhammad, right?
I don't want to talk about the claims of Muhammad. I want to talk about you asked me about my faith.
Right, Reckel. But my point is that just because claims are old and because there are still varying viewpoints doesn't mean that we go, well, we can't find out. we still bring evidence.
I'm not saying that we can't find out. I'm saying that there's a possibility that the evidence that's presented is a proof of a certain position. However, you still got the problem of other people disagreeing with you on a certain thing, and you guys are trying to tell me that there is some level of authority that you guys appeal to that automatically says that the other side is wrong.
Actually,
I'm speaking from a layman's perspective here.
Right.
I'm personally not convinced of the argument against the worldwide flood.
And I accept that. And what I think actually the original point of this whole thing was I was telling you reasons why I don't believe. And I don't expect you to believe it on my say so. I certainly didn't believe it on other people's say so at the time. I had to go do my own investigation into it, right? But my point to you is that simply because there are two sides to something, and simply because it is a long debate, does not mean that both sides have equal warrant, right? And it may be the case that yours has more warrant, or it could be the case that mine has more warrant. And what we do is we raise the types of claims that I showed, like the types of predictions that I think show the case, and you can do the same, and then we are free to impugn each other's. And it doesn't, just because we can both do that doesn't mean that both has good arguments, right?
Okay.
So okay. Well,
that's my point.
Okay.
So like, here's an example of that. Let's get philosophical and just chill for a second. So today, here's an example of what actually happened to me. So I came home, and my lady baked me an amazing cake, a chocolate cake, and I love chocolate cake, and so chocolate all over my floor, and she has a daughter who's 4 years old, and I've seen this happen before, right? This is nothing new. So I automatically go, what is this? We've been through this. You know, I automatically, based on the evidence I saw, concluded, in fact, it was actually my lady this time who did it. It's because you have the evidence leading to that doesn't mean that someone couldn't have made a case for my lady. But just because I was conditioned already to think that the child did it. But, you know, I think that is the trap that we fall into when we just, you know,
right. But you eventually came to the right
without questioning them our whole lives. And then someone brings a question and it's like,
but you eventually came to the right conclusion because more evidence came to bear, whether it was your lady coming in and going, hey, look, I did that, or maybe you found some other piece of evidence that led you to it. So yeah, we can be wrong about it,
right.
But that was probably because you didn't have enough. You were inferring on a single inference that the 4-year-old had done that before, when maybe that's not actually, maybe that's not enough to warrant a high degree of confidence such that you should assert it, right? So it may be that you need, but eventually, but you believe your lady did it now, right? You believe that now, and that's because
but at the time I could have, could have stopped and thought, and perhaps I could have, instead of going and scolding the child and jumping to the conclusion, I could have stopped and, you know, investigated. And I'm saying what me and Veckel are bringing is the evidence that it was the lady instead of the child. But since you're so conditioned to think it was the child automatically, that's the whole point. You're so conditioned to think it was the child automatically.
But you could find out tomorrow that from your lady that she knew you were going to get upset with the child, and so she told you that she did it, right? Like, so you're operating on a certain number of inferences, and you're trying to bring in as much data as possible to actually render a conclusion, right? So, and we could be wrong. I could be wrong about evolution, but that's why I think actually, like, the numerous reasons I have in the cross fields, actually across so many fields, actually is reason to think it. And you think otherwise, and so then I welcome your challenges to those, to go, hey, look at Bert, you really shouldn't think that. That's too much. Like, so.
I just want to point out that evolution could be wrong, so he's kicked out of the atheist club.
Yeah, you can't let them know that, Bert. You can't tell them that. It's supposed to be
closest to a real atheist I've ever met. So keep it up, Bert.
Well, he was just a Satan.
How does that work?
Yeah, wait a minute. How does that work? Where do you get the good atheist? Fuck you, Bert.
If you're honest, and this is just my interpretation of atheism, if you're honest about atheism, you can't really know anything to begin with. So.
So you never.
I certainly didn't say that.
Yeah, Bert doesn't know anything.
I agree with that. That follows with what people say they could be wrong about everything that follows. So.
You got to remember.
At least you're consistent.
I don't say that I can be wrong about everything. If we want to get
it doesn't matter. You're wrong.
Isn't that ultimately where this kind of discussion leads to about about epistemology and how do you know things? How do you know things to be true? I mean, again, we're arguing. You have two different groups. I know I've said this before. But we have two different groups looking at the same thing, but coming up to two different conclusions.
Therefore, Mormonism could be. Therefore, Mormonism could be the case. Hey, look at that.
So can Jehovah's Witnesses, so can Scientology.
Okay, great. So how do you go outside and upon what basis do you determine that this
that was Joe's question?
Are you going?
Joe was trying to get you to answer, Veckle. Joe was trying to get you to answer that very same question.
I thought I answered the question.
Okay, but you just admitted that Christianity could be wrong and Scientology could be right.
No, I didn't say that.
You did. You did.
No, I didn't. Rewind the video.
You just implied it.
Rewind the video. No, that's a flat out lie.
You've just literally implied it.
No, I did not. That's a flat out lie.
Steve, what he said, Steve, actually. Yeah, what he actually said, Steve, was that therefore we have to go out and find ways to come about the knowledge.
Right. I agree with that. But if we don't know, if nobody can know anything,
Steve, right? I didn't say that either.
Well, Arcane did.
Steve, do you not listen to the words?
Arcane said Bert can't know anything.
Right, yeah.
Well,
I'm pretty sure they think...
Just Bert can't know anything. Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that. Just Bert can't.
Do you guys not listen to what's being said to you? You just immediately have this knee-jerk apologetics that you just want to attack.
No, that's
wait,
that comes out of a person's mouth.
Wow.
I mean,
you did the same thing.
Bert, hold on. Let me repeat this again.
Yeah, Bert doesn't know anything.
In no way, shape,
right.
This is crazy. I in no way, shape, or form. You can rewind it. Go. I in no way, shape, or form asserted that no one can know anything. Those words never came out of my mouth. I'm simply asking questions. That's all I'm doing.
But you're saying you have their side and their side.
Challenging your position. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing.
So
I'm not saying that I have the answers. I'm simply saying, look, we have two different sides saying opposite things about the one thing that they're both looking at. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, you can't know anything. I didn't say that.
I can get you, maybe I can find a math person that says 1 + 1 = 3, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be right.
No.
Just because different people, you have an overwhelming majority, and yes, it's not an argument. It's not a popularity argument. It is a fact that the absolutely overwhelming majority of every science person in the entire world accepts this, and the few that doesn't do anything in the field. They don't publish anything. They don't have any arguments.
So numbers of
wait. You can make what's called a provisional.
God damn it!
You can make a provisional induction thing saying, okay, I'm not saying this is absolutely true because a whole bunch of people said this. That would be argument ad populum. But if I said, you know what, it is a far more likely chance that if all these experts are saying is true, there is a higher chance that it is probably true.
Okay, well,
that's Arcane laws. If a scientist says something is true, it's more likely it probably is. If the scientist says it's possible,
the theologian says it's true, then
it's probably incorrect.
Okay,
so probabilistic speaking, are you telling me that if you had every expert in the world saying, you know, Veckle, you know what, we hate to tell you this, but we found cancer, but we know how to get rid of it.
Who said that, Steve?
You guys say, you know what, but we don't know how to get rid of it.
Who said that, Steve?
You know what, we don't know how to, we can solve it using this.
Who said that, Steve?
Medicine here. Which one would you go with? Would you go with the three people?
Who said that, Steve?
Or the scientists?
Nobody.
You didn't hear that come out of my mouth.
Exactly. You were too busy trying to interrupt. Do you understand what I was trying to tell you?
I understand, Steve. The problem is, Steve, you're trying to argue against something that I'm not even affirming. I'm just simply speaking from a subjective standpoint as a layman. That's all I'm telling you.
You should understand, though, if all the scientists in the world, besides a very small,
I'm simply questioning it. That's
so which one do you which one, probabilistically speaking? Not if you don't even know what the hell we're talking about. Let's say you can pick any subject you want, but you have 1 million scientists that say, you know what, this is the case, and you have 3 people that are not very that reputable.
Oh, there it is.
They're saying, well, they don't have any studies. They are questionable.
A populum.
Okay, no, this is not. You don't want to add. Can you tell me what argument ad populum is, please?
Here we go. Here we
You
go.
threw it out there, so I want. Wait, no. He's thrown it out there, so he needs to tell me why I committed argument ad populum.
Discussions with certain atheists, because the problem that I find myself involved in with certain individuals such as yourself is that you like to hijack certain definitions in order to try to validate the position that you have.
Exactly.
So I'm not. I mean, I can give you the definition. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Give me the definition, please. How do I commit?
Hold on. I can send you. I can send you a definition.
I want you to tell me
how I can send you a definition that affirms the way I'm using the term. But what you're going to do as an atheist is you're going to go to as a non-believer, I should say. I know you're not an atheist.
Okay.
But what you're going to do. But what you're going to do is you're going to immediately disregard anything that I present to you.
I'm giving the opportunity. You've thrown out a thousand.
Steve, all I'm doing, Steve.
So
Steve,
I want you to
Steve,
tell me how I committed that fallacy. Can you do it, or are you going to take it back?
Steve,
no, I'll keep talking. I'll keep talking over and over and over again.
You're not making any points.
I don't have any obligation to abide by anything that you ask me. All I'm saying, Steve, is that I've admitted to you on several occasions in this hangout and prior to us coming into this hangout that I'm speaking as a layman. Therefore, because I've admitting that, I cannot speak dogmatically on a lot of the things that you guys are talking about in this hangout.
Then don't use fallacies.
I'm willing to learn.
Know what they are.
However, yes, I can use fallacies. However, I not call them out. Yes, I am using it correctly.
Okay, then
you just said you're not trying to use ad populum, but however, you started talking about you got 1 billion people over here that say this one thing, but then you got these 3 people.
How is that argument ad populum?
The numbers. Look, Steve, listen, man. Stop with this knee-jerk.
Why don't you just justify your claim, Beckel?
Just stop. Steve, stop with the knee-jerk apologetic, please.
This is not knee-jerk apologetics. You accuse me of committing a fallacy.
I know you don't want. I know you really care about my understanding. Okay, the problem is, Steve. Look, this is just my position. You got 2 groups. They're both looking at the same quote-unquote evidence. Both are coming up with 2 completely different conclusions.
I'm going to ask you again. You said I committed a fallacy.
If you're asking me,
can you justify the fallacy, Beckel? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to us how I committed the fallacy.
No, I don't. But I'm not going to answer you, and I don't want to veer off the topic.
Fallacy when I did it.
Well, but you have though. But you have.
You don't want to veer off the topic.
The problem is, Steve, look, I don't want to veer off the topic, okay? I presented you. I presented you. I presented you my claim, and that's that.
Good. You were wrong, Beckel. Let me explain to you what.
That's your opinion.
No, that's not
to explain why, especially if you're not going to justify it, Beckel. Come on.
Yeah, you are going to justify it, Beckel. So I'm going to explain to you why it's not a fallacy. A fallacy would be if I said.
Here we go with the atheist trying to hide their definitions.
Beckel, if you talk over me one more time, I'm going to mute you. Okay, I'm going to mute you. Okay, so what the argument ad populum is if I say claim X is true because a certain number of people believe this, okay, that would be argument ad populum. I've been arguing that the popularity vote, the popularity of the population believes something to be true, therefore it is true. I am not saying that. I'm asking you. No, I'm not. I never said that the claim is true. I'm saying what is more likely probabilistically. If you have 1,000 experts that say claim, no, it's not a fallacy.
Yes,
what fallacy?
You're appealing to the probable. The probability of it being true by virtue of how many people believe it.
Okay, what's the name of that fallacy, please?
Ad populum.
No, that is the claim if it's true or not. I'm not saying if it's true.
Call it whatever you want, bandwagon fallacy.
If you have 1,000 doctors that say that you have a disease and you have one doctor that says you have something else, what is more likely? Is it a fallacy to go with that one doctor?
Still a fallacy, yes. That's still a fallacy.
Then what's the name of it?
Still a fallacy.
What's the name of it?
Okay, I'm going to
say it's not a fallacy to say it's more likely. It's a fallacy to say it's true.
Yes, it is. You're saying it's more likely
that's not
because the amount of so-called popular experts that agree with it. That's what you're saying.
So in other words, what King is saying is, if you go check out 1,000 doctors that say you have disease X, but one doctor just says disease Y, and you go with the doctors that say you have disease X, right, for treatment, he says that's a fallacy to do it that way. So he would go with either one. To him, it doesn't matter.
It's a logical fallacy. might be a practical usage in a accepted society, but it's still a logical fallacy, Steve, to appeal to majority to appeal to the popular consensus.
Yeah, you're just an idiot,
Majority of a population.
Oh, now there's another fallacy right there.
I let you finish, so I don't know why you're cutting me off when I let you finish.
Ad hominem.
I guess if you can't let me finish, I mean, I'll let you finish.
I've explained it.
That's not okay. I don't know. That's just moderated anymore.
Hang on. He said it's a
this thing still on?
This is not an ad hominem fallacy. An ad
Just
hominem fallacy.
repeating yourself over and over that it's not an ad hom or not.
Moderation.
Why are you just repeating over and over that it's not a fallacy? Let someone.
Can I maybe offer a conversation change?
Yeah, we should change.
So
topics.
you can't.
Let's get off.
You can't let anyone explain how you're being fallacious.
Arcane,
That's very tactical. I agree with that.
Arcane.
I wouldn't want to do that either, Simon. Would you?
Arcane, as a religious person, what's your stance on the death penalty?
As I am, but I'm saying, for someone to be called out on a fallacy and then mute everyone trying to expose the fallacy,
let's just move. Let's just move on.
Well, I've tried to move on, but he doesn't want to.
Well, he just wanted to point out.
You guys don't want to let it be known that the common arguments that you allow these people to use are fallacious.
I just
know,
don't give a
but the
fuck
fact that me and Veckel actually want to continue, me and Veckel want to continue this line of thought, whether you guys want to.
So we could talk.
I'm gonna continue exposing how it is an ad populum fallacy. You could say 3 doctors agree that we should diagnose it with this.
Well, why
with
don't
A.
you and Veckel
One doctor agrees that we should diagnose them with B. If you say that the 3 doctors are more likely to be correct because it's 3 doctors,
so let's just.
Is a fallacy in logic. Whether you pragmatically or practically abide by that philosophy,
it's
up to you. But it's still
so we can all go on our own and find out about fallacies on our own. While we just go ahead and change the topic.
No, that was a fallacy. Steve was being fallacious. So.
That's fine. Okay, whatever. Whether he was or wasn't, let's move on. Let's just go to something else.
You're not going to acknowledge that or call him out on it or say anything about it, right? Nothing.
No, honestly, I phased out about 3 minutes ago. But let's just.
Yeah, I know. Anything that doesn't comport with what you believe, you just roll off.
Yeah, no, I just got tired. No, because nobody. No, it's because nobody likes to hear the talking over. I can't understand what you guys are saying anyway, right? So let's just move on.
I really want to dive into this.
I'm sure that's the reason why.
It's a great topic.
Simon, you can't until Arcane learns to shut the fuck up.
Simon, what's your position on the death penalty?
Well, I want to dive into it because I've had a lot of religious people tell me that they're very for the death penalty, and the Bible confirms the death penalty is for fair use, and in certain scenarios. And I've had a lot of people tell me, especially a lot of religious people tell me on the contrary that there, in no circumstances murder is acceptable. There may be some selective passages, but
what's wrong with the death penalty?
Right.
What's wrong with the death penalty?
I'm for the death penalty, but I'm pretty moderate in that.
I'll give a few reasons why I disagree with the death penalty. You can agree or disagree with me. All right.
What a Christian thing to say. How callous. What's wrong with the death penalty?
Well, I'll give you.
It's a reasonable question. I mean, he brought up this.
Seth doesn't troll at all, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I'll give you my reasons.
What an atheist thing to say. Something is wrong with the death penalty.
Let Simon finish.
Do you say abortion is okay? I mean,
just let Simon finish.
I'll give you my reasons why I disagree with the death
penalty.
Well,
it is killing something.
Just let Simon finish.
Okay. All right. Well, one, it does nothing to deter crime. It's been shown that even states with the death penalty have higher murder rates and higher homicide rates that act as than states around it that do not have the death penalty, such as Oregon. Innocent people have been sentenced to death and have been murdered and then later been found innocent. About 1 in 10 people that go through the death penalty are mentally unstable and mentally ill. Most of them are these mentally unstable people are drugged at their court dates to make them seem more stable and so that they can be prosecuted and sentenced. It costs about $1.5 million to execute someone in the US. It's more expensive than keeping someone in prison for 30 years or plus. It does nothing to give the family any sort of closure or satisfaction. It's been shown in many cases by a number of doctors that this is not the case. It doesn't give them any sort of closure or sense of justice. If anything, it makes them feel worse. It's been I can provide all the evidence for this if you want, but yeah, those are just some of the topics. There are many more.
And I disagree with all those, and I'm a pro death penalty. So.
You're arguing from a practical standpoint of your belief that the death penalty is inefficacious. That's what you're saying, right?
I think it's there are better alternatives to the death penalty.
Yeah, it's also applied unequally in this country.
Yeah,
that's
the
only everything that you guys said. That's the only thing that's actually legit.
What's wrong with that though?
Get sentenced to death for black. It's more for black on white crime than as.
But the other ones I don't agree with. Simon was
it's
saying.
A fucking lethal lottery.
Because it only is more expensive because of the appeal process, and yes, there are many families that do want that kind of justice. Okay, I would if somebody called something. I want the justice. I want that person to cease to exist because they are no longer a benefit to society. But the only reason it's more expensive is because the appeal process is more expensive.
Studies that show the families are getting no gratification from
yes.
it.
It's not true. It depends on your study. That's a very subjective claim.
Well, I can provide the studies if you want.
But that's a very subjective claim. There's still families out there that will get benefit from it. Do you disagree with that?
Well, they say they get benefit from it.
Do you think the money that would have been spent?
I don't care about the family. I'm only pro death penalty for one reason. If a person is unable to function in society such that they're going to be detrimental and harm other people, we have no reason to keep them on this planet. That's it. That's my only reason for it. No, I think you need to kill them. They need to be taken out of the population.
Simon, as the religious person, Simon, what's wrong with the death penalty?
I've gave you a number of reasons. Like each slice of this pie I've offered you is not one sufficient enough reason, I don't think. But all of it together is a fucking monumental reason. I can't see any benefit in it. It's more expensive. It doesn't deter crime. It doesn't give gratification to the families.
Simon, what happens if it was less expensive? Because the appeals process is what makes it expensive. So let's take away all those things.
Right now it's about 40 grand to keep someone in prison for a year. All right.
Yes. Let's say that it's not. Let's say that they figured out a way to make it very, very inexpensive to put the death penalty in. They don't have the appeal process, so let's say it's cheaper to execute. Let's say that people do have closure. And what was the other one? States that have the higher murder. Let's say the states that lower murder rates. So if all those things three things were taken away, would you still be against the death penalty?
Well, you've not made the claim against the mentally ill people that are being killed as well, and the people that are being innocent and being murdered.
That's a legit one. That one and the fact that it's applied unequally are the two that I think are legit. The rest ones I don't think are that legit.
So the people that have been found guilty, kept murdered, and then been proven innocent.
Right, but that's why it needs to be more.
I'll give you an example, Steve. I don't know if you've got kids or not, or yeah. There's a guy in Oregon. He was found to have caused a fire in his house, which killed his 3 younger daughters, and he was sentenced to death for it. It was turned out that this fire was caused by an electrical error, not by him.
I wouldn't. That doesn't. See, I only have death penalty for certain types of cases. If you're a serial killer, serial pedophile, something along those lines, that's when we know there's no question about it. That's what the death penalty should be. So in other cases where we're not, there is some ambiguity. No, then I'm not for the death penalty. So it is very selective.
So what about the fact that it's a completely racist system?
That's something that needs to be overcome. But that doesn't mean that's not against death penalty. That's against how we're implementing it.
I'm still not seeing any benefits to what you're saying. They need to be removed from society.
Because
you do that in a much cheaper way by putting them in prison for life.
But if it wasn't cheaper, let's say it was cheaper to execute them.
But it is cheaper.
But I'm taking that away.
Well, I think money's a poor argument to make for
money's a very poor argument.
No, I don't think it is. I think the basis, if it's cost, I think that's a poor argument. Judge someone's
I'm giving you more than just cost.
I think a better argument is applied unequally. That's a much better argument.
I'm giving you a number of arguments.
and but you're not understanding. I'm saying, if it was cheaper, if they could,
If it was
That's
cheaper,
one argument. That's one part of the total
if
thing.
it was cheaper, that slice of the pie would be removed, and you
Okay.
would have a
So
shit
let's look at
ton
the piece
left more of pie.
Yeah, and try and look at the core things of the pie that really matter: the unequal distribution of it, and the possibility that it might be innocent.
Innocent people being killed.
Those are the two main ones.
How about poor forensics?
Yep.
Well, that's
How
the same
about if you
thing as
can't
the other
afford a defense lawyer, you're more likely.
Again,
or
that's
a
the same as
decent
somebody else might be
defense.
innocent being convicted. That's the same thing.
Do you know 68% of all death penalty cases can be overturned by a better defense?
Yeah.
Again, that is the same thing. Somebody being unjustly convicted. They all go to that.
Actually, aren't you committing a bit of a just world fallacy here? I mean, it's all very well saying if everything was ideal and perfect, we'd have perfect forensics, we'd know for sure that the person we're committing to death was the right person,
we would say
this is not how the world is.
I hate to go back.
Is there any doubt that Hitler did what he did? Do we need forensics for that?
I hate to keep going back
come
to
on, let's not go
Foster,
God.
but see if we just get rid of the death penalty in California. Over 5 years.
I don't want to get rid of it. I want to implement it in every state.
Hitler's just one person.
For what purpose? It does nothing.
I'm pro death penalty. What do you want me to tell you?
You're pro death penalty, and yet you've got no arguments for it. That's not
irrational position. Wait, Simon, are you arguing? Why are you? What are you trying to argue? Are you trying to say how it doesn't affect show any results? Practically speaking, or are you trying to point out
any results practically speaking?
This isn't the moral argument. Let's stay out of it.
Well, that's why I'm trying to wonder why he's bringing it up.
You don't need to come at it from a moral standpoint.
Veckel, are you going to be really as reductionist to say that atheists can't have this conversation because they don't have objective morality?
Yeah, I probably would, but that's why I'm trying to figure out why he brought up the issue in the first place. I mean,
you think I don't have morality, Veckel?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just wondering from what angle you're trying to argue, because if you're saying practically speaking, I would have to beg to differ. I do see that the world probably could be far worse without the death penalty being stated. But you're saying that there's
could be.
What does it mean to be far worse?
Could be.
All crimes, all murders? What does that mean?
Maybe even would be. I mean, if I do believe that it acts as a deterrent to some degree.
Well, there's no proof of that.
How do you know that?
Because studies have shown that there's no proof of that.
Studies does not show that. Studies show only that the crime is increasing, but that's it. It doesn't show.
Actually, it's been decreasing. Crime has been decreasing.
I beg to differ to that, but.
So you're going to deny that too, even though the FBI says he's
deny it because he hasn't seen it with his own eyes.
The death penalty has never acted as a deterrent towards anyone who is about to commit a crime that would end up putting them in that position. All you're looking at is the numbers on a surface level, which that's fine, but that doesn't mean that they absolutely have no deterrent effect at all.
Well, you're the one making the claim, all right? I'm the one here saying there has been no evidence showing that it acts as a deterrent. The balls in your court show that it has been.
Well, I'm not making a claim. I'm trying to understand your position, and I don't think that you have. Okay, yeah, maybe. All right, maybe it is a claim. But my claim is that I don't see anything that really affirms your position. I mean, you don't know if somebody.
I said I can prove.
Go ahead.
Provide you case study that can be backed up.
Yeah, but you're going by numbers, though. I'm talking about. I'm talking about the.
Wait, Veckel, what? Veckel, what?
All I'm saying is that isn't there not a possibility that there could have been twice as many crimes that could have occurred because of the instatement of the death penalty? Maybe that did deter some criminals.
Hold on.
Let Bert go.
Let me ask Veckel a question. So, because I think this is what we're curious about. Or I'm curious about it anyway. You said it could be the case that there are 2 times more murders, but it could be the case that there are 3 or 4 more times murders. My question to you would be: you said I don't see any evidence, and I'm wondering what you're looking at. Are you saying that you don't see evidence around you in your, or
no,
have you looked into this?
I don't see any evidence that what Simon is trying to assert here. He's trying to say that it absolutely does not deter act as a deterrent.
Have you looked at? Have you looked at? I mean, I'm not saying my own position here. I'm just curious.
I didn't say it absolutely does not deter. I said there is deters, and I gave you states around it where Oregon has a much higher.
Oh, you cut off a little bit. Can you say that again?
Homicide rate. Right, am I breaking up? Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and say it again, Simon. We can hear you now.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that it does not absolutely deter crime. I'm saying there institutions crime, and I gave you the example of Oregon, where in the state of Oregon, every state around Oregon has higher homicide rates, even though they do not have the death penalty.
Even though they do not have.
Lower homicide rates, even though they do not have the death penalty.
You're saying Oregon does not have the death penalty, and the
Oregon has the death penalty, and it has higher murder rates than the states around it.
Well, I haven't looked into those numbers myself, so I don't know. I can't really engage in a discussion about that. But I just, when I hear people make absolutes, which I misheard you, so I apologize for that. But if you are affirming that they absolutely do not deter certain crimes,
my God, I didn't fucking say that.
I know that. I know. Relax, Hash. All I'm saying is that if you were to say that, I corrected myself. I misheard you. But if you were making an absolute claim that it does not at all, then I would have to argue against you. But since you're not doing that,
what's an absolute claim?
Wait. Actually, wait. Let me ask Michael a question related to that. If he provided a study. If he provided a study, would you doubt the study, and on what grounds would you doubt it? Would you doubt it just on your personal experience, or based on other studies, or based on what reason would you think that the study?
I would probably accept it on faith, because at the moment I have not seen any other strong arguments at the moment.
Can I doubt it on what I just posted in the side chat there?
I'm on my mobile right now, but I think the website is oadp.org, and there should be a couple of links at the bottom where they're getting their info from.
Well, the Death Penalty Information Center says a report released on April 18, 2012 by the prestigious National Research Council and the National Academies, based upon a review of more than 3 decades of research, concluded that the studies claiming a deterrent effect on murder rates from death penalties are fundamentally flawed. The report concluded, the committee concludes that the research to date on the effect of capital punishment on homicide is not informative about whether capital punishment decreases, increases, or has no effect on homicide rates. Therefore, the committee recommends that these studies should not be used to inform deliberations requiring judgments about the effect of death penalty on homicide. And then they go and define 3 fundamental flaws.
Do you know how you see that's ridiculous?
Why?
Do you know see how that's ridiculous, Steve?
Why? This is the Death Penalty Information Center.
Yeah. You're not seeing what they're saying. They're saying just because it has no effect, that's not what the death penalty is for. So we're not going to use the studies that show that it has no effect.
Critical flaws with the studies. He had asked, if you have a study, why would you be able to look at the study, or say if there's something wrong with the study? Here's something that is saying that these studies collected over the last 30 years are flawed, and then they give 3 reasons why they're flawed. The report had 3 fundamental flaws with existing studies on deterrence. 1, the studies do not factor in the effects of non-capital punishments that may also be imposed. 2, the studies use incomplete or implausible models of potential murderers' perceptions of and response to the use of capital punishment. 3, estimates of the effect of capital punishments are based upon statistical models and make assumptions that are not credible. This is blatantly Death Penalty Information. Now, you could take it either way, because these are subjective things. But to say that you have to take these reports on face value, no, there are things out there that have said that these reports are flawed. So there you go.
Yes, the reports that show that there is a deterrent effect to the death penalty are
That's
flawed.
what he was talking about, wasn't it? He was asking
right.
about that.
But it says nothing about reports that say that there is no deterrent effect to the death penalty. Right.
This is saying they can't determine one way or another. They're saying that you cannot make a decision based upon these reports about homicide rates being a deterrent, being lowered, increased, or decreased, or being the same based upon. That's what it says right here.
No. They're only looking at the reports. From what I read right here, I haven't looked at the study. They're only looking at the reports that say that the death penalty has a deterrent effect. They're not looking at other reports.
It says the committee concludes that research to date on the effect of capital punishment on homicide is not informative about whether capital punishment decreases, increases, or has no effect on homicide rates. So they're saying that the studies to date are not executed in a way where we can reliably draw conclusions from them. And the death penalty information center, just to be clear, it doesn't take a position either way on the death penalty. They are simply promoting information analysis and public discourse on the matter.
Right, but again, above it says, and I went to the site. This is jumping on me, so hang on. It says, but again, according to the report that they're referring to, the report only looked at the studies that showed that the death penalty had a deterrent effect. So is this conclusion based only on those studies that they're referencing, or is it based on all studies?
There's a couple of different studies they looked at. Just deterrence and the death penalty, NCR death penalty effects, research fundamentally flawed. That's another one. That's not here too.
Those are two different. So the first conclusion that we talked about was that you couldn't draw conclusions from the reports. The second thing that G. Whistler just posted is that criminologists do not believe that the death penalty is an effective deterrent. So that's a separate source from looking at the reports. Right.
I think that's the more recent one as well, as from what I could tell. I think that's this year.
But that has to do with a consensus from criminologists, right?
Right.
Well, I am actually going to take this break to go hit the sack. It's like 1:30 in the morning here. So nice chatting with you all. Enjoyed it. Arcane and Veckel, thanks for letting me grill you guys and being good sports about it. So you guys take care. See you.
I'd like to pick your brain someday, Bert, if that's okay.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. All right.
Take care, Veckel. I'm going to bed too. So
see you guys.
Good night, guys. Yep.
Good sports. Bert, he's a funny guy.
Are you Ernie then, Seth? Are you Ernie?
My wife.
Ernie. Must be Ernie.
Nope.
Yes, Steve was actually making a good point there.
So you're pro death penalty, Arcane?
Not particularly, no. But he made a stronger case than Simon.
He made a stronger case than me? How so?
How so? I'm unclear on that.
In my opinion.
Did they show you it was effective deterrent? Did they show you it was cheap? Did they show you it was effective?
Well, I don't. My personal.
Is it moral?
My personal beliefs about that, but I would say that he made a stronger case as to, why he believes that. I personally do see it as a deterrent. It just depends on where you live.
You're just deciding it's a deterrent?
The balls in your court then, Arcane, provide some evidence to show that it is a deterrent.
Yeah, why do you think it's a deterrent?
Personal experience.
Personal experience?
Are you saying that you don't murder because you're afraid of the death penalty?
Yeah.
Probably. Probably.
What's wrong with that?
I think so. Yeah, I think.
You have some psychopaths out there that just want to do it, but then if they're, who knows what level of psychopathy they're on. It could be the one thing that deters them from committing a horrible atrocity is by the concept of the death in existence.
All right, well, you're saying
Usually
it
people
could
that are that psychotic
I'm not saying that's always the
don't
case.
think they're going to get caught.
You're saying it could.
I know people
Right,
right
the
now
source,
who have
please.
made their considerations based on possibility of the death penalty for what they do. So it's definitely a deterrent. There are many cases like that where the criminal has had the foreknowledge or the foremention to try to avoid the death penalty.
Except that there are cases like that. The very thing that Steve presented was that the 3 studies that that tried to show that there was a significant deterrent factor were flawed, and that no other studies have definitively shown one way or the other.
I know people personally who have, flat out, made that consideration before they went and did crimes. I know people that are doing 50, 60 years life, and these people are like, yeah, I'd much rather sit in a cell for life than face the death penalty. So, and
but they committed the crime.
Death is a real thing. It's not something that's fictitious or that you have to believe in. Death is real, and it's scary to a lot of people. So even on the face of it, prima facie, it's deterrent.
People don't think they're going to get caught. That's the thing.
Yeah,
well, the death penalty isn't just for murder.
It's not everyone.
The fact is that you have to have omniscient knowledge to know for a fact that this is not the case for every single human being that knows about the death penalty in that neck of the woods. Again, I mean, you can go by the numbers, that's fine, but that still doesn't take away from the concept that it's still there, that it still lingers amongst humans, that I don't want to do this because this thing called the death penalty exists, and I don't want to be a victim of that.
Yeah, there's still shootings in places where there's concealed carry permits. So that'd be like saying, we're not saying that people are always, because people act on impulse, right? Passion crimes and stuff like that, crimes of passion. They don't give a willy-nilly either way. They're just acting on emotion at the time.
Right.
When people
we're talking
commit
about,
a
I think, more
crime,
so premeditated.
they don't usually factor in how high punishment could I get? Because most of the time they think they're going to get away with it, right? It's not. They don't think they're going to get caught. That's the biggest problem.
Right. I read a study a while ago.
That's not the case with every individual, though. That's the problem.
But I read possibly the same study that Jade read a while ago that said the number one factor in whether or not somebody's going to commit a crime wasn't the punishment, but whether or not they can get away with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
are
you
you
can't say
aware?
that the punishment or potential punishment doesn't play a factor.
Are you aware that there are cases where the death penalty has caused more deaths?
Aware of the cases where the death penalty has prevented people from doing crimes?
No, has caused people to kill more people.
That's probably true. That doesn't negate anything either way.
Well, but it's just a balance to the other side where you're saying, well, it's going to deter some people, even though there's no studies that show that it is a deterrent, even though there are some people who might be deterred from killing someone, pulling the trigger because they know there's a death penalty. On the other hand, you have other people who, once they've killed someone, if you have a strong death penalty state, and interviews have confirmed this, there are some people who say, screw it, I might as well shoot everybody.
Are you afraid of death?
Yeah, sure. Why? Isn't everybody?
Well, I could rest my case on that.
Well, not really, because she's not planning to do a crocking.
Yeah,
because I know intuitively that everyone is afraid of death. Not everyone is afraid of a prison.
Let's put it this way: I'm not afraid of being dead. I'm afraid of the process.
Do you know what I'm more afraid
why
of?
Wouldn't that be the case for some criminals?
Everyone is afraid in some sense of that.
Arcane, do you know what I'm more afraid of than death? To be put in a room, isolated for the rest of my life without parole.
That's you.
I agree.
Yeah.
Rather die than do that too.
Me too. However,
do you know?
Not everybody has the same mindset.
Putting someone.
We can't make rules on the exceptions. We make rules.
The problem is that not everyone has the same mindset. One person might be afraid of this happening.
What if I told you if we got rid of the death penalty and replaced it with life imprisonment without parole, you would from a financial standpoint, if we did this alone in California, we would save over $1 billion in 5 years.
I doubt that.
Okay, now we're arguing from a different
true.
position. Now we're arguing.
I highly doubt that. You mean to tell me that executing them costs more than housing them for the rest of their life?
Yes, it does.
It does.
It does.
A lot
Holy
more.
cow! You have to show me something on that one because that didn't sound right.
Sure.
It does.
I've heard that
the
before
reason
too.
is
I've
because
never looked.
Because I know it costs like $40,000 per year per inmate or something like
the
that.
reason is because they have to go through a appeals process.
That's a lot of
things
money,
like
man.
that. That's why.
Right. And they have to
So
go
if you
through
just- what if
the
you- okay,
extensive
how about
appeals process because we as human beings do not take taking someone's life casually. They have rights.
Okay, so if they take their life, then
Well, maybe
casually,
you do. I don't. I don't know anyone
Okay,
who does.
well let's follow that then. Why don't we just kill them after they've been convicted? No appeal, no nothing. Just slit their throat in
they
the
might
back
be
and watch
wrong.
them bleed out.
So
No, we'll just slit their
even though-
throat in the backyard, watch them bleed out like cattle, and then get rid of them in the same fashion.
Well,
Because you might have the
probably
wrong
because a very large percentage of those people are not guilty.
No, how about the Von Helton example where we just bring back public executions and just let the public watch the execution? So that'll be a deterrent. What about that?
How would
What are you doing?
How would you feel if the person that
I'm
was
saying,
getting
why not?
publicly
Would that
executed
be a
was then
deterrent?
proven innocent?
Well, probably we don't do that because we're more civilized now.
Well, make a case. Make a case.
I'll
We would be saving money.
and I'll
We would be
refer you
saving
back to the
time. We
example
would
I
be.
gave earlier.
This is what you do if you get your hand caught in a
Arcane,
cookie jar.
I'll
We cut it
refer
off.
you to the example I gave
It doesn't
earlier.
work.
It doesn't work. Well, when was the last
I
time
just
you
want to
lived
point
in that
out that
society?
there is a Muslim country. There's actually a few Muslim countries that do cut off hands if you're caught stealing. So way to go, Muslim.
I bet you there's a lot less thieves over there, walking around. But
Yeah, because
that's things and
for
what?
two reasons. Number one, because the people that are witnessing it are scared. Number two, the people that got their hands cut off can't steal anything anymore.
Exactly.
So I mean,
then you have a situation.
In some way,
have a
shape, or form,
hang
it
on,
does
hang
act
on.
somewhat as a deterrent. So I
Then you might have a
don't think you can be
situation-
dogmatic about it
Oh,
not
fuck's
being a
sake,
deterrent
man.
at all.
Do you mind? Then you might have a situation where because someone hasn't got any fucking hands, they can't then work. So then their family might have to then resort to crime.
But they can't
Shouldn't have been
to,
stealing.
either. So
you're not listening. You've just created a situation that creates more crime.
Yeah.
no,
Why did
absolutely
they?
not.
You're not
And
listening.
why did they steal?
Wait,
in
that's
the first
stupid.
place?
That's a dumb conclusion. So you mean to tell me
Really?
that? Wait a minute.
That's
Wait. The claim that G just brought up was absolutely stupid. The reason why you mean to tell me that because the guy got his hand cut off, therefore he has more excuse or more reason to commit a crime?
No,
Yeah.
that's not what I said. No, that's not what I said.
No, well,
You're-
why-
you're
why-
listening. Well,
why did you say-
let me explain it to you. Let me explain it
Why?
to you then.
Why
You
did
don't
you
want me to explain it to you
crime
then?
would increase? I got to hear
Oh,
this.
you can straw man me. That's fine.
You got to hear it.
Well,
Then
repeat it. That's why I'm asking the question.
shut up then, Vehicle.
Because if you create a situation where you take someone's hands, you might well be impoverishing them. Poverty leads to more crime.
Well,
they
you put
they
them
might
in
have
prison, they
dependents
can't
who
get a
would then have
job.
to turn to crime.
You did say you did affirm what I heard
can't
you
get a
say.
job because they've been to prison.
you
and that
didn't.
perpetuates crime too. So, are you against prison sentences now being on your record?
Well, I think there has been a bit of a false
not a
equivalency
good argument
discussed
at all,
in this,
man.
but that's a separate conversation.
I'm just saying, though, that ruins people's lives and impoverishes
Yeah, it
them by
does.
putting them in the system that people don't
Exactly.
want to trust them if they've been in it for a petty dime bag or something.
Sure, I agree with you.
Right. So that's really a weak argument, like Veckel said.
It's not a weak argument. It's
It's
still
not a
very
weak argument.
alternative.
It's
Incredibly weak argument. That doesn't
it's
give you any
pointing
more.
out the reality of the
That
consequences.
doesn't give you any
of what's
more
being
grounds
suggested.
for continuing a crime because you're unable to take care of yourself. Come on now.
What do you think? Poverty leads to crime. If people can't
So
support
what?
themselves,
That,
and they
that's
have
not
dependents to
You know
fill
what?
the
This is
listening.
what
You're not-
civilized
That's
people
not
do.
an
How about
excuse.
this? This is what civilized people will do, right? So if I'm walking down the street
Mhm.
and I see a person get his hand chopped off, okay, something in my rational brain registers that I might not want to do that. Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
So if,
but that's
if,
not what
if
I'm
people
disputing.
continue, hold on, let me finish. I'm almost done. If people continue after knowing that that's what happens if you get caught stealing, they continue to start. Then they can't then sit around and expect someone to feel sorry for them. You see, they had no excuse. They knew this is what would happen. They knew the risk. Now, if they're crazy or out their mind, that's a different argument.
Here's the arguments coming from the Christians. We should be more like Saudi Arabia. We should cut people's hands off for petty theft.
Hey, I'm a Christian. I don't agree.
Makes a perfect.
Those two Christians are arguing for that.
Yes, thank you.
Fucking nuts.
Arcane, that wasn't
notice
hang on, Arcane, that wasn't the point I was arguing.
Thought experiment and jump on that as a chance to demonize Christians. That's
let me respond to Arcane. Let me respond to what you just. Let me respond to what Arcane just said, because I wasn't arguing that. I'm not talking about someone who walks along and sees someone being punished, for instance. I can grant you that. What I'm saying is that if you have a person who has a family, who has dependents he needs to take care of, if you disable him because you cut his hands off, he's not really going to be able to do anything. So what does he do then?
Well, if he gets caught stealing and he goes to jail,
this is the crux of the point. If you put him in a position where he's likely to be in greater poverty, then his kids and his dependents, whomever they may be, and I'm presuming children because they're going to be younger and therefore more able to do whatever's needed, are going to turn to crime.
I agree, but if you take him and put him in jail for stealing, you're doing the same thing, G. So which is it? Okay, so it's really a weak argument. So either way it goes, he's screwed, right?
But I'm not disputing
Either way it goes, he's in poverty. Wait, hold on. If he's in jail, he can't provide for his family. So
I agree.
Right. So
there you go. Well, there you go. The argument. Yeah, you see how you shoot yourself in the foot with this conclusion of yours, man. It doesn't make it right or wrong.
I wasn't arguing for prison. You're assuming that I'm arguing. No, you're assuming I'm arguing for prison. You're assuming I'm arguing for prison.
Yeah, but the argument that you're raising,
you're indulging in a false equivalency.
The argument that you're raising against the death penalty being a deterrent is it's just not sound at all. I mean, again, Arcane brought up a good argument, a good scenario here, and
I agree with him.
It's pretty much the same. That doesn't, just because his hand is cut off, that doesn't mean that he has even more right to go commit a crime in order to feed his family.
No, but there's an alternative to cutting his fucking hand off.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if
I may, in both situations, whether a person gets their hand cut off or whether they go to prison, they're going to be placed in a situation, or their families are going to be placed in a situation of need, because let's say the breadwinners have been removed from being able to do their job. The difference, however, is that when the person in prison gets out of prison, they're going to have difficulty getting a job. However, they are not crippled, so they have a better chance of getting a job than the person who had their hand cut off.
Or we can look at it the other way. Define cripple. You can say he's disabled because he's unable to get a job.
I said he was crippled.
Is he less likely to be able to do things because he's got no hands?
To Jade, because Jade, notice how Jade only pointed out one direction, but here's the other direction. Let's say the person is, he's got his hand cut off. Okay, maybe just one of his hands is cut off. Does that mean that he's unable to lift things or push things or pull things with the other hand?
To a degree, yes.
He can't use a shovel. He can't use a computer keyboard with any efficacy.
I work with
disabled people. He can't do a lot of things. Yeah, and I have too. That's not the point. It narrows his ability to get a job.
You see the problem with your argument? You're saying, okay, let's put the guy in jail for 5 years with no hands cut off versus the guy who just got his hand cut off and he's not going to jail at all, but still able to provide for his family.
How do you know that? He has been
crippled.
giving
you a scenario.
But
one hand does not prevent him from doing anything at all.
Yes, it does. It prevents him from doing a whole slew of things. He can't drive a forklift.
It does not.
There are millions of people out there with
what are you talking about, Jade? There's people with no hands at all that can drive.
I said you can't drive a forklift. Did you?
Who cares? That's one thing.
I was going to list a whole bunch of stuff.
Well, go ahead and do that, but that doesn't exclude Jade. Jade, you're not getting it. Jade, you can.
No, you're not getting it.
Jade, you're not getting it. You can give us a whole list of things that one-handed person will be unable to do, but there are a whole list of other things that one-handed person can do.
Right. So his ability,
your argument. I mean,
his ability to get a job has been significantly reduced because there's a whole slew of things he now cannot do.
But not eliminated. That is your problem.
Same
You're
with the guy
missing the
who's
whole
got a
not
criminal
eliminated.
You're
You're
missing the whole
eliminated.
freaking point.
But
You're
if you got a criminal
completely
record,
missing
it's hard
it.
for you to
You're
get a lot of
missing the
jobs.
point,
You can
Jay.
only work at McDonald's or Burger King or
Yeah,
something
but
like
you're
that.
assuming that all economic conditions
Oh
will
my
be
God!
equal.
I can't believe I'm having
This
this
is
Missing it
discussion.
fallacious.
The guy
completely.
with
I
one
just don't
hand.
believe it.
Here's an example.
Oh
I
my
lost
God.
my hand about a
hand
year
can still
ago,
Oh my
and I haven't been
God.
able to use my hand
It's
properly since.
unbelievable.
And I know that a one-handed person, I was one-handed, hand in a cast for about 6 months. I did not have use of my right hand, my dominant hand. And you'd be surprised how quickly I learned to wipe my behind and everything else with my left hand perfectly fine. So there's no excuse. It's still a harmful situation either way it goes. So it's really not a good argument either way.
Yeah, but this arguing that it's not an excuse is missing the point of economic
Completely.
conditions that are prevailing.
I can't believe we're having this is crazy.
Yeah,
You're not wrong there.
I can't believe
You're not
these
wrong.
people are
Wait a minute,
religious.
wait a minute. We have put people in jail, and under the auspices that we can reform these son of a bitches, but we don't end up reforming them, do we? When they get back out on the street,
Yes,
what do
we
they
do
do?
in
They
many
do the same
cases.
goddamn
Yes, we
crimes
do.
all over again. So reformation, if that's a word, is not fucking working now, is it? All right.
Well,
That wasn't part of the
that's
argument.
very many reasons.
We
Don,
just
very many
released.
reasons.
We just released somebody in the street here just last week. He went out and he killed another young girl. All right. Reformation isn't fucking working. So we need something else. We need something else.
Well, that's why we have
And I suggested
life
hanging them in
sentence
Times
without
Square for
parole.
everybody to see.
Prisons.
Hey, you do that at the beginning of the year.
That's,
With the
have you
drop.
never,
Prisons?
Vaughn, have you never
Prisons
heard
are
of
not-
Right with the ball drop.
Prisons
Vaughn,
are
have you
not there for reformation. They're for
Vaughn, have you never
punishment.
heard of
They're
True
not
Life?
for reformation.
I would drop my mic, but it's too fucking expensive.
I love it.
Right?
He'll drop
He's
his
got a
mic
gold
when it's too
mic, that's
expensive. Right?
fantastic.
Yeah,
Too
that's
damn
fine.
expensive. It's made out of gold. I ain't gonna drop
Vaughn,
the
have you
most.
never heard of the sentence called True Life?
I actually like that mic. Okay.
Hey, here's a question. What are you more afraid of, getting your hand cut off or spending 6 months in the county jail?
Ain't
Getting my
nobody
hand
afraid
cut
of
off.
jail. Hell, they go in jail and they
Yeah, I
meet
don't
all their
mind.
Getting my
buddies.
hand cut
Get
off
all
by
hooked up
far.
with some
Yeah.
cool dope while they're
So
in there.
you're more
Holy shit,
afraid
they
of getting your hand
Seth
cut off.
is more afraid
How is
that he can't
how is that not
masturbate.
more of a deterrent than being a threat?
Beckel, shut the fuck up.
Seth is more afraid that he can't masturbate anymore. So.
Oh, shush, Freddie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Don't worry,
Beckel.
I need to.
Anyone answer
Hey,
that
Beckel.
Don't worry, Seth. I need
Hey, Vegel.
You can use your
to
feet,
hand
Seth. It's okay.
Problem.
No,
Well,
How's
Vegel.
that less of a deterrent?
No, you're screaming into the mic. You muted me out of spite. Don't be a fucking child.
What was the question, Arcane?
me
What was
first.
the question?
Again, that's the answer of a
Less of a
child. I
deterrent.
muted you because you were
It's
screaming
okay.
into the
You're
mic.
mad
It was
because you
popping
don't-
my speakers.
You're just
It's
mad
very
because you're not
annoying.
able to masturbate with your feet.
Yeah, I wasn't done speaking. Vegel. I muted you
I heard
because
something about deterrent.
screaming into the
Stop
mic.
it, yes.
You
How is it
muted
not
me
a
out of spite.
Screaming
You're
in
being
the
a child.
Oh, I didn't know why you were
Fight for my
muted.
life,
So yes, of course.
All right, children.
But go ahead. Let's get
Good
back to the
song by
conversation.
Crocus, by the way. Anyway,
So
Arcane, you had a
how is it
question?
not more of a deterrent? Because you said you're more afraid of getting your hand cut off than sitting in a cell for a few months. So
Oh, for
how's it
fuck yes.
not
Well,
more of a
prove it.
deterrent to
Afraid of
cut
jail.
your hand
They're
off
Prove it.
afraid of jail
than it
at
is
all.
to
That's
threaten
why all the
someone
Prove it.
with 6-month jail sentence? Can I get an answer to that question, please?
I'm answering you, Arcane. No, they ain't scared of jail at all. All their buddies is there. They get good dope there. They get money there. They get links there to other things they can do. They're not afraid of jail. Hell, I seen guys go in there skinny as a fucking beanpole. When they come out, they look like fucking Charles Atlas. But bullshit.
Here
That
was
they ain't
here
afraid
was
of
the
jail. Jail's
question, though.
fucking vacation for them. Jail's a
Question
fucking
is,
vacation
though,
for them, man.
not a deterrent, though. They said basically the death penalty deterrent from times, as opposed to, you know, just threatening them with life in prison. I would say I disagree. I think if people are threatened with death, they will be less likely to commit a crime. Maybe not in all cases, but I think your example of hanging them in Times Square would certainly deter a lot of the retardation.
Absolutely.
Absolutely
it would.
What happens when you murder and hang an innocent person?
What I think is when Jesus comes back,
that's
this is
not
exactly
okay.
where Veckel wants to be.
Same
Talking
thing,
about why
same
people
thing
should
when
have
you're in
their
prison.
mouths done. Veckel should be right here talking about why people's hands should be cut off.
Why are you attacking Veckel?
Yeah, that's all he has. I mean, he's just he's mad
Seth is
because he
resorting
doesn't
to
like the
personal attacks.
concept
He has
of not
lost
being
the
able to
argument.
masturbate with his feet. So
Are you
fine.
hearing me?
One at a time.
If you resort to personal attacks, you have lost the argument.
They're just talking.
It's A1 trolling. That's what it is.
Simon, your mic is working. They're just talking over you.
Yeah. All right, that's fine.
Yeah, I think so far we haven't really seen any real good grounds to believe that the death penalty does not act as a deterrent at all. I mean, we can go by the numbers.
What are you talking about? There's all kinds of research that shows that it doesn't act as a deterrent.
I said at all.
At all.
It may have less effect. I mean, according to the statistics that you guys allegedly possess.
Well, I can give you the fucking statistics.
That doesn't mean that it doesn't act as one at all. That's what my argument is.
You're saying it's possible that it might deter a couple people here and there.
No, I'm saying that well, you heard what Arcane said. So you can't say that it's possible. You're saying that we say that it actually does occur. It does act as a deterrent.
It does.
Oh, you need to prove that. You're making a statement there. You need to prove that it acts as a deterrent.
Arcane gave personal testimony.
Okay.
Right? But for the death penalty, what did you say, Arcane? You'd be killing people left and right? Something like that?
He didn't say that.
No, I know you didn't say that. You know a buddy who...
So, yeah, all I'm saying is...
Go on.
And you can look up documentaries and stuff, and people were saying, like, yeah, I'd rather be around for my kids. I'd rather be around for my family than die. I'd rather, at least if I'm in prison, I can... For them.
Those are people that they're interviewing once they're in prison. They're saying, I'm glad, actually, that they didn't kill me, because at least I can do something still for my family
So
now.
why couldn't it be their mindset before
That's very
prison? Are you
different.
saying that prison necessarily affected their beliefs about that at that time? They couldn't have helped them prior to going to prison?
People are scheming to commit a crime. If they're scheming, they don't think they're going to get caught. It's very rare that
I actually believe that has changed. I actually believe that mindset has changed, DC. I believe that, as somebody that's actually been on the streets of many of the major cities here in America, I believe that mindset has changed. Because now the idea is, hey man, I got buds on the inside. Okay, talking about jail, I got buds on the inside. I can get hooked up with some good blow. I can get, I can get references to some bitches and hoes that I want to screw. I mean, it's become literally a
You think this is
vacation
going to be
jam.
accepted at maximum security prison where
It's
the
gonna,
charge is homicide?
It is accepted.
Dude, I'm telling you,
You're talking about how cushy prisons are now, especially
God.
since they've been
I mean,
privatized.
They got better shit than I got in my house, man.
Oh, crap.
Oh,
They
is
got
that really an
fucking
argument?
sets that rival mine.
Yeah.
They got TV sets, like I said, big 60-inch TV. They got fucking, I mean, they get 3 squares a day. I don't even get 3 squares a day. My kids do, but I don't. So I mean, holy shit, yeah, they're living large, man. They're living large inside, on the inside, as they call it.
History judges.
Ain't no conjugal visits in hell, man.
History.
I'm sorry, but it's not a deterrent anymore.
Great, Vaughn.
It's just not.
History judges nations by how they treat their prisoners. One of the reasons why we look so poorly on Germany is they killed all of their fucking prisoners. All of them.
They were
6 million people.
No, the reason we look down on Germany is because they attempted to commit genocide. That's why we look down on Germany. They attempted to commit genocide. All right. We're not about trying to commit genocide here. All right. What we need.
Yeah, no, I know. We just have Veckel in Arcane saying we should chop off the hands of petty thieves.
Who said that?
Well,
you didn't hear me say
You know, I mean, it is a crime.
And
it is a serious crime in the fact that it has become an epidemic.
He's baiting you.
I can't.
Sorry, what was that, Veckel?
Do you think I can walk down? Do you
I didn't hear that, Veckel. What was
very,
it?
very childish, a toddler like.
Vaughn, he's baiting you.
Did you really call me a baby?
Yeah, you're acting like a
pussy.
Do you really think that I can walk down the Bronx and not have somebody try to pickpocket my happy ass? Really? Really? I mean, come on now. Come on.
I want to hear baby.
Crime is a serious fucking problem. It is not a joke, and we need to take it seriously. And we, pardon me. And we need a deterrent that will actually deter them. And because the prisons ain't working, man. It's not working. You know.
So far it sounds like the theists in here, except for one, are trying to promote public execution, chopping hands off.
Absolutely.
Yes. Saber to the neck.
I admit it.
It is for these people to misconstrue it.
Send all your
one
hate
trial,
mail,
that's it.
I'll take the heat. I'll take the heat. Because I want these son of bitches stopped. Okay, I don't want a revolving fucking door.
What about ISIS? I'm curious. I'm curious. DC, whoever you are, do you think that the members of ISIS should be executed, or what? What do you think?
Jesus fucking Christ.
No, that's not his middle name. Sorry. Wait, can you answer the question, please?
Historical. Jesus fucking Christ.
Can you, Matt? That's not his middle name.
Christ is his last name,
can't
moron.
control his demons.
That was F word is not his middle name either. So can you?
Christ is his last name. What's your point?
Can you stop acting like a child?
Seth, keep your demons in the closet, bro. Keep your demons in the cubbyhole.
No, man, this guy hates God, man. He hates God. Man.
No, I don't like you. I have no problem with God.
Answer the question, please. Thank you.
No, I don't think they should be executed.
We've asked you a question. Can't you please answer it, please? Thank you.
Do I talk like that?
No. That's how I ridicule certain trolls named Seth, who's acting like a child.
Oh. No, I don't think they should be executed.
Oh my God!
You don't believe that ISIS should be executed?
Wait. Honestly, we should burden the taxpayer. We should burden the taxpayer by billions of dollars to keep these fucking terrorists alive.
It's cheaper. It's more expensive to kill them.
Really?
Yeah, really. It's more expensive to kill them.
Holy shit!
Woo!
You okay, Veckel? You think it's not more expensive to kill them?
Yeah, Isaiah chapter 5 is accurate, man.
Veckel,
wow.
We can tell when you have a fake laugh.
Wow. Yeah, well, I don't have to be genuine with you guys.
No, at least you admitted it.
And actually, that is part of my real laughs. I have different laughs. So.
Holy shit! Terrorist
Well,
lives
sounds
matter,
fake
damn it!
as hell.
Yeah, I know, right? We should start a movement, Paul. We should call it Terrorist Lives Matter.
Yep, terrorist lives matter.
TLM. I like that. Terrorist lives matter.
Terrorist lives matter. That's it, man. Yep.
It's okay. Let them kill a whole bunch of people who are innocent and stuff like that. Let's just.
I didn't say we should let them kill everybody.
When we catch them, we just throw them in jail, give them a slap on the wrist, let them continue to eat, and pass on information to their other ISIS buddies that are not in prisons. Yeah.
That's not necessary.
And where is the
nothing about her answer implied any of that.
It's wrong. Yeah.
Nothing about what she said implied any of that.
Where is the #1 recruiting area for Islam? The prisons. Hello. 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 Is this microphone working? The #1 recruiting area of Islam is the prisons.
Oh my gosh.
So if we kill the bastards, they can't come back, right? Kill the bastards.
Woo.
I know that sounds harsh in today's pussified society, but I like killing the enemy.
Well, the only problem is,
I want to kill them.
Killing the enemy, that's something like war. That's a different
The only problem is, Veckel, is you're a giant pussy. You would punch someone in the face if they spit on you.
Man, this is just
I wonder if you could pull that switch to.
Pussy right here.
Too funny, man. Oh.
I wonder if you could pull
right here,
that
brother.
switch.
There it is.
Oh my God.
Beckle wouldn't punch someone in the face if they spit on you.
I
wonder if
couple of
Beckel
little
pull
children.
that switch to end
I
someone's
love the
life.
Second Amendment. God
And
bless.
no, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that because I lack in some other area.
Beckel,
Okay, just to be sure on that
Beckel,
shit.
Beckel.
Right? Because I got a fucking hand cannon too. If those don't stop them, right?
Yo,
Yeah,
Beckel,
If
can you hear me?
357s and 44s don't stop them, then I got a 50. And if I whip out the 50 and they don't drop, well, then I guess I'm assholes and elbows because if a 50 don't drop them, nothing will. So.
Well, get ready for Hillary. Oh boy.
Oh God,
Once
please
Hillary,
don't remind me. I know
once
Hillary's
Hillary's in
coming and it's gonna
office,
suck.
you may start polishing up those guns, man. So
Yeah.
Why is
Well,
that?
you're gonna need them because there's gonna be
Why is that?
I don't know. I just find it hard to trust any politician, to be honest with you. But
why should we worry about Hillary with
on
guns,
the Supreme
Beckel? I mean,
Court.
let's stick on topic.
Yeah, but
All
we
right,
know
Beckel.
Hillary's going to put a leftist on the Supreme Court. That goes without.
Great. I asked Beckel a question.
Am I just being fucking ignored here?
You know, a lot of inconsistencies on their campaign. You know, the email issue. Also,
What does that have to do with guns?
You know, okay. Also, the issue. You know, there's also documentation about her possibly being connected to mysterious murders of people who are going to testify
What does
against
that have to do with guns, Beckel?
Well, no, Joan Rivers was Obama. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Beckel, I specifically asked you about guns. You said that you should.
We are
Hillary
talking
gets it.
about-
Hold on, both of you, relax.
I think she
let
holds
me
a very
get my
liberal-
question out. Hold
Okay,
on.
get your question out,
Hold on.
Seth.
Take a
Go
breath.
ahead.
I think she holds a very
Hold on.
liberal perspective towards
She
the
does.
Second Amendment.
She does.
Which where
Absolutely,
she would try to get the guns out of Americans' hands. And
Absolutely,
Great.
she
By evidenced by what?
Her prior activity, dude.
Like what?
But activity, we see it on. I mean, you
Like
see it on.
what?
I've seen articles. Of course, you got to snope it, right?
Like what?
But the
She
fact of
was
the matter is,
She was Secretary of State, and under her watch, more gun legislation was passed than under any other Secretary of State. I think
Incorrect.
boom, done. Right
Correct.
there. Right
All
there.
right, well,
done.
Incorrect.
However,
That's actually
she was
Vaughn. That
also
is
a senator,
demonstrably
and while
false.
a
As a matter of
senator, she
fact,
passed
during the
other
whole Obama
gun
administration,
restriction
the only
legislation.
gun laws that have been passed have been laws that have lessened gun regulations.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Are you on that? Are you on drugs?
No, seriously, look it up.
Are you on drugs?
There's only one
Are you on
gun
drugs?
law that
Do you
Obama
really
signed.
think these gun
There's
laws
only
affect
one
criminals?
gun law that Obama has signed. You can look this
Name
up.
one gun law
There's
that
one.
stops a criminal.
Vaughn, let me get this out. Vaughn, I'm allowed to get this out.
You're
Yelling over me
get
isn't
it
going to
out,
change
but
the
it ain't
fact.
true.
Yelling over me isn't going to change the fact.
I'm not yelling over you.
Up until I think it was 2014. I think it's still the case. I'd have to look it up. But up until 2014 or 2015, there's only one gun law that Obama signed into law. And that was a law allowing people to take guns into national parks. He deregulated guns. He did not regulate guns, at least up until 2014. I haven't looked into it since then. If there's a bunch of laws that passed since 2014, I'd be a bit surprised because I suspect that the conservative news media would have lost their shit, and I haven't heard anything.
You don't understand how this works, okay? So let me try to help you out. All right? You know why Obama signed a law like that? Because the second your lily white ass takes a gun into a park, your ass is going to get swatted. That's why.
Except it's legal. I couldn't.
You think the SWAT team's going to give a shit? You're going to there's going to be some motherfucker going to call on your ass. Say, hey, that lily white ass motherfucker with a gun in his hip. Go get him. And they go fucking
All right,
swat
so
your ass.
your only argument is
Admiral
it's a
Akbar.
trap.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Can I ask
All right,
Beckel
I've made my
something?
point.
oh,
Beckel, can you hear me
Yeah.
okay?
yeah, I'm great, man. What's going on?
Yeah, I just want to ask you something. Do you think that you could end someone's life?
Do I think I can?
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on the situation.
It was your job, and it was your job to flick that switch to turn someone off, put the free injections into them. You think you could do that?
Okay, again, we're speaking hypothetically here.
Hypothetically.
Thanks, Daddy.
You seem to need help.
Yeah, you need help too. But anyway,
Yeah, well, Beckel,
I helped you. Now
my
move on.
question?
Come on, let's go.
All I was going to say is, since we're speaking on it, anyway, the fact of the matter is, if before I would even apply for a job like that, I would have to know that what I'm getting involved in. So if I'm going to be involved in that job in the first place, obviously I'm for it.
Well, that isn't necessarily true, because many people that go into that job suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder.
Simon, you are not making any sense. You're trying.
Is my mic breaking up?
No,
I can barely hear you, Simon.
I can hear him.
I can hear him fine. Veckel's just quick on the draw. That's all.
Or is my mic bad? I need to reload. What the fuck? Just let me know.
Mic is clear, but I can barely hear you.
Right. Okay. That doesn't really make much sense. Is it too quiet or something?
Yeah.
The volume is really low, and I've turned it up all the way on my
I can
end.
hear him just fine.
Is that better now?
Well, DC had to crank you all the way up, and you're still low. So, you know.
Right. I'll try and re-enter.
I mean, you were fine the other day, so I don't know what the hell's wrong.
I'll try and re-enter.
I don't know. Yeah, you were fine yesterday, and now you're real low today. I don't know.
Sounds fine to me.
All right, try again.
Is that better?
Oh God, yeah. Now what the fuck do you do?
No, I just.
You just reloaded? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I was saying
That's
is
just
the
punishing people that were arguing for the death penalty.
Yeah, people that do apply for that position, Vecco, a lot of them know what they're getting into, and a lot of them suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. The same way a lot of our.
So, what's that got to do with your question?
So,
you asked me for my opinion on whether that what you just stated has nothing to do with whether or not a person is going to be involved in something like that, based off of their worldview. You asked me for my opinion, would I be able to do something like that? And I said, for me to even be involved in such a job, such a position, I would have to obviously agree to it. We're not talking about the results afterwards. We're talking about the fact that I'm actually doing it. Why would I do it in the first place? Because I'm obviously in agreement with it. Unless you can come up with another scenario where I'm actually being forced to do it, which I don't think is a realistic scenario.
No, what all Simon is saying is maybe you shouldn't be so sure, because there's a lot of people who think that they can kill. Are you done?
Well,
I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm waiting for Veckel to stop.
No,
I'm just snickering. So go ahead, man. Stop being a baby.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No,
go
I
ahead,
just thought you had
Seth.
something to say. That's all. Okay. The problem is Simon's saying maybe you shouldn't be so sure that you could just up and kill someone and it wouldn't affect you, because people have taken that job thinking that they could do it, just like some soldiers joined the army thinking that they could kill not indiscriminately, but they can kill and have it not affect them. And in both cases, people have ended up with PTSD.
Okay, you're arguing a different position though. He didn't ask me of how I would be affected by it. He just asked me if I would do it. And I said in that hypothetical scenario,
do you think you could do it
if I knew ahead of time what I was getting involved in? We're not talking about the consequences.
Could do it.
If in that hypothetical scenario, if I knew what I was getting involved in, obviously I would do it if I didn't have a problem with it. But we're speaking hypothetically here. You asking me would I personally do it? No, I wouldn't even apply for a job like that, because that's not. Right. I don't have the stomach for it.
But the fact that I explained that to you made you giggle, right, Giggles?
Doesn't mean that it's immoral. I mean, what are you trying to argue here?
No one said it's immoral. I was just explaining his position. Relax, Home Chop.
Sounds like I'm going to set up a trap or something. I don't know. You guys got motives.
You're so fucking paranoid. Relax.
You're such a baby. Go shave.
Relax, Veckel.
Stop being a baby, man. Jeez.
Relax.
Don't you gotta have fun? I mean, you said stuff about my mom.
That's exactly my point. I was trying to explain something. You started giggling and assuming some things, and I said to relax. Now, because I said to relax, and you did, and we finally got something said, now you're saying that I'm a baby. But I've proven my point.
Well, in the hypothetical scenario that you brought up, I would only kill somebody if I knew ahead of time. Well, first of all, I would have to know ahead of time what I'm getting myself involved in. So obviously, if I'm taking that job, I knew ahead of time what I was going to be doing. Now, that's vastly different than the results, which is what you guys are trying to bring up. Okay, I might agree with you. Yeah, okay, it may affect some people differently. Some people like, you know what, I can't take this anymore. I'm killing people every week. I don't want to. I don't want to be a part of this, or it may mess you up psychologically. That's a different issue.
Should we
We're not
kill
talking about
abortion
the results. We're talking about the why. The why you would
Should
do
we kill
it.
abortion doctors, Speckle?
Say it again.
Should we kill abortion doctors?
I think they should be imprisoned. Yes. Should they?
What do you mean
killed?
imprisoned? Yes.
We shouldn't kill abortion doctors. The state should kill abortion doctors for committing murder.
Right.
We are the state.
Well, we are the state, but I mean,
Yeah,
you know,
unified.
the,
Yeah.
the implication was we was going to go out and start hacking up doctors. Okay, and that's.
Well, I mean, but why make that separation? If I was gonna,
Don't
if,
go
if,
outside the law.
but if you saw me in the park with an axe and you knew I got in an argument with Arcane
I'd
5 minutes
absolutely
ago,
drop you, yeah.
and
Yeah.
hold on, I thought I mean, you had good reason to think that I was going to go chop off Arcane logos. Would you stop me with deadly force?
Yep, absolutely. Sure would.
So why does Veckel not do that with abortion doctors on their way to work?
Because the problem is that the fucking media is pussyfied, and they would say, "Oh my God, it was so horrible." That's why.
So you're more concerned with other people's you're less concerned with people's lives than what the media is going to portray you as?
No, what I'm concerned with is abortion doctors getting away with murder, and me end up going to jail just for trying to save people's lives. That's what sucks about.
So
Yeah, I mean,
freedom is more important.
people
The
that are
idea-
against
see, the
abortion
idea
already
is-
demonized now. I mean,
Which is more important, Seth? The life of a child or the life of some maniacal doctor who totally ignores habeas corpus and who totally ignores the Hippocratic Oath? Which one is more precious to you? I would think the child would be more.
I don't think he's
precious
killing
to me.
babies, so
yeah, they're our future.
A woman.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, it could raise the child up to be, and their child could be very beneficial to. Well, they will be beneficial to society.
Well, how many
It's
potential?
just that it's not the two people that you're saying either the doctor or the child. You totally forgot about the other person.
The woman.
The woman. I'm talking to Vaughn.
Yeah, well, wait a minute. Now, the woman's been brainwashed that killing her baby's okay, so she's out of the equation.
Oh yeah, she doesn't matter. It's
No, she
I mean,
doesn't
it's
matter.
abortion.
No, she
What are
doesn't
women?
matter.
Women's got
Because
nothing to
she's
do with
already been
abortion.
brainwashed
Yeah,
into
so
thinking
No,
it's
that's
okay to
that's
kill
why
a
women
baby.
women have abortions because they're senseless and
It's not okay.
Women have
they can't make
abortions
decisions on their own.
Sensitive to, and they're so fragile.
It's legal
not
and it's
okay to
okay.
kill
The
criminals.
Supreme Court does not have the
Agree with
right
you.
to create law. They have no right to do that. That is called legislating from the bench, and it is totally against the law. But we have sat on our ass, we meaning the Americans, have sat on our ass and allowed the Supreme Court to get away with literally creating law. And that is not right.
I think I'm
It's not
siding with
just.
Veckel.
We have the lady that even started Roe v. Wade recanting the whole damn thing, saying it was a lie from day one. Have we overturned Roe v. Wade because of that? No. We continue to kill babies by the thousands every year, 8 to 10,000 every time I get on this microphone. And that is insane. The numbers are insane. I just got a recent report. We're getting 1.6 million babies aborted every year here in the United States. And that is a conservative estimate, guys, conservative, because a lot of them aren't reported now because young Darla can go to the abortion clinic without having to notify her parents. Okay, so the actual number is probably closer to 5 billion, not 1.6.
Did you say 5 billion?
Yes, I sure the fuck did. I sure the fuck
Yeah,
did.
5 billion?
Because for everyone that's publicly reported, there's about 4 that isn't.
Right.
So yes,
there's not even
close to
5
5
billion
billion,
females on this planet.
You're not understanding.
Good
You're
I
not
think
understanding,
you
Simon.
meant cotillion.
You're not understanding, Simon.
What? I'm not
That
understanding.
we're aborting
there's
puppies.
5 billion abortions in
No,
America.
what I'm saying to you, Simon, is that teen
Are you
pregnancy is an epidemic
each
proportion.
individual sperm cell, babe?
It says epidemic proportion.
No,
Simon.
but Vaughn,
Epidemic.
explain this. No, but Vaughn, if there's not 5 billion women on the planet, then where are these abortions coming from?
5 million.
Twins,
I'm sorry.
duh.
Not 5 billion. Not 5 million. I'm sorry. Well, did I say billion? Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Million. Anyway, the point is this. The point is that it's an epidemic. Abortion has already been recanted by the very person that brought it, but we haven't turned it over. Why? Why haven't we done that?
Because you got to eat. Come on, we atheists
gotta eat those.
We gotta eat fetuses. What? Really? The fragrance industry's got to have more fetuses for their fragrances. Really? Come on,
protein.
Oh,
I'm saying, as an atheist, I got to eat something. What are you're going to starve?
Yeah, there you go. Well, don't forget. We got to make that blood sacrifice to Moloch. Did you hear that Hillary's emails have finally admitted that they do worship a demon called Moloch? Good old Vaughn ended up being right. What about that shit? Oh wait,
I heard that you read batshit websites.
Hey, I have a question.
These apology videos. Hey, Von Helm was finally right about this shit. We all need to fucking repent. I'm sure the apology video's in the mail, right?
I have a question. There was a video by Dinesh D'Souza called Hillary's America. Is there any way I can see this online?
It was in the theaters. You mean the same Dinesh D'Souza that just came out of jail?
Oh,
well, he probably did come out of jail. If you speak out against Hillary, what do you think's going to happen to your happy white ass?
Nope. Campaign finance fraud, and he admitted to it.
Thankful that
what
he
do you
hasn't
think's going to happen?
He admitted to campaign finance fraud. He went in jail for good reason.
Oh, of course. Hey, so anyway, is there a video? Is there a website that anybody can recommend where I can see this movie?
What is the name of it again?
It's called Hillary's America, I believe.
It was in the theaters. Why didn't you go see it in the theater?
Okay, hang on.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just wondering if there's a way I could pay for it online, like Netflix.
You know the movie isn't about Hillary, right?
Either way, America is in trouble. Hillary, Trump. If they are the only two options that you have,
both are
that's
scary.
fine. You know that movie's not even about Hillary, right, Veckel? Have you?
Well, that's why I want to see it.
I've seen it. It has virtually nothing to do with Hillary. It's bullshit about. It's Dinesh D'Souza. The basic premise of the video is Dinesh D'Souza pretends like nobody knows that the Democrats used to be conservative and the Republicans used to be liberal. That's basically the point of the movie. It is dumb on every measure.
Okay, that's your opinion.
But go see it. Don't take my word for it. Go see it.
Are you in support of Hillary, Seth?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I got it, dude. It's right on YouTube.
The entire movie?
Yeah.
I've been watching videos.
Hold on, let me check this.
Is she ill? Is she unhealthy?
There it is.
Does Hillary have Parkinson's disease?
Are you in?
Oh, wait a minute.
Possibly.
Wait. I don't think this
according
is
to according to what?
It's 2 hours long. It better be the full movie.
I think you have to pay. All right. Oh, okay. What I'm looking at here is just the.
It's
All right.
it's 2 hours. It's 2 hours.
It's 2 hours worth of the green screen.
Better
That's
be the
what
full
it is.
movie.
Yeah.
No, I find this conspiracy junk about Hillary's health to be really laughable, considering the fact that she released a standard medical letter from her doctor explaining her medical history, her family's medical history, and her blood pressure and all the standard stuff that you expect about a page and a half. Trump released full of typos by a gastroenterologist that said that he tested positive for all tests and that he'd be the healthiest president ever. It's absurd.
All right, so
we've seen Hillary faint. We've seen Hillary nearly faint in public. She has spasms.
Show me. I've looked into it.
You don't believe that Dr. Drew when he made that public announcement where he's talking to somebody actually about her having brain damage, and then the next thing we know, his show gets canceled.
Well, yeah, because there's an actual medical law about making medical pronouncements about presidential candidates in the United States whom you have not treated, and he broken that rule. So yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. That's
convenient. I think it's called the Montgomery rule. I think you'd have to look it up, but it's a well-known rule.
What would happen?
What about the videos of her just bobbing her head up and down uncontrollably?
Yeah, can I just ask?
I haven't seen one that wasn't edited to make it look like she was bobbing her head up and down.
Oh, edited? Is that what you said?
I haven't seen one that wasn't edited. Do you have one that's not? Is it that funny to think that they're edited videos?
Now you sound like the conspiracy theorist.
I know.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Beckle said, "You sound like me."
There's a video of a lady trying to ask her a question. When Hillary turns, she's just like, her head is like bobbing up and down, like she's possessed,
like she's nodding.
Start trying to discredit it.
Looked at her like, are you okay, Hillary?
Somebody just got Final Cut Pro and just did some fancy editing to make it look like she was bobbing her head down.
I don't know what video you're talking about. I said, you asked me if I saw the video where her head was bobbing. I have. Hold on. Relax. I have seen videos like that, but none that weren't edited. The ones I saw were obviously. Hold on. The ones I saw were obviously edited. If you have another one, I would like to see it.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
How do you explain the one when she's standing giving a speech and the security guard rushes up to her and he says,
"Show me." I'm not going to take your word for it. Just show me a link or something.
Of course he won't.
You've never seen this. Are you in America?
Beckle, this whole. Of course he won't. This whole, of course he won't. It's bullshit, Beckle. Vaughn, I'm not trying to have a conversation. Beckle, that's absurd. You wouldn't believe me if I said video of Trump saluting like Hitler. So why don't you just stop the crap? And if there's a video like that, just show me instead of being an ass.
Hold on, Seth, there is a picture out there of four security people having a whole.
I'm not being unreasonable. I just said where's the video. That's all.
Pictures out there.
Hold on. Do you guys honestly think it's not reasonable for me to not take your word for it?
Here's the first.
I asked you a question.
No, not like this. Because when somebody says they've seen Hillary act in a certain way, it's not just because they think it. They've watched actual video.
So I should just take your word for it. I'm being unreasonable for just not taking your word for it. Really?
No, you're being unreasonable by.
I'm being unreasonable because I would like something more than your word.
You're going to get it though as part of the conversation. As we talk about it, we're going to say.
I just asked you if I'm being unreasonable for asking for something more than your word, and you said yes.
Yeah, this is more
that.
than.
If I'm talking to a friend, I'm saying, "Oh, did you hear about Hillary? She's having spasms," and he says, "Oh, no, that didn't happen."
Uncontrollable coughing,
you know,
spasms,
hey Seth, there you go.
passing out, fucking throwing up.
That video.
She threw up just the other day. Did you know that?
Just in case
she threw up on the plane the other day.
All right. Just in case you've not encountered, just in case you've not encountered Spurs chemo before, he's a flat Earth troll. Just like
okay.
You know, so.
I would like to respond to Veckel. Thank you, Simon. But I'd like to respond to Veckel. Veckel provided evidence, and I would like to talk about it.
I got more.
Great, that's fine. But can we talk about the one that you posted?
I posted 2 of them.
Can we talk about the one you just posted?
Yeah. Which one? The second one?
The one you just posted. The last one you posted.
Okay, go ahead.
Great. That one's. Now, let me finish.
I didn't say
obviously
anything.
Edited. She is bobbing up and down, but it's reversed and played while she's bobbing up and down. It's obvious. It's plain as day. Go look at it. And hold on. And yes, she is bobbing up and down. She's mocking somebody. I mean, obviously. You haven't gone, oh yeah, sure. My grandmother does that. When she's mocking somebody. She's like, oh yeah, sure. Is that not obvious to you?
Show the next one. Show the next video when.
No, hold on.
When
is that not obvious to you? Do people not go, oh yeah, sure, when they're mocking?
No. It's plausible. It's plausible that it does look edited.
I've watched the interview.
That video.
There's more.
I've watched the unedited interview. That's one of the ones that was clearly edited.
There's more.
There are more videos. That's what I tried to tell you. Did you check out the other video?
Good. No, not yet. I'm wicking up my.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if this one's not edited. Hold on a second.
But I mean, do you concede that one's obviously edited? Can you see where they reverse it and forward it in the middle of her nodding up and down?
Here's another one. 2 different angles.
So I just want to point this out that one of the first videos you provide when I ask hold on, of her doing a seizure. Hold on. Hold on. I know it doesn't matter, but I get to say it anyways, Veckel. That's how these work.
Yeah. Okay.
They slowed it down so you can see what was happening.
Veckel laughed at me. He straight up laughed in a mocking tone when I said, yeah, I've seen videos where it looks like she's unhealthy or she's bobbing up and down, but they're edited. He laughed, and he shows me an edited video that he now knows is edited. Just
you have a problem with this matter, but listen, look, check out the last link there. There's 2 different angles, and it is not edited, except for the angles the 2 angles putting together side by side. That's the only editing that I see. It's clear that something's going on. I don't know whether it's a mental issue or demonic possession. I don't know.
Yes, demonic possession.
But something is going on.
I'm pretty sure it's demonic possession.
And I'm worried. I and then she had that coughing episode just recently.
Honestly,
I'm
hold
worried.
on. Did you watch it?
Yes, she coughed
And
for like about
hold on.
3
You've
minutes.
never been in a conversation where you had to cough a bunch, really? That situation has never happened to you, ever.
Seth,
really?
Check out
She's not just
I just want you to say that you've never in a
not just a regular cough.
Seth,
She's
had a coughing.
Seth, did you
She's
check out
wheezing.
the other video that I sent as well?
I was an orderly for 14 years, and she's not exhibiting any type of normal behavior whatsoever.
Do you think that what Dr. Drew said?
I don't think that you're considering the Black Plague.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
How about
Dr.
we
Von
get
Health,
my
you're the
McAllister
Punisher.
in here to give her medical opinion as a registered nurse. She'll back me up on this shit. She
She's
is
a
not
fucking
acting
idiot.
normal. There's no fucking way in hell
Vitamin
that
C
you can say
cures
she's acting
cancer.
normal.
Shut up.
Seth, let me ask you a question. All right. Regardless of whether or not Dr. Drew violated any type of law, do you still think that he was wrong for his conclusion, or
It wasn't,
you know,
it's not a
medically
law.
speaking?
It's a medical rule. It's not a law. It's a medical rule.
Oh, okay, but regardless of whether or not he violated the fact that he mentions the fact that she has, or mentions that she has brain damage, or she's displaying things, symptoms of brain damage. Do you think that that he was wrong in coming to that conclusion?
No, I've read the transcript, and that's not what he said.
Okay, what does he say?
He said something about, you know, she might, because of her concussion that she's had before, and she has had a concussion before, that it's something that he might be concerned with.
What was the exact quote though regarding the word?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. You can look it up if you like. I'm not going to.
Okay, all right, because he actually did use the word brain damage. We heard the recording. It's been all.
Yes, he's concerned about her having brain damage because she had a concussion.
What was he referring to when he said brain damage then? And
her concussion. She's had a concussion.
Okay, but he's talking about now, her condition now.
She was Secretary of State. She had a concussion. It was a time where she had to actually go to the hospital because she was
talking about. He was regarding her condition today. That's what he's regarding. He's talking about.
I don't know. Well, you don't know that because you haven't looked at the transcript.
But I've seen the videos. Okay, I've seen the different angles from different positions, and they're all saying the same thing. And then I don't know, just coincidence. He's well, you already explained that part. Never mind. Okay, about why he got fired.
Live chat is saying that the third video, 1, 2, 3, the third video is not edited.
Right. The third video is not edited.
Somebody show me what the third video is. I don't know what they mean by third video.
Beckle's third video.
The third video.
The third one that he posted. I'm posting them in live chat so that our audience can keep up with us.
Yeah, so they can see it, right? And again, I'm just saying, look, I don't know what the heck's going on with this woman, but it looks weird. Okay? And I'm not saying that alone by itself makes her a bad candidate.
How does Seth explain that? If he saw
she's
me,
mocking someone. She's flopping her head around as a joke. People are laughing.
Hold on. Calm down, Seth.
She's mocking.
You show me how that can be done. That kind of spasm.
It's not a spasm. You're begging the question.
Yeah, but who does that? How can it be done that many times?
How can what be done? This?
You're moving your shoulders, not your head.
She's moving her shoulders.
Who is she mocking?
Her head.
Trump?
I don't know. She's moving her head, dude, not her shoulders. She's moving
Who
her
is she
head.
mocking? That's
her
what I
head
want.
her head is bobbing uncontrollably, dude.
And
She
look
is
at the
bad
face,
off.
the look
She
on the
fell.
recorded
Point
face.
of a spasm.
According to what
Some of the
some are
people's
saying,
face.
she fell and she hurt her head and she hasn't fully recovered from it. That's what's going
It
on.
certainly doesn't look like that to me. She's smiling. She's not.
Who is she mocking? That's what I
convulsing.
want.
I don't know.
Yeah, and who was she mocking? There
You said
wasn't
that she's
nobody
mocking,
there.
but I mean, you can't validate that claim of yours.
I mean, if we look at the video
mocking
in
is
great
not
if you look
necessary
at the
to say
video
that
in
she's
great
mocking
detail, we can see the first thing she does. She looks at the woman like surprised, like,
yes,
huh? What's going on? And then the body just spasms, and even the reporter is surprised. She's
yeah,
like,
look at
"What are you doing?"
the angle on the left side. Look at her face.
So you got to watch it step by step, like 6 seconds, 7 seconds, and then you look at 8 seconds when she realizes she's embarrassed about what's just happened.
Right.
And then she comes back into it. She's still going after 6, 7 seconds. She just can't stop. And then she's goes straight to the reporter and tries to make it look like
if it was I was fooling around.
It certainly looked like she was fooling around to me.
It does. It does
I don't
look
know
like
what it looks like to you guys.
but it seemed quite at an inadequate time. I mean, because we don't know her to behave like this.
Adequate time?
Yes, I mean, because if she was known to be a comedian,
I mean, she didn't have enough time for what?
If she was known to be a comedian or to throw in comedic lines or do stuff like this on a normal, when she's normally being interviewed, then that'd be one thing. But this seems awfully random. And that's what we're saying. All right, because it seems random, it's because it seems unlike her. It seems like there's some other issues going on there.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
I'm not saying that's
sure
a good reason to not vote for her as president. I have my personal reasons why I'm not voting for her. But that's not one of them.
She's a goddamn commie. That's why I'm not voting for her.
Yeah.
Communist.
Her health issues really have no bearing on whether or not.
Her health issues nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, we had Gerald Ford fall down the stairs, so I mean that's.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, we got a candidate that's got some problems.
How about this for a scenario? You ready? You ready for this scenario?
Again, I say this is a bunch of trumped up bullshit because Trump hasn't released any medical records or his taxes, to mention that.
Trump has released all of his financial records.
No, he hasn't.
Hasn't released the tax return, but he's released all of his
Tax returns are
financial
financial
records. Well, his financial records show that his businesses are booming, so what do you want? I mean, holy
His
shit.
tax return, just like what's standard nowadays.
Why do you need a tax return when you have his whole financial status? What do you need the tax return for?
Because for one of the thing, it shows how charitable he is, and he claims to be given to so many charities, and we'd like to follow up on that. To follow up on that, we need to see his tax.
Where was all this fucking scrutiny when Obama was running?
Obama released his taxes.
Some bitch come over here on a foreign
Obama, not only did Obama release his taxes,
Obama come over here on a foreign student visa. Not only did Obama release his word out of anybody's goddamn mouth. Not anybody's
Not only did Obama, Vaughn, you asked me a question. I'm going to answer. Where was all the scrutiny when Obama ran? Well, it was here. Obama released his taxes, and so did Mitt Romney. And Mitt Romney didn't want to. He did it late in the campaign, and one of the reasons he did it is because Donald Trump said he should.
Obama spent $2 million of your tax money and my tax money to hide his fucking records. That is a fact.
Good point. Good point. What the fuck? That's some bullshit.
right, Beckle. See you, man.
Insult and then leave before anyone could say anything, and he calls me a child.
What did they say? Did they say someone inside chat?
Well, I gotta step away, guys. It's been real. Take care. Stay tuned for. I'm just reading this because it's on all caps, like a child. Stay tuned for the next exciting episode of the Debate Clusterfuck.
Oh my goodness.
It got crazy in there earlier today. With strong personalities all in there. Steve and Bert, all eager to make points with, who else was it? Veckel and Arcane. It was well, lively. How about that?
Yes,
no, I don't think that's necessarily true. I could be more charitable with Steve and Bert. But I mean that seemed to be what Veckel and Arcane were doing. They instead of wanting to have decent conversations, they wanted to call names.
Yeah. I really can't understand the level of hypocrisy that they show. They're against abortion, yet they're pro death penalty.
Hell, they seem to be pro cutting people's hands off.
Yes,
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm for capital punishment. I absolutely am. Certainly.
Yep. And you've yet to
More the
demonstrate
better.
how you've came to that as a
well,
rational position.
Here's my thinking. Okay, we are almost $20 trillion almost $21 trillion in debt. All right. And I'm going to leave some scumbag that killed 20 people alive and put even more tax burden on the taxpayer than what they're already facing?
You realize it's more expensive to kill them, don't you?
No, because once you kill them, because once you kill them, they're dead. But if they're alive, you got to keep that shit going year after year after year after year.
$1.5 million to execute someone. You realize it's cheaper to keep them in prison.
You
for
realize
life
that if they hire me, it won't be $1.5 million?
Yeah, but then there's more chance of you killing more innocent people on death row.
Yeah, I mean, I almost called you Veckel. You can totally just break the Geneva Conventions and just kill willy-nilly, and I'm sure crime will be really, really low. The only problem with that is it'll brutalize the country and make history and other countries look at us very, very badly and affect our standing in the world.
Yes, but you know what will happen to our crime? It'll fucking drop to zero overnight.
All right, yeah.
Yeah,
so I would rather have everybody despising us and have no crime than to walk down the streets of New York City at 3 a.m. and get mugged or raped or killed.
Well,
I mean,
you need to
what
show
choice
that.
do I have? Oh, I'm going to take the choice of no crime any day.
You could move to Singapore.
Show that it deters crime, because I gave you examples where states with the death penalty have higher homicide rates than those without.
And I can show you statistics that wherever capital punishment has been instituted, crime drops. And it doesn't just drop a little bit. It drops significantly.
I gave you the example of Oregon. Oregon's crime.
All right, so show us. No, I mean, he said we could show us the stats, so show us the stats.
Yeah, I'm going to see. Let me see if I can Google that shit for you. Because I know your life revolves around Google. You couldn't possibly watch like Fox News or CNN.
I don't care. I just
or
want
NBC.
No, I don't care. Of course.
No, if I was.
By the way,
I tend not to watch too much Fox News. I don't like hearing about the 5 billion babies dying.
Well, I mean, besides Vaughn, I mean, you say our life rolls around Google. We couldn't trust Fox News, but I mean, you don't think Google provides these stats, do you? Because they don't. They just point you to people who do.
You're muted, Vaughn. You're muted.
All right. Google was found to be controlling their searches.
What?
Yahoo was shown to actually show more searches than Google. All right. Capital punishment works.
Use whatever search engine you got.
What does that even
Studies say
mean,
death
Ron?
penalty deters crime. Washington Post. Well, hang on. I'm gonna screen share that shit because you know, we know that y'all love screen share, so we're gonna screen share that shit. There we go. Boom. Studies say death penalty deters crime. The Associated Press. Anti-death penalty forces have gained momentum the past few years with a moratorium in Illinois, court disputes over lethal injection in more than half a dozen states, and progress towards outright abolishment in New Jersey. Steady drumbeat of DNA exonerations pointing out flaws in the justice system has weighed against capital punishment. The moral opposition is loud too, echoed in Europe and the rest of the industrialized world, where all but a few countries banned executions years ago, excuse me. But what gets little notice, however, is a series of academic studies over the last half dozen years that claim to settle a once hotly debated argument, whether the death penalty acts as a deterrent to murder. The analysis says yes. They count between 3 and 18 lives that would have been saved by the execution of each convicted killer. These reports have horrified death penalty opponents and several scientists who vigorously question the data and its implications. So far, the studies have had little impact on public policy. New Jersey's Commission on the Death Penalty this year dismissed the body of knowledge on deterrence as inconclusive, but the ferocious argument in academic circles could eventually spread to a wider audience as it has in the past. All right, so basically, there's been a series of studies, and these studies have proven conclusively that the death penalty does.
Even after they've been found unconclusive.
Well, I'll give you the link, and you can read the article for yourself. But I mean,
it says these studies have not been taken serious because they've been found unconclusive.
They haven't.
And then
Simon, they haven't been taken serious because nobody wants it. That's not an excuse. I'm sorry. Just because somebody
let
doesn't
Simon
want
finish.
anything
Hold on,
doesn't make it true.
Vaughn, let Simon finish. He wasn't done talking.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
I
honestly,
want you to finish.
I don't know.
I
I don't know what else I can say to convince someone. It's not effective. It's more expensive. It's not moral.
When the bureau politic doesn't want something, that doesn't mean that it's wrong or right. It just means they don't fucking want it, Simon. Okay? They don't want the death penalty because they want money flowing into their coffers. Okay? That's why they don't want the death penalty. All right? That's the only reason. See, when somebody's sitting in jail, they get what, 50, 60, 70 bucks a head. All right? Every day. 70 bucks a day. All right? That's big money. And it's flowing into their coffers. And so, no, they don't want to kill people. Because if they kill the bastard, they ain't going to have that $70 a day. Okay? It doesn't mean that they're against or for death penalty. They just want that money rolling in, bro. It ain't about the death penalty at all. It's about keeping that money flowing. That's all it's about. They can care less. They can care less about whether the death penalty is legit or not. They just want that 70 bucks a day. All right? You know, you got Charles Manson. He's been in fucking prison, what now, 60 years or something? You know, 60 years the motherfucker's been in prison. You know, why? Because they getting that $70 a day off his fucking ass. That's why they ain't killed him. That's exactly why. That's the only reason why. But the studies show that the death penalty does in fact lower crime and deter it.
All right. Well, can you provide a study that shows this? Because you said between 3 and 18 lives or something like that.
Can you see my screen?
I can give you the number of.
Can you see my screen?
Sorry, I'm on. I'm on my phone.
Okay, maybe you're on mobile and you can't see my screen. Shit. All right.
You said something about 3 to 18 lives been saved, and there's been about 76
You need to come back
cases.
in on a regular computer, Simon. That's what you need to do.
I'm at my mum's place just now. I'm looking after the dogs. So
well, I can't give you the link because if you're on a mobile, you ain't gonna see the damn inside chat.
Put the link in the external chat, and I can read it if you want to do that.
All right, that I can do. No, I can't do it because I don't have mods. I gotta have mods to do that. Can't post a link on the outside chat without mods.
No, external, like in the not not the.
That's what I'm saying. I cannot post a link in the external chat without having a spanner.
I would be happy, Vaughn, if you post it in the side chat. I will copy it and paste it in the live chat.
Oh, okay. Well,
not in the
He's not asking for the live chat. He's asking for the external chat.
See where I typed the message in here? That chat. I don't know if you can see that.
No, I can't see the external chat because I don't own the channel. So, but he's put it in the side chat, and I will be happy to copy and paste it into the live chat.
Okay.
yeah, I actually fucking Googled that shit. You guys out in the external chat? Wow, what a shock. I actually Googled that shit. I actually took my own advice and Googled that shit. But this is not the only study, okay? There is all kinds of reports, okay? 13,200 results, according to Google. 13,200 results. Study says death penalty deters crime. Washington Post. Capital punishment works. It deters crime. Daily Signal. Death penalty deters crime and saves lives. Heritage Foundation. Facts about deterrence and the death penalty.
Heritage Foundation.
Deterrence. States without death penalty have had consistently higher crime rates. Death penalty saves lives by deterring crime.
Isn't
U.S.
the
News.
Heritage Foundation listed as a hate organization by the Southern Poverty Law Center?
Heritage Foundation is a hate crime. What? Since when?
It's a hate group, according to the Southern Poverty Law
Since
Center.
when? Since when? I'm not aware of that.
Look it up, Southern Poverty Law Center.
Death penalty deters crime and saves lives. David B. Mulhausen, Ph.D. Research Fellow in Empirical Policy Analysis Center for Data Analysis. Sounds pretty credible. Sounds pretty credible. Testimony was delivered on June 27, 2007, before the Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Property Rights of the Committee on the Judiciary of the United States Senate. Okay, so this went to the Senate. This went all the way to the Senate. So, yeah. Pretty hard to refute, man. Pretty hard to refute. And I'm going to stop sharing. Pretty hard to refute. Saves lives, man. It does. It deters crime, and it saves lives. That's the truth. But the bureaucrats don't want it because they want that $70 a head coming in every day. That's what they want. That's what they want. That's why they're against it. They're not against it because it's wrong. They're against it because they lose $70 a day. It all comes down to the money. All comes down to the money.
I was confused. It's Heritage Connection, which is in Heritage and Destiny. Yeah, Heritage and Destiny. That's a hate group.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Don't know anything about that. Not sure I want to either. But, yeah, because the Heritage Foundation, they've been around for years, man. As far as I know. On a happier note, my swing arm comes today. My expandable arm comes today for my microphone, so that's good. I won't have to use a damn cardboard box anymore, and I'll actually be able to use my keyboard without having to fight around the cardboard box. So that's good. Don't know where my my little round screen is to protect my mic, though. I don't know what's keeping it. They have to order another one.
Yeah.
But yeah.
This article you said about it saved about 17 or 18 lives or something. Due to the death penalty being in case. You realise there's been 138 people, innocent people, released on death row, and many more have been found innocent after being executed?
Well, nobody said the justice system was perfect, Simon. I mean, if you want something perfect, you're going to have to go to heaven, right?
Well, I'm giving you a better alternative, and that is life in prison without parole. It's a cheaper alternative.
I mean, what happened to Joan of Arc?
What?
What happened to Joan of Arc?
Are you now saying that we ought to burn people? In addition to chopping off their hands in public and hanging them in the
I'm asking you what
the
happened to
Walgreens
her.
parking lot?
She was burned alive, right?
Yeah.
All right. Why was she burned alive? Do you remember?
I don't understand what this has to do with the death
My point is Simon was claiming that innocent people were killed on death row. Well, I mean, innocent people have been killed all throughout history. What the fuck difference does that make? That don't mean shit.
That's right. Absolutely right. Why don't we just go around? Why don't we just go kill all our neighbors and everything? I mean, innocent people have been killed in the
The point I'm
past.
making is that there is no perfect system, okay? There is no such thing. The only perfect system is in Summerfields, my particular belief, or perhaps Valhalla, which is where I'm going.
No, but you make it closer to perfect.
You want perfection, that's where you're going to find it.
No,
You're
I'm not
gonna
saying
find
do
perfection on this earth.
either make it perfect or do nothing. How about improving?
Improving
Vaughn is
to
right.
what?
The system
Improving
isn't
to what?
perfect. I propose
Coddling criminals is perfection? Oh my God, no.
the system isn't perfect. Therefore, we should say that if someone's lighter than a duck, then they're innocent.
They used to do that.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that was my point.
Every duck shall be innocent.
No, because there are no ducks that are lighter than a duck. All ducks exactly weigh one duck.
So maybe I can ditch the top hat and cane, and I might be a wee bit lighter on the scales. Yeah, I was really surprised to hear this is a really religious standpoint. I thought most religions would be against it, and at least that's what I've read anyway.
It's my understanding that a good majority of at least decent religious people are against it. That's not to say that there aren't decent religious people that are for it. It's just that, I mean, it's hard for me to say that Veckel's not a complete piece of shit, but he's sitting here laughing about chopping people's hands off and killing people. Fuck.
No, I think it's fair to say Veckel's a complete piece of shit. Don't worry about it.
I used to really like Veckel. I really did. And he's just a dick now. He just lives for being an asshole.
Well, maybe you can fight him in Valhalla.
Well, that's why I've got a really short fuse for him lately. You know, he comes in, he becomes immediately standoffish and scoffs at people. Like, I mean, when you started bringing up the death penalty, he scoffed and started trying to be, you know, this reductionist argument. Oh, as an atheist, you can't have a moral stand to it. So why are you saying that it's good or bad? I'm like, but fuck you.
Look, I try very hard to not be the guy that's trying to put someone into sort of catches and trip them up with weird questions and things like that and lead them into a path that I want them to go down. That I try not to be that guy, you know, because it leads to this sort of mentality against me where I get treated much the way like Veckel was trying to treat me, as if like every question was loaded so he wouldn't answer any of them type mentality. You know, it was so I'd really try hard not to be that guy, but yeah, it's difficult sometimes.
I can commend that. That's something that, I mean, it's not my way, but it is a way that is, I think, has value. But I mean, regardless of that, there are going to be assholes out there who treat your question, who are fucking scared of questions at all. They're going to treat them as if you're trying to trap them.
Veckel's one of those people who are just scared of questions.
There's been a lot of flat earther people coming in today.
Is there a flat earther in the room, other than me?
Well, there was that Spurs chemo guy. He's a flat earther. I've been told that he's actually just a troll though. That Adam, that A4 guy that joined earlier, he's a fucking
That guy's
crazy
a fucking
person.
twat.
Yep. Yeah. But, there's.
It seems to me that anybody who thinks, I mean, those two almost go hand in hand. Almost all the people, well, no, and that's not true. Not all the people, but I mean, certainly people that believe in the flat Earth, almost all of them believe that Hillary Clinton has health problems. They just eat all that conspiracy theory shit up.
Mm. Where's Nadia? Is she not well or something?
I don't know.
She's physically okay. She's,
that's good.
Taking a needed break and doing a lot of thinking and trying to sort out stuff. And I think just taking a break she really needs. Physically,
she's too hard on
okay.
herself.
She's very hard on herself.
Right. What is it with people on Google Plus and having broken smoke detectors? Pretty much every Google Plus hangout I'm in, there's someone with a fucking broken smoke detector that just needs a new battery.
That's an unfair generalization. Fuck you.
just put a new fucking battery in your smoke detector. Hello, the green pasta. Are you on 2 accounts here?
What I want to know is, how do we have... I'm sorry, I missed. I thought it was quiet. Sorry.
Well, relatively. I don't know if he was responding to me. Is this person in on 2 accounts?
No.
No.
How do we have two people from... Well, how do we have 2 Scots on here? We don't have any people from Wales. We don't have anyone from Ireland. We have a few people from England proper, but somehow we ended up with 2 Scots.
What's up, Paul? How you doing, James?
Good morning. Good morning. How are we?
We had a Welsh guy in earlier. That Spurs chemo guy's from Wales.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah, well, James Paul's Jewish, so.
Von Helton.
And Ocean is
Ocean will join you in Valhalla.
Yeah, I heard Valhalla, and I was just like,
summoned.
Vaughn, you're going to Valhalla? I don't know.
Valhalla is not Jewish. I'm pretty damn sure of that shit.
Yeah, no, I was just kidding. So where are y'all from?
Wait, how does Vaughn know he's going to Valhalla?
I'm from Ohio.
Valhalla? That's not Valhalla.
I'm from Ohio. I don't know where Ocean's from. His name is Ocean, so maybe he's by the sea somewhere.
I'm by the sea. So, but how do you know you're going to Valhalla?
He's left. Well, off his seat anyway.
Damn it, Vaughn.
Do you not think Vaughn would be welcome into Valhalla?
I just don't know how he's... Like, how does he know he's going to die gloriously in battle?
I thought you would welcome...
That's what you have to do to go to Valhalla.
Yeah. I thought you would welcome Von Helton into Valhalla. It means you could murder him every single day.
No, if he... No, that's Phrages. Afterlife. But Valhalla is Odin's Hall. Odin's Hall is where you drink mead and you celebrate.
Well, Vaughn celebrates the Mad Max interpretation of
the Mad Max interpretation, where he like sprays himself in the mouth and jumps off a fucking car. And
the only problem is he's gonna die mediocre.
Well, if you can't know you're going to go to Valhalla, even if you die in battle, you don't know if you're going to Valhalla, unless you die like fucking gloriously as shit. Like there's one Russian guy recently that got posted on a bunch of forums about Asatru recently because he called a missile strike on his own position to blow up a bunch of other enemy combatants. Yeah. So this guy blows himself up with a bunch of fucking Tomahawk missile or whatever missiles the Russians were using. Probably not Tomahawks because Tomahawk's an American thing. But blows himself up with a fucking airstrike from Russia.
Jesus Christ.
To take care of all of the combatants that were attacking him. Apparently over 100 people. So everybody's posting hail, like, you know, because this motherfucker, if anybody's going to Valhalla, this motherfucker is going to Valhalla.
Damn, that's boss shit right there.
Right. But you know, in order to get to Valhalla, there's a couple things that have to happen. First, you have to die gloriously in battle, something like that. Secondly, the Valkyries have to choose you. On top of that. So, is he...
Jesus Christ.
You can't know you're going to go.
That's true.
He's saying, I'm going to Valhalla. Please. Unless you just think you're going to...
That's crazy.
You're going up there by sheer belief in the gods. That doesn't...
That's like that movie, Inglourious Bastards.
Ocean, where do warriors go? Where do they go?
There's several afterlives for warriors.
Where do they go?
There's the Helheim, there's Freyja's Hall, and then there's Odin's Hall.
Okay, and so where do you think I, as a former soldier, am going?
Did you die in battle?
You don't necessarily have to die in battle.
Yes, you do.
It depends.
You have to die in battle and be chosen by the Valkyries.
Did you kill innocent civilians?
No.
You'll probably, if you don't die in battle, you'll wind up in the Helheim.
If you killed civilians, you're going to hell.
No, it's not. Killing
that's
civilians
not
doesn't
true
matter.
either,
You can
whatever.
kill a bunch of fucking civilians as long as you die gloriously in battle. You go to Valhalla or Freyja's Hall. It
doesn't matter whether you kill civilians or not. That's irrelevant.
Yes, it does.
No, you can kill
No,
all
it
the
doesn't.
civilians you fucking want to. You can cut them up and rape them. It doesn't matter. If you're a good warrior, Odin wants you.
So the
Or Freyja wants
the civilian casualties going on in the Middle East right
Doesn't
now don't
give a
count.
Have
No.
nothing to do with
Nothing to do with Valhalla.
Has nothing to do.
Vaughn and I are going to agree as fuck on this. It has nothing to do with Valhalla.
Nope.
So,
Nope.
to a certain extent, we both get this, but you don't get into Valhalla by virtue of being a soldier and just picking up a sword at one point. I don't think I'll go to Valhalla. That's not.
What's
my,
Valhalla?
It's the. Oh my God! It's the Hall of the Fallen. The ones that Odin chooses, or the Valkyries choose to go to Valhalla. It's the glorious afterlife of warriors that train to fight against Fenrir and other monsters that will happen at Ragnarok. I think it's purely symbolic. I don't think it exists. But if you're going to say that you're going to go there, let's at least look at the legend. Like, what do you have to do in order to get there? You have to die gloriously in battle. Vaughn, I don't think you're going to die glorious unless you do. If you do, great. But I don't think that you know you're going to be chosen, even if you do die gloriously in battle.
That's right.
I think Thor could put a good word in for the Punisher, couldn't he?
Probably could. They're both from the Marvel Universe.
Oh, there you go.
The Marvel Universe.
They're all best buds.
No, killing civilians, they got shit to do with it. Kill as
I
many
somehow
civilians
don't
as you
think
want.
Bond's killed anyone, to be honest.
Well, now, okay, Ocean. How many people in the room actually knew there were 3 different halls to go to?
Oh, there's more than 3.
Oh,
Because
well,
there's
I
the
know
Farmer's
that, but
Hall
I'm
as
just
well.
saying. I'm just saying. How many people in the room knew there were more than 3 halls to go to?
Probably
Nobody.
only me.
That's why I used a
That's
generic
probably
term.
it.
That's why I used a generic term called Valhalla.
Oh, it's
Because
just the
most
afterlife, man.
haven't got a fucking clue about Norse mythology. They haven't
Well,
got a
I mean,
fucking
I figured
clue.
that
But
you
if you
would.
mention the word Valhalla, hey, they know what that means. Okay, that's why I used
Well,
that term.
you initially started
There's a
arguing
method to
would
my
go.
madness. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and say Odin has 350,000 pieces
Odin
of,
has one hall.
of beard. Okay, I'm not going to say shit like that because most people don't give a fuck and most people don't care. All right, but if you mention the word Valhalla, hey, they know what that means. Okay, that's why I use the fucking term. Now, if we want to get specific about the Norse mythology, we can. But the average person in this room is going to be totally fucking lost. They're not going to give a shit, and they're going to be saying, "Fuck this! I'm going to go somewhere else." Okay, that's why I use the term Valhalla. Do you understand?
No, because you started arguing.
You don't understand. Okay, well then we're done. We're done.
Okay, fair enough. This is what happens when you get Vaughn on something. He gets mad.
Hey James, what do you think about Christianity?
Christianity, I have mixed feelings on.
Islam?
Oh, Jesus.
Islam's a cult.
Vaughn and I might have similar opinions on Islam.
Judaism?
Judaism, I'm unsure about.
Stephen Christ?
Somebody running around claiming to be an ascended master? Are you fucking serious? Really?
That's right.
Where's the
And
miracles?
none of
Where's
his
the
prophecies
miracles? Show me
came
the
true.
miracles, motherfucker. You
None
know,
of his prophecies
when is his foot going to split Mount of Olives in half? When is he going to wave his hand and open the eastern gate of Jerusalem? Yeah,
When
that
is the
shit
earth
ain't
gonna
never
stop
gonna
spinning?
fucking happen because he ain't no goddamn assistant master. He sure as fuck ain't the Christ, and he ain't no ascended master. So no, that shit ain't gonna happen, is it?
You don't believe in ascended masters then, Von? That's interesting.
No, what I don't believe is in Stephen being a damn an ascended master. Not even close.
But do you
No
believe that
fucking
such
way.
people exist? Do you believe that such people exist?
I believe
whatever.
that if an ascended master was on this earth right now, first of all, he wouldn't be on the fucking internet, and well, he might be on the internet in
Yeah, I
news
do need to
media.
get off the internet.
He would be in the news media, so that technically would
That's
be on
right.
the internet. But a true ascended master would be doing the will of the gods. He wouldn't be on the fucking internet talking about fucking concave Earth. Okay,
What do you think
he would be
about
out in the world doing the will of the gods. You know, telling
Dalai
people,
Lama?
hey, you know, the gods are coming. Prepare. You know, here's what you got to do to get ready. You know, whatever. You know, whatever the gods had willed for him to do. But he sure as fuck wouldn't be on the internet talking about concave Earth, and he sure as fuck wouldn't be stupid enough to not know that my legs and feet have been swollen the last 10 years. Okay,
That's right.
if he was a true ascended master, he would have known that shit. He didn't. Okay, he's a fucking fraud. He's a charlatan. He is not an ascended master, and
I know.
everybody needs to fucking call him on that shit.
I always tell him, if you're really our Lord, kill yourself and bring yourself back to life. But he'll never do it.
Well, he doesn't even need to do that. All he has to do is fulfill prophecy, which,
Right,
wow,
but
that's what an
hold on,
ascended master does.
But Jesus also didn't. I mean, Jesus was tempted in the same way. He was told by Satan to jump off the building, and the angels will surely come down and save you. That's how you can prove that you're the Son of God. And Jesus said, "No, don't tempt me. But get away from me. You're playing Satan's role now."
I'm playing Satan's role by
No,
demanding that
unknown
he
is. I
follow
was talking to unknown. Vaughn, shut up.
They told Jesus the same thing?
Yes, Satan tempted Jesus to jump off of a building into the crowd, and angels would save him.
Wow.
It's a well-known biblical story.
So I'm being a devil right now, basically.
You're playing that role.
What's even more sad is that he has followers. That's what's sad.
Yeah, of course he has followers. He's right.
Well, now, okay, Seth. Let me ask you, who's the better person, Enil or Inky? Which one's the better person?
Who?
Who? Enil or Inky? Pick one, Seth. Enil or Inky? Go ahead, pick one. Which one was nicer to mankind? Which one actually benefited mankind? Enil or Inky? Come on.
I don't know.
You have no idea.
I don't know.
Or then you don't understand the concept of the confusion between God and Satan, then, right? You have no concept of that.
How does that follow?
I'm just telling you a biblical story.
Well, see, what I'm telling you is that in some people's minds, Satan is actually Inky. Satan is actually the one that actually helped mankind, whereas Enil, in this case, would be God, who is actually trying to stop mankind from progressing and from developing and from being a unique individual. Okay, and once you understand the background of all this shit, then it starts to become a little bit clearer as to what's really going on.
Right. There's a more common trope, and that is that Satan has a Prometheus role.
Well, Prometheus, but I mean Prometheus wasn't well. Okay, yeah, Prometheus was. Well, I would say Prometheus was more of a messenger than than an actual deity.
That was a nice
status.
movie too, by the way.
See, the problem is that, you know, and everybody's guilty of this. Okay, I'm not singling any one particular group out. They're real fast and loose with the word God and goddess. Okay, I mean, take Sekhmet for example. Okay?
Your mom's
Sekhmet,
fast and loose.
they called Sekhmet a goddess. She actually probably wasn't. She was probably a female vampire that wanted to destroy mankind. Now, that doesn't
Wait,
mean
are we
she didn't.
talking about your mom?
That doesn't mean she didn't have the power of the gods, okay? Don't misunderstand me. But by calling her a goddess, I think was a little bit too much. I think it was a little too forward. But, you know, because
Your mom
it
was
seems
too
to me
forward.
like writings always tend to use the term God and goddess way too much, way too much. Just because someone is imbued with power from the gods does not necessarily, therefore, make them a god. All right, you follow me?
Yeah.
I hope so.
In that Prometheus movie, that thing at the end, the thing that rips the robot's head off, you remember? The body
Yeah,
that they
go ahead.
find. What was his role in the movie? Basically, was he the creator of mankind, or was he just like some alien? In the movie, of course.
The idea, okay, like I said, going back to Enel and Enki, all right, you've got two schools of thought. You got one school of thought that says mankind should be limited, and that they should be, you know, basically kept the way they were from the time of creation. Then you have another school of thought that says no, they should be allowed to grow and change and adapt and have freedom and be able to do things. All right. Enel wanted to keep mankind as originally intended. Enki wanted to allow mankind to grow and have freedoms and be able to do things on their own. Okay. It was two schools of thought. All right. And depending upon your perspective, which, you know, perspective is like assholes, everybody's got one.
That's right.
You know, it just depends on, you know, the individual you're speaking to as to whether they attest Satan or Lucifer as that person that was in the Enki role, you know, but a lot of people do believe that. You know, whether it's true or not is debatable. You know, that debate's going to go on for all eternity, but the idea that a lot of people believe that is true. All right. And that's something that's just been ongoing. I mean, always will, right?
Yeah.
And I killed the fucking room. Oh well.
Tell us of your warrior deeds. Tell us of your warrior deeds, Von, so that you can get into Valhalla.
What's that?
Let's hear about your warrior deeds, so that you're going to get to Valhalla.
I can't discuss it. Hell, there's shit I did in the army I can't discuss. What do you
That's
think?
right.
All right, then how about this?
Yeah, that's a shame.
Being a
How
chef
about
in the
this?
army is confidential.
How about this, Vaughn? I'm sending you away to a desert island forever. You don't get to see anyone ever again.
Jesus Christ.
You can take any album that you want. You can listen to it over and over again. You can't listen to any other music. What album do you take?
Super Czar by Black Sabbath. Taking that shit with me, man.
All right, what movie?
What movie?
Super Czar, he said.
Super Czar by Black Sabbath.
Is that Ozzy-led Black Sabbath?
It's Ozzy-led Black Sabbath, yeah. That was before they picked up Dio. What movie? Patton, I'd say.
Patton?
Yes, Patton.
All right. No
Movie
judgment.
George Patton. I actually like that movie a lot.
It's a good movie. I'm just not sure if I could watch it over and over and over again.
No, I wouldn't watch it over and over again.
I could.
It's a solid.
All right.
What about I'm a tanker, so I mean, you know, I'm partial. Right?
What about Candy?
Actually, Vaughn, have you seen Fury?
I have not seen Fury.
You should watch
And
Fury. I think you would like it.
People have been messaging me, you know, hey Vaughn, have you seen Fury yet? Have you seen Fury yet? And I said, no, I haven't seen Fury yet.
You and I get in arguments all the time, but I do know you, and I think that you would love the fuck out of Fury. Like you would love
You're
it.
not alone, because my inbox is fucking full of people. Hey, have you seen Fury yet? It's like, no, I
It's
haven't.
got Brad Pitt playing
did you
this
say-
asshole that's awesome. Like
We've got a lot more to go through.
It's great.
Did you say you were a tanker?
Yes. 19 Echo.
You drove
19
a
Echo.
tank? What were
Yeah,
you,
a
like
tank.
the driver, the shooter?
My son is messing with a spider. Hang on.
Okay.
Son of a bitch.
Sorry, I stole your thunder, Seth. I won't do it again. He said tanker, and I was like, he should have chosen Fury. That would have been the logical choice.
That's right.
Is it good? I haven't seen it.
Oh, it's great. Fucking solid film. But it's definitely a tanker movie.
Do you guys remember that Pearl Harbor movie?
Don't remind me.
Yeah,
Go
that was
away.
bad.
That was a great movie, and the sequel too.
Sequel? What the fuck?
Well, wasn't it like a double disc or whatever?
Pearl
Harbor 2.
Are you talking about part 2 of the same movie
Yeah.
being the sequel?
Well, yes, yeah.
This time it's personal.
Did you think the Titanic had a sequel? This time it's Door?
I just okay, man. I'm sorry. I just remember it being a double disc.
All right. I'll reserve myself.
All right. Since I don't know when Vaughn is coming back, I'll move on to somebody else. Unknown.
Ooh, pick me.
I'll get to you. Unknown.
Yes.
All right. You go on Desert Island. You can pick any album. What album?
It's called Illmatic.
Vaughn's back. Let me finish with Vaughn real quick.
Okay.
All right, Vaughn.
All right.
The next question is candy. You could have any candy.
Three Musketeers.
Good choice. I like the Three Musketeers.
Solid choice.
Yeah. All right, food. Any food stuff.
Chinese.
Oh, like American Chinese, like chow mein and orange chicken.
Mugu Gai Pan. Mugu Gai Pan, egg drop soup.
That's a good choice. Recreational drug, if any.
Recreational drug. I don't do drugs.
Yeah, alcohol, tobacco, marijuana.
I don't do drugs.
You don't drink?
You don't want wine?
No, I don't drink.
Oh.
I haven't drank. I haven't drank or done drugs in over 35 years. No.
Hey, Paul, Viagra counts.
What about a cigarette?
I don't smoke. I vape.
Oh.
No,
we can call that.
vape. Vape would be, yeah.
Bring a vape.
You're muted.
Doesn't Viagra count?
Vaughn, you're muted.
You even got to laugh out of that one.
Vaughn, you're muted. Vaughn, you're muted.
It's so funny.
Vaughn, you're muted.
I don't see the video feed. Is he
For the love of God, Vaughn.
He's pointing to stuff and talking to the camera, but he's muted.
Vaughn, you're muted.
Yeah,
It's so funny.
Vaughn!
What?
You're muted.
Solves that problem.
You're muted.
Yes, I know I was muted.
Okay.
But anyway, the point is, no, I don't need that shit. Anyway, next.
Book.
What?
Book. Well, you can take a book as well.
Oh, a book. Damn. Now that's tough. I gotta say, because there's a lot of books I really like.
I have a problem with this too.
I don't know.
Have you read
I
The
guess.
Catcher in the Rye?
I guess War and Peace.
Mm.
You know?
Good choice. It's really long, real respectable. All right, I like it.
Have you ever
Was
read
not expecting Chinese food, but unknown. On to unknown's turn.
Wait a minute. You weren't expecting me to like Chinese food after spending about 90% of my life taking martial arts?
I think
You
that
didn't
was a really good choice considering he said favorite food and you chose a whole fucking cuisine.
Yeah,
like, you did a good job there.
I choose.
That's some variety, man.
Choose.
Yeah, I like
Okay,
Chinese food. I've studied martial arts since I was a little kid, man. Of course I'm going to like Oriental food. I mean, that kind of goes without saying, right?
That Kung Pao chicken.
I don't know. I know people who might not like Chinese food who do martial arts. I don't know. That was kind of a surprise. It was an interesting surprise. That's why the questions are there.
What did you do? What martial arts did you take?
Chinese food.
Krav Maga.
What didn't I take? What didn't I take is the better question.
Did you learn how to box?
No, you're not going to sit, Jerry. You got to get out there. No, you don't need to sit. You don't need to sit.
I've studied martial arts all my life. Of course, I'd want Chinese food.
That's right.
What kind of martial arts did you study? Krav
It's
Maga.
almost a microaggression.
Hello, little
Like
Paul.
I said, what martial arts didn't I study? That's the question. What martial arts didn't I study? Go ahead now.
Hello, little Paul.
No, we're not going to mess with the mouse. No, we're not. I don't need you. I don't need you kicking me out of the hangout.
Oh, why'd you need him?
Because he's talking to his kid.
Yeah. Ocean. Or sorry, not Ocean. We're on to Unknown first.
I'll go.
All right. What album are you going to take to the island?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm taking Illmatic. I'm like a 90s rap fanatic, so.
Respectable. I like a lot of 90s rap.
Yeah.
Movie.
I'm going to go with The Matrix.
Gross. Can't respect that.
I like it. I think it's a good one.
I'm just teasing you. I'm not a fan, but I'm just teasing you.
Or good
Movie. Okay, candy.
Oh, chocolate count?
Just chocolate, plain chocolate?
But does chocolate count as a candy?
Yeah. I typically mean candy bar, but I just say candy.
I'm going to go with Butterfingers.
Nice. Like a good Butterfinger.
Yeah.
Food?
Ooh. I'm going to go with Mexican food.
Again, picking a whole cuisine. What the fuck?
Hey, you've allowed it. It's happening.
Yes.
Pacific food?
No. Mexican. That works. Mexican.
Okay.
Just different
just
ways
say
to wrap
taco.
tortillas, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is this? Well, it's a tortilla with meat and cheese.
The next one's book. I would take The Catcher in the Rye.
No. Yeah, no, you're right.
What?
It's food. Then yeah, book. Right. No. The next one is recreational drug of choice.
Damn. Probably marijuana, but I haven't smoked in a while.
Okay, and then book.
The Catcher in the Rye.
Respectable. It's good. Good.
What
Good
about
choices. You want me to go now?
Yeah, album.
Album, Mothership by Led Zeppelin.
Ooh. What was the next one?
Movie, Groundhog's Day.
Oh.
I can sit down and watch that at any point.
It's a terrible movie to watch over and over.
But that's the point. Is also because it's over and over again.
Food.
So, candy's next. Candy. Oh, a plain original Reese's cup.
Oh man. Oh god. That sounds so good.
Food. I think I'd want steak and a baked potato.
Steak
Good
and a
choice.
baked potato.
That's some Irish shit right there.
Yeah, but now wait a minute. The original premise is that we were on a deserted island.
Yeah, it's a magic island.
Okay, all right. 'Cause I was going to say, how the hell are you going to get a T-bone steak on a fucking
Yeah,
island?
Well, how the hell are you going to get a TV? But that's not what matters either, is it?
Well, now you
Or
can bring a
Chinese
TV
food.
with you, though. I mean, but the
Where you
steak,
gonna play the
you're
album?
going to have to find that shit. You can bring a book with you, but finding a T-bone steak's
but
going to be a
that's-
little tough.
Well, the point of the
They
question.
grow on the tree, the steak tree.
That's right.
All right,
Yeah, they
recreational
grow on the
drug of
steak tree.
choice.
Okay.
Recreational drug of choice. I think I would want
Peyote?
Acid.
some kind of cannabis edible.
Oh.
Edible cannabis. Oh, okay.
So like brownies?
Just edible cannabis.
Yeah.
Whatever. And then book. Oh yeah, that's History of Western Philosophy by Bertrand Russell.
Yo, are you outside?
Sorry?
Are you outside?
Yes.
Okay.
Ocean, your turn.
Uh-oh.
Album.
Bat Out of Hell, Meatloaf.
Really?
Yes, absolutely. It's one of the best albums ever made. I fucking love that album.
Oh, that's a controversial choice.
I know. I know. Some people
Okay.
hate it. I love it. I think it's great. I grew up on that shit though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. I know a lot of people do though.
I know. I don't get it.
What'd he say?
Bat Out of Hell, Meatloaf.
Oh.
I'm gonna rock out on this fucking island, dude. Rock ballads, motherfucker. Bat out of hell, I'll be gone when the... Okay, I'm gone.
Movie.
Movie. I'm gonna go with Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh, that is a really good movie. Jeez, I am so excited that came out recently because it really makes me excited for movies again.
Oh yeah, same here.
Oh, by the way, just on a different note, real quick. Last weekend I showed my girlfriend Reservoir Dogs for the first time.
Sweet.
Oh, so good. Better than I remember.
It's not as good as Mad Max, but
No, yeah, it's not. Oh, God, that was really good too. All right, Mad Max, good choice. Are you thinking? Ocean?
Say that again. What?
Candy?
Candy. Chocolate covered espresso beans.
Jesus. Oh, good. No, that is so good. I haven't had that in forever.
Espresso beans.
Oh yeah. You got a few of those.
Chocolate covered coffee.
Oh yeah.
You have not lived till you've had just a dark roasted espresso bean covered in chocolate.
Whoa.
So good.
Oh yeah.
Chocolate covered coffee. Really?
That's right.
He's so offended by the idea.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. You haven't had one. If it doesn't make sense, it's because you haven't had one before. They're amazing.
Sweet, it's bitter.
What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
It's a coffee bean. You're
Yeah.
supposed to dry roast it and boil it and make
They are
coffee
dry
out of
roasted.
it.
No, it's an espresso bean. It's completely different.
Okay.
Actually, I might want to change my album. So,
Two.
well,
Nah.
it depends. Do I have it on vinyl or do I have it digital?
You can have it on any medium you want.
That's right.
If it's vinyl, I want Meatloaf.
Cassette, whatever you want.
If it's digital, I want
8-track. It has to be an 8-track.
Oh my God.
fucking
Yeah,
8-track?
it has to be an 8-track so it'll wear out in 5 years.
That's right.
It should be an 8-track so it'll wear out in 5 years, man. Who the fuck thought of that anyway? Wrapping the loop around the damn spindle so it would rub and rub and rub and rub all the oxide off the fucker? I mean, that was stupid. But anyway.
Okay, but if it's digital, I want Dance with the Dead Out of Body.
Whoa.
Dance of the Dead? Really?
Yeah. Yes, I love Dance with the Dead. They were awesome.
Is that
Those are two
paying
completely
homage-
fucking different albums, but
is that sort of paying homage to Shiva or what? What?
Dance with it's electronic music.
All right.
Anyway, let's go back on. Last thing was coffee.
Food.
I'm gonna have to go with unknown on this one. If
What
I
are
can
you
just
talking
have
about?
Mexican,
I fell asleep.
I don't know.
Just naming your favorite things, or
Well, if we're on a desert island, what are we
Desert
taking
island.
with us?
oh, desert island.
So I was thinking about this, but it's like, if I'm gonna give an answer to this within the parameters, I'll go with tacos. But
Oh yes, dude.
if you give me a fishing rod and I'm able to catch any kind of fish, I'll be good.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Like I would want a fishing rod that I can catch whatever fish I want to.
Give him a fish he eats
Oh,
for a
if you
day.
give me a boat, I'll be good.
Well, I mean, if you give me a boat, I'm off the island.
Yeah, I know. That's my
It's a
point.
desert.
You're going to change the parameters willy-nilly like that.
No.
Well,
You're on the lost.
I answered
I
within
want a
the
freaking
parameters,
boat,
and
man.
You're on the
then
lost island. If you start paddling out straight in one direction, you just end up back at the island.
You fall off the flat
Helen,
earth.
I
fall
did
off the
answer
edge of the
within
world.
the
That's
parameters.
right.
And then I
I'm
gave
falling off the edge of the world. No. Speaking of Dio, that was a good song.
again. I answered within the parameters, and then I gave my little stupid answer.
Oh.
All right. Recreational drug of choice.
2CI, or actually no, psilocybin.
What?
Psilocybin. Okay.
Yep.
What is that?
Mushrooms.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Shrooms, baby, shrooms.
What's weird is I think it was what's the country? There's a country that psilocybin mushrooms were legal, and then they made it illegal,
Amsterdam.
but the truffles are still legal.
Amsterdam, right?
I don't know, dude.
Okay. And book.
Book. I'd probably go with the
You
Sagas.
okay, DC?
Sagas of Icelanders,
I'm
or
just sleepy.
yeah, if I could get a book that was a compendium of the Nordic sagas.
All right, just checking.
Thanks.
Or if I could only pick one book, one story, I would go with Romance of the Three Kingdoms.
I also want to change my album to 36 Chambers by Wu-Tang Clan. So I'm just going to stick with that.
That's good.
Yeah.
You know, I could actually change mine to Beethoven's Fifth Symphony.
It's just too much music. That's a hard one.
All right,
Yeah, there's too much music.
G. Whistler, you're next.
All right. Hit me.
Album.
That's an interesting one. This might please Fon, but I'd probably choose Heaven and Hell by Black Sabbath.
Yeah,
the top 3 greatest records of all time.
Movie.
Life of Brian.
Life of
what a great! Oh my God, I forgot.
Such a funny film.
Oh, it was so good.
Candy.
Something with white chocolate in.
Oh.
I don't know what though. They keep making stuff with white chocolate and then they take it away. I'll say something with white chocolate. I don't know.
Let me suggest something, and you could tell me no. But here in the States, there's a Hershey bar has a white chocolate bar that has bits of Oreo cookie in it.
Yeah, go on then. We'll have that. Cookie bits in white chocolate.
That's good. That's the only white chocolate that I can stand.
I love white chocolate.
All right, what was it? Oh yeah, food.
This is boring. Probably chicken. I don't know. I like Chinese food, so I'll copy Bon. Bon and I can share some Chinese food.
Food. What was the next one?
Recreational drug.
Recreational drug. Yeah.
Shit, my food should have been sushi.
I'm boring when it comes to drugs, so I don't do any. But if I'm going to be stuck on a desert island, I'll fucking have some ayahuasca. Fuck it, why not?
Ayahuasca?
Just we'll hit that. If I'm going to be stuck on a desert
have it
island,
available.
I'll go completely out of my tree. That's cool. But no.
One of the days you're going to get bored and want something.
Well, yeah.
Right, exactly.
It's
a good choice. I like that choice.
Yeah. That's what the Native Americans took for like spirit journeys, right?
Yeah.
I chose psilocybin because of Ram Dass.
The last. Oh yeah, book.
I like short story collections, so I will choose. I don't know if you've heard of Jeff Moon, Pixel Juice. He writes. It's sort of weird, psychedelic, sort of cyberpunk. That's how he was marketed. It came out back in the 90s with a book called Vert, which is set in a kind of weird psychedelic rave culture version of Manchester. It's kind of really weird, British, trippy, cyberpunky, psychedelic stuff. And the short stories collection is really, really good. There's all sorts of stuff in there. So that'd be my choice.
Sounds fun. All right, who wants to go next? Ratsmeek or DC? I'm not. Who's running the Debate Coliseum channel?
It's Helena.
Helena. Okay, it sounded like it might have been you. I wasn't sure.
I'm sick, so I probably don't sound the same.
All right, Helena. What album are you going to take to the desert island?
I don't know. Muddy Waters. Blues Masterworks.
Ooh, Muddy Waters. Hey, good choice.
Yeah.
Movie.
Unbearable Lightness of Being.
The what?
Unbearable Lightness of Being? Daniel Day-Lewis? It's a great movie. If you haven't seen it, you ought to go see it.
It must be a chick flick because I'm.
I like
So-
Daniel
It's not really a chick flick. It's not really
No,
a
it's
chick
not.
flick.
No.
Oh, well, I like it, so maybe it is one.
Lewis. So yeah, I'll have to check it out. Unbearable likeness of being.
Lightness.
Lightness. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna check it out.
It's the only movie that was better than the book that I've ever experienced.
Really?
Mhm.
You haven't seen Passion of the
Okay.
Christ?
Say that again.
Passion of the Christ is better than the book.
Oh.
Fight Club is also better than the book.
Did you know? You probably do know this because you're into film, Ocean. But the hand that's at a close up of that's being pounded into the cross is Mel Gibson's hand.
I did not know that.
It's so. It's like it's.
It doesn't get
so
more perfect than
arrogant.
that.
It's
So
so arrogant and
Oh
it's
my
trying to
God.
be humble. It's fucking full of himself.
Oh, God, that's so ridiculous.
Isn't that great?
I think that was hammering the point home. I think.
Oh, bad pun alert! Shit. Oh my God.
He really nailed it.
All right, we got to get to Helena's candy.
These puns are making me Thor.
Chocolate. I need chocolate.
Like a
Reese's or
chocolate
something
bar?
like that. Yeah, Reese's or something.
Reese's?
Reese's with
That's-
I get a little protein that way, maybe.
Food.
Well, someone said Chinese, so I'm going French.
French.
Oui, oui, mademoiselle.
Bien sûr.
All right. Because this whole nationality of foods have gone overboard, I'm going to allow it, but I need you to reference one specific French food that you love.
Oh. Okay, let me
Wine.
No, she can have French food. I just wanted to mention. I just want to know in
No,
particular.
no. I said that French food is wine.
Oh, wine. Sure.
I can't think of only one food.
Escargot.
No. What? No.
Ratatouille.
No. Let me think. Probably like country leek soup, something like that.
All right.
I'd go with the duck.
Helena?
Yeah?
Drug. Is there any drug you'd like to take to the island?
Caffeine.
Caffeine. Good choice.
Ah, shit. Well, I guess I have espresso beans.
Yeah, you've got espresso beans. You should bring
and
a roll of toilet paper. Look, how to get off a magical desert island.
How to get?
That's my book.
Early on in these conversations, because of the book thing, I would usually bring a blank book.
Oh, good one.
But I think that avoids the question.
The great I'm guessing Pastafarian or Ratsmeek, if you're there.
I'm
say
here.
something.
I'm here.
All right, which one of you wants to go next?
Doesn't matter.
Ratsmeek. You're going to Desert Island. What album do you take?
Bob Marley and the Wailers, Legend, best hits.
It's a good choice. Beachy, nice. Movie.
Does it have to be a movie I've seen?
Huh?
Does it have to be a movie I've seen?
No.
Any good movies coming out?
Batman, Superman.
But if it's
Good choice,
I've
good
seen,
choice.
probably like The Goonies or Labyrinth. The Labyrinth, yeah, I did The Labyrinth.
The Labyrinth?
Yeah.
What candy?
Does Oreo cookie count as a candy? Because I do the birthday cake Oreos. They're so good.
Yeah, that counts.
Yeah, those.
Food.
Mexican food.
Name
I
a
like
Mexican food in particular.
yeah.
I mean, you get Mexican food. I have not clarified for anyone else. So, but I just want you to name a Mexican food in particular that you like.
Shit.
Quesadillas.
Carnitas. I mean tacos. Fuck everything, man. Enchiladas. Spanish rice. Lengua is really good.
It's more than one.
He said tacos. I'm gonna say tacos. I mean, he gets all Mexican food, but he mentioned tacos. That's what I was looking for. What was the next? Food, recreational drug, right?
Ooh, ketamine. If I'm on an island, right? If I'm on an island, yeah, ketamine. Either that or a really strong opiate. If I'm on an island.
Book.
Probably the Bible. As corny as that sounds. I guess I can just read.
Everyone needs toilet paper, you right?
I can read that shit all day. Yeah.
All right, great Pastafarian.
What up?
You're going to a desert island. What album are you gonna take?
Midian from Cradle of Filth.
You say Cradle of Filth?
Yeah.
All right. What movie are you gonna take?
Young Frankenstein.
Good choice.
Fucking solid choice.
Yeah. Especially now that Gene Wilder died. Oh, it's so good. Candy.
Snickers.
That is a solid choice.
Frozen.
What do you say?
Not Frozen.
Snickers.
Oh, Girl Scout cookies. Fuck.
Oh, Snickers. Okay. Oh
It's a
God,
real
Thin Mints. Somebody said Thin. Oh fuck me.
Macarons, man.
I just want to break the Girl Scouts.
Do you freeze your Thin Mints? Richard?
Of course. Yeah. And I also freeze the remains of the Girl Scouts I kill.
I love that the Addams Family movie. What was it? Or is it the sequel? I don't even
Are
remember.
they made with real Girl Scouts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christina Ricci is Wednesday is too fucking good.
No, she's great.
Yeah. All right. So food. You get to take one food to the island.
Japanese food.
Ooh, that's good.
Name something in particular. You get all Japanese food, but I just name something in particular that you're looking forward to.
Sashimi.
Ooh.
All right.
See, that's like.
Fuck, I should have went with that sushi. Fuck.
Well, see, the way I figure it is, I'm gonna find some fish.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, that's a horrible choice. Now that you said that.
Now, but you don't got any knives. How you gonna?
Oh, I'll
prepare
fucking
sushi?
figure it out.
Got rocks and shit. Why not?
Hey, sashimi, you don't really need a knife. If you want real sashimi, you just take a tuna and you bite it.
A food, a recreational drug.
I'm boring. My vape.
Your vape?
Come
It's
on.
not boring.
It's
Nicotine.
more exciting than that. If you're really gonna be stuck on an island, you can tell me you really don't want to bring a drug. Come on.
Yeah, don't be Von Helton.
Yeah. Come on, be honest here. Let's be honest.
You take your vape. You could either have Nick or you could have pot.
Ooh.
Can we also bring
Pot.
a drink of our choice?
Huh?
How about like a drink of our choice too?
Yeah, well, we'll go back and we'll do drink too. That's a good idea. All right. Oh yeah. So the
Already
next one would be book.
Demon by Daniel Suarez.
Is that a Lovecraftian type?
Oh, H.P. Lovecraft. Fuck.
No, but it's an IT thriller, and I'm in IT, so why not?
What's your favorite Lovecraft, Seth?
I don't have one. I haven't really read Lovecraft, but
the one I have. Audiobooks, man. If you're not gonna have time to read them, do an audiobook before you go to bed. They're all really good.
Oh,
it's a terrible
they're all
idea.
really good.
What about movie? What'd you say for movie?
Young Frankenstein.
Said,
Oh
yeah,
Young Frankenstein. Oh, that was a great movie.
He hit the nail on the head. That's a good choice.
Yeah, that's a good one.
all right. And somebody brought up the idea of drink. So
Milk. Mine's milk.
milk,
Scotch.
scotch.
Assuming water
Well-
doesn't count, right? Assuming we already have water.
Yeah, water's assumed.
If we bring beer, is it cold? Like, can we have it
But
cold?
no, see, water is assumed, but it's room temperature water. It's from a stream.
Okay, but if we bring a drink, is it refrigerated or no? It's gonna be room temperature as well.
You get a
It'll
cold
be any
drink.
temperature
Don't
that you want. Magic
A
Island,
stream
any
could be
temperature you
cold.
want.
It's a magic island.
The assumed water on the island is room temperature, but any drink that you choose for the island is any temperature that it needs to be.
Corona
You can
or
have hot
Modelo with my Mexican food.
Corona, yeah, it's a good choice. The Mexican
With
food.
the lime, that line.
A lot of people talk shit on it, but I love a good Corona.
So
Anyone else?
I'll go with martini, stirred and dirty, like I like my women.
G Whistler?
Orange. This is a weird one. Maybe, I don't know. Orange juice and lemonade is the most refreshing drink ever. A little bit of lemonade in a glass of orange juice is lush. That's what I'm having.
Make it a mimosa.
Nah, I'll stick with that.
What about you, Seth?
Orange juice is solid. That's a good choice.
Iced espresso.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh.
I've already got the beans, so.
Yeah, I do iced Americano too, man. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah. Gotta wash it down with martinis. Fuck me.
And honestly, I probably wouldn't want to bring a book like that. I probably want to bring like all the I Spy books or all the Where's Waldo books with me to keep me entertained.
Oh, but once you find Waldo in all of them, fuck me.
I know, right?
Oh, it's something I can read over and over again.
All right, I'll add another one. You could bring an animal to the island. Oh, I forgot to fucking. What the hell's wrong with me? There's two other questions that I totally. Fuck me. Okay.
I don't want to.
No, and that's part of the question. Who did I ask first? I think they left.
I'm the one
You asked Bond first, but
he's gone.
He is no more.
I think you're the second on the list of the people who are still here. So I'll ask you the two questions I totally fucking missed out. Three, now that I'm going to add animal. But okay. You can bring one person on the island for your communication and sanity purposes. Alive or dead, anybody throughout history.
I hate you. Why'd you ask me that? Fuck. Can I come back to that question? What's the next one?
Similar, except anyone throughout history, they'll alive or dead, they'll be alive for your purposes, for sexual purposes, and they cannot be your significant other.
Oh, okay. So I can't just say my girlfriend.
No.
Let's see.
Actually, both they can't be your significant other.
I don't have a significant other, so it's all good.
These are impossible questions.
Let's see. For my sanity's sake and for fucking.
One person for communication, talking, camaraderie. The other person for sex.
Okay. Oh, I'm having a hard time with these two. It's also like this giant multitude of choices.
All right, we'll move on. We'll move on. G. Whistler.
Yeah, so get somebody else for. I'm sorry.
I call my kid for
history.
the sanity.
History nut. I'm just gonna be like, ah.
My
G.
kid for
Whistler.
sanity before you exclude it.
No, I'm not going to exclude kids.
My kid.
One. So for sanity's sake, I don't know. I'm tempted to say Frank Zappa actually.
That's a good choice.
And for sex, I don't know. That's
Frank Zappa.
Yeah, for sex. Frank Zappa for sex. For communication purposes. Yeah, no. Oh man, I can't think of that. The woman who played, I don't know if you ever watched it over in the States. I was watching Robin of Sherwood, which was a British TV, very pagan take on the Robin Hood myth from the mid-80s. And the woman who played Maid Marian was really pretty. I can't bloody remember her name. I'll say Maid Marian.
All right.
Maid Marian
okay.
and Frank Zappa.
And there's another one. Animal. You can bring an animal for whatever purpose. Pet. Riding, whatever. Some kind of animal.
Just one animal?
Just one animal. Unless
Dragon.
they're typically in pairs for something.
Like, could I bring all my dogs?
No, you can't bring no mythical animals.
No, dogs.
I can't bring my dog. Or I can't bring my dragons.
No.
Motherfucker. I'm so pissed now. Seth has totally ruined this game.
I don't know.
I think I'm gonna bone Imogene Poots.
Who?
Imogene Poots. You look her up. She's hot as fuck.
Bring
I hope she
Mr.
doesn't watch this. If I ever work with her, sorry. Still trying to figure out my sanities one. I was thinking philosophers, but then I was like, no, that's probably a terrible idea.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, that's for
See?
insanity.
Bitch is hot, right?
She's stunning. Wow. All right, so that's so we got your sex. We didn't get your animal. We didn't get your
Oh, for an animal, I'll probably bring a
camaraderie.
dog, you know.
Dog's a
If
good
I'm on a
choice.
desert island, I need a dog.
You gotta have a dog.
Especially if I can't have a mythical animal. Yeah, a mythical animal, I got all kinds of
Can we
shit.
have a
But
lion? And can it be
Why
tamed?
can't you have a mythical animal? It's a magic
because Seth
island.
is stupid.
Because they don't. Because everyone will pick dragon and unicorn and
No,
Pegasus.
No, I pick dog.
Yeah,
You
Pegasus.
can pick dragon.
If I pick a Pegasus, I'm off this fucking island tomorrow. Although with the stuff that I brought, it's alright. I get to fuck Imogene Poots on this island. I don't need a Pegasus. I have a dog.
Dinosaur mythical animal?
Oh, I guess. I mean, I can't think of a good enough reason to rule out dinosaurs.
Pterodactyl.
I think that will come back to bite you.
Well, how big is the
Literally.
It probably would literally come back to bite me. That's a terrible idea.
Keep you on your toes,
Although it
eh?
could probably get me fish if I communicate with it.
I pick Richard Feynman as my sex guy.
Oh,
And-
I heard he was into some tantric stuff.
Shit, I was in the running. Fuck.
and my dogs. And I'm done with this grueling
what's your-
quiz.
Your kids for your conversation. You got to pick one. There's only one person.
One kid.
Okay, one of your kids for
Well, I only
conversation.
have one, so that's not a hard
Okay.
problem.
Okay, Richard Feynman for sex. Dog for pet.
Yep. Yep.
Gonna bring
Ocean Styles picked. G. Whistler's was who was G. Whistler's? Conversation was Frank Zappa.
Conversation. Yeah, it was Frank
Sex
Zappa.
was Mary.
That one chick for Robin Hood.
Oh.
I'd probably pick for an animal. I'd probably pick something ridiculous like some monkey. I think because monkeys are entertaining.
A monkey? That'd be
A monkey
cool.
that doesn't want to rip my face off, of course. A fucking tame monkey.
All right, we're still waiting for Ocean to pick somebody through history he wants to talk to.
Ah! Why?
Seth,
Rat snake.
why don't you go while he thinks?
Okay. I'd want to. Sorry, go ahead, Ratsmik.
Nostradamus.
You don't want to talk to Nostradamus?
Interesting.
Yeah, love to talk to that fool. And then for sex, I mean, I don't know. Can I just pick someone else to, enlighten me? It'd probably be like a comedian. I don't know which yet, but yeah.
Can I have another Imogen Poots?
I don't know if I'd be on too much ketamine to have sex. I'd need my mind blown.
You're abstaining from picking someone. Come on, you can pick somebody.
No, I mean realistically, I'd be on too much ketamine.
Realistically, you're not going to throw away that option, even if you think you're going to just pick somebody.
Pocahontas hot.
Pocahontas.
14.
That's great.
Pocahontas was like 13.
Cartoon Pocahontas.
Oh fuck! I didn't know.
Even better, right?
Never mind. How about Pocahontas, which is 18?
You're gonna have a spiritual
Good choice.
journey.
And an animal. You can pick an animal.
Except it can't be a hippogriff or any such cool shit.
Not domesticated, like. Are we thinking realistically? Like, if I chose a lion, I'm not going to be able to tame it, right?
I mean, you could, but I don't know if you'd want to.
I'd do a dog. You can't go wrong with a dog.
You really can't go wrong with a dog.
Three-headed dog.
German Shepherd, probably, if I could choose a breed.
What breed did you pick?
German Shepherd.
Oh.
That or Pitbull.
I'm going to choose Socrates to talk to.
Oh my god, he's such a jerk.
Yeah, I was
Ivanka
thinking
Trump.
about Socrates, but then I was also thinking to get annoyed with him.
Yeah,
Ivanka Trump to fuck.
Killing him.
Never tell you what he thought about anything.
Ivanka Trump to hate fuck. And
She's gonna be tied up in a cave somewhere. on this island.
usually my answer is Audrey Hepburn, but
Oh yeah.
now it's gonna be
Hepburn's a
Ivanka.
good choice.
That's
Yes.
Hepburn's a great choice.
Yeah.
She's so gorgeous. And then for animal, I think I
Kind of
want a
jealous
horse.
of your island right now.
Well,
I think I want a horse for my animal because
that's smart.
a couple of times I live in a rural area outside of LA. I've gotten to ride a horse and actually get up to a gallop, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. I almost picked horse, but I thought, no, dog. Horse
Yeah,
was my
horse
second
was my
choice.
second choice too.
Yeah.
Also, horses get eaten.
What about like if we got sent
Well, so is dog. But that's what Von Helton did.
Ocean, shut up! You haven't picked anybody throughout history to talk to.
Where would you go back in time to if you had a time machine?
No, we have to get past Ocean picking somebody throughout history, or current or alive today. Doesn't matter.
About a volleyball?
It could be someone you know. It just can't be your
Actually,
significant other.
I would bring my brother. Actually, it's a dumb decision, but it's actually probably who I'd bring.
That's a good choice.
Your brother there, someone's getting murdered.
Like I'm going through all these historical figures, and just being like, you know what? When it comes right down to it, the guy who's going to keep me sane is my bro.
Right.
Anything else that somebody wants to add to the island?
Dragons.
Other than a question to an island question.
What about the hippogriffs?
What about what?
I'll bring a hippogriff.
Bring a Medusa. That would take up your sex category and your animal category.
I mean, I guess I'd be stoned the whole time.
Well, it's the price you pay.
You know what I should add to the drug question? Fictional drugs included.
Adrenochrome.
Cake. Well, that's a very British reference.
Soma.
Bloody eye.
Or that BZ
Oh,
stuff.
bloody eye! Fuck off! You're gonna bring Bloody Eye to a desert island? It seems like a terrible plan.
No, it would sound like a terrible choice, but I was just the first fictional drug that came to mind. Other than Bliss from RoboCop.
Oh yeah, that's a smart one. Yeah.
There's Soma from Brave New World.
Slow mo.
Soma.
I'm just playing. That would suck. It'd make the island.
We're taking some Soma with Evogene Poots.
How about the milk? How about the milk from Fury Road? You could take that. The mother's milk from Fury
I thought that was just milk.
Mother's milk. It's just milk.
Yeah, it's just human breast milk.
Formula 51. That's what I'll bring. 51 times more explosive than every other drug. You ever seen
I'll
that?
bring Bacta from Star Wars so that if I get attacked by my monkey, I can heal myself.
You know who might be fun to bring in the island? Well, I don't know if you bring fictional people. I mean, you can bring real people throughout history, but
Why not? Let's do it.
all right, one island superpower. Keeping in mind you can't use it to escape from the island. Flight, just end up in the same place.
I'd want to be on the island that's in Lost. That's if that could be a superpower. I don't know. Or the superpower of the island is it grows.
I'll take
It grows
Wolverine's
every
power.
other drug.
So blades and healing.
Oh yeah.
I'd take the ability to pee around corners. No.
Pee around corners?
Honestly, I think I just want the power to not get sunburnt.
See, that came with mine.
I have the power to shrink. And explore the world. Yeah. Or just Ant-Man, not super small. I think that might be Atom.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, not Ant-Man powered, or?
Ant-Man, I think at that level, he doesn't go like to the subatomic, I don't think.
Oh, he does in the movie.
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, like shrinking to a certain level.
But you just wouldn't take off the inhibitor.
No.
If you guys could go, if you had a time machine and go back to any time, where would you go and what would you do?
It's kind of a privileged question.
What do you mean?
Louis C.K. brought this up that like if I'm a white male, of course I'm a white cis male, of course. Anytime throughout history I go to, I'm pretty much safe.
No. If you go back to any time before the rise of Europe, you're fucked. If you go anywhere that's outside of Europe, you're fucked. Unless you're Marco Polo.
I don't think
if you go back into, especially if you go to Japan, if you go to Samurai Japan, you're killed. You're dead because you're a white male.
No.
I don't think famine and disease discriminates too against race.
Right. Yeah. If you go anywhere in, don't go to Europe during the plague. It's a terrible idea. Being a white
Don't
male.
use your time machine to go back in time. That's the terrible idea.
That's also true.
Who wants to go back in time? You've got a freaking time machine. Go forward. That's what I would do.
I think that's
not
more
go
efficient
back
as
in time. Go into the future.
Yeah, I like Louis C.K., but I think he was totally wrong in that.
I'd want to see the very beginning of the world, like, and see what the truth is.
Nah.
I do think you have more options. But yeah.
Yeah,
I need
not
to go
gonna
to
argue.
ancient. I
You're
need to go to
probably
ancient China, or 100 years in the future.
If you get into China, you're dead, Whitey.
Yeah, I know, but it'd be worth it.
You're dead. You're lost. You can't talk to anybody. You're fucked.
It'd be worse for me. So I think Seth still has a point.
Well, it depends on what you think is worse, death or concubineness.
All right. I can't even say it.
What?
Some stupid question that teenagers post on like social media all the time. That's so dumb. If you could enter the world of any anime, what anime would it be?
Cowboy Bebop, man.
Oh, that would be a good one though.
I don't know any of them.
How is Cowboy Bebop is like always number one or like no less than number 3 on like every top anime list. It is so good. It's
Okay. So either Cowboy Bebop or Ghost in the Shell.
Oh, I was going to say that.
I think Ghost in the Shell would be scary.
Ghost in the Shell would be awesome because you could. I mean, yeah, you could just get a new body.
I'd say that. I'd say Ghost in the Shell.
Well, Ghost in the Shell is kind of a double-edged sword because it's got all these awesome things to it, but it's also like kind of cryptically awesome. You know what I mean? So that's
like a hacker can just like hijack your brain and kill you.
Right.
Yeah, that's scary. Yeah,
but it's still cool. Like I don't fault anybody for going into that world. It's a pretty awesome world. It's just that it's also like it gives you a lot of vulnerability as well.
What was first, Cowboy Bebop or
I think Cowboy Bebop. I think Cowboy Bebop was late 90s, very late 90s.
So was Firefly though.
No, that was early.
No, Firefly was early 2000s. Never mind. Yeah. So Bebop was first.
Yeah, I think I'd want to join the world of Lucky Star. No.
Sailor Moon. Oh, 7 Deadly Sins.
That was a fun fucking anime, man. Are they gonna do a second season or what?
I don't know. I'm not even finished with the first one. I just started watching it and it was just like, this thing is hilarious.
It's simple and it's fun and it's a great little anime, man. It's great.
And this girl was hanging out. She's like, let's watch this. I'm like, I have no, why? And I just started watching it. And it was stupid fun.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
It's
stupid fun.
Stupid, fun, goofy little anime. It's great. The same thing happened with me. My girlfriend, we sit down and we like to mock that we like to watch hang out and watch bad anime, and she picked one on Netflix and it was 7 Deadly Sins, and we started watching. It was great.
I know the anime I would not want to go into the world of is Evangelion. Despite how much I love watching it.
Yeah, that's fucking frightening.
It's absolutely terrible.
Everyone mocks Shinji. Just get in the fucking robot Shinji, but I mean, it's fucking terrifying.
Well, yeah. But if I were Shinji, I would not want to get into the robot. I would not want. I probably would, but I wouldn't want to. That definitely wouldn't be as much of a puss as fucking Shinji is.
Also, considering the fact that they're not robots, you're in a plug in the spine of a fucking alien.
Yeah, well, spoilers. But, yeah, well, yeah.
Oh, spoilers. It's fucking, how old is that anime? You've got more than a decade. You had 20 years to watch it. Shut up.
I did.
You guys watch? Did you guys ever watch?
I haven't seen 3.33, but I've seen everything else.
I don't think I've seen 3.33 yet because I'm not sure. Has it come out in dub yet?
Yes, I have it on Blu-ray. I just haven't watched it yet.
I don't know what the fuck the titles mean. I don't understand at all. You cannot. You can parentheses not and parentheses redo. What? I don't. How is
No,
that?
I love the title for the first one. I think the title for the first one's awesome, but I think the subsequent titles are stupid.
I'd have picked Gatchaman when I was younger, but I don't know much about anime. That was just translated as a. They did an Americanized version of it.
I think
Battle
it's a
of the
good
Planets.
choice.
But Gatchaman.
I was watching. There's this Cartoon Network show called Steven Universe. It's basically for kids, but
You
it's
fucking feminist.
it's super. Have you seen it? You know what it is then.
No, I'm aware of it. Yes.
Okay. Well, they recently had an episode that ended like the end of Evangelion. It was
Oh no.
like the scene was set up like the end of Evangelion, and it was like, oh my god, that's the end of Evangelion.
What did they reference?
They didn't reference anything. It just so Stephen was in somebody's dream, and at the end of the dream, in the background was somebody's face, and the colors were right, and there was, instead of like, was it spires, and the scene where Shinji's standing on the beach next to Asuka, and Rei's face is in the background. There's a giant face, laying down, looking.
Right. Yeah.
It was that scene. It was just referencing that scene.
God.
In a non-obvious way, but it was. I mean, if you've seen End of Evangelion, you know, oh, that's that scene.
Right. Asuka is best character, by the way.
I love Asuka.
Yeah, she's my favorite.
What's her name? I can't think of her name right now for some reason.
Actually,
Shinji's
I'd probably
guardian.
take her to the island.
I can't remember Shinji's guardian's name.
Shinji's guardian?
Yeah.
Oh, what's her face? Oh shit.
I like her. I think she's my favorite character, really.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about, the blue-haired chick.
Yeah, I can't think of her name all of a sudden, but I think she's great.
Yeah. Well, I think that everybody has like a, I don't know, like an older sister crush on her when they're first watching.
Okay, you can take any anime waifu to the
Oh,
island.
Asuka's my waifu.
Asuka?
Yeah, Asuka's my waifu.
Oh no, mine would have to be what's her name? From I can't think of the goddamn anime right now. It's another Gynax one with giant robots. It's fuck, I can't think of it. Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
I haven't seen Gurren Lagann.
Yoko's
What's a
pretty
waifu?
high.
Actually, you know what my second choice would probably be is the guitar chick from Fooly Cooly.
Fuck. Oh, they're finally doing a second season of Fooly Cooly.
I'm not sure if I'm okay with that. But I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm just not sure if I'm okay with it.
I know how you feel. The first season was so good, but so fucking out there. I don't know if moral.
The reason why I like it so much is because it stands alone so well. It's just stupid. I don't know if a second season would just kill it.
I really want.
I'd rather they just keep doing other shit because, like, what is it? The thing with the schoolgirl outfit that came to life.
Kill la Kill.
Yeah, Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill was awesome.
Yeah, Kill la Kill's phenomenal.
Yeah, I want them to do more shit. Like, they just keep getting weirder and weirder with their concepts. Like, who knew that a movie about clothes trying to take over the world would be that awesome?
Yeah, that's one of my easily top 5 animes. I love Kill la Kill.
Yeah.
Have you seen Panty and Stocking?
I have not.
What are your other 5 animes? Top 5.
My top 5. Can I include movies? Or not include movies?
Yeah, go for it, man. I don't care.
Okay.
I'm easy.
So, favorite.
Do they have to be in order or just top 5?
No, just shoot from the hip, man. Go for it.
I'll shoot from the hip. All right, so Bebop, Ghost in the Shell, Escaflowne, Princess Mononoke, and then Summer Wars. I think this is shooting from the hip, and I'm not entirely thinking about that. Kill la Kill is probably floating. Is definitely in the top 10, but I don't know if it beats any of the ones I just said.
Like I don't have a top 5, but like my favorite.
I might knock Summer Wars off for Kill la Kill, but Summer Wars is pretty fucking awesome.
I think Hokuto no Ken needs to be on everybody's top 5, in my opinion.
Which one?
Hokuto no Ken, Fist of the North Star.
Oh, I haven't watched it.
Oh man,
I'll look it up.
It's like the most classic. It's one where the guy like he knows martial arts and he like kills everybody, but he's a good guy. I'll be over here if you need me.
You know, it's not my top 10, but there's a really fun, stupid late 80s anime called Urusei Yatsura.
I'm not into hentai.
It's not hentai. And don't lie to me.
Yeah, don't lie to us.
It's about a it's a lot of fun. If you're ever bored and you wanna,
and a school.
it's about.
Actually, you know what I should have put on my top 5 just to piss people off is High School of the Dead.
Well, you said Cowboy Bebop, and I'm sure that'll piss a lot of people off anyway. So.
No, if you wanted to piss people off, you should have put Boku no Pico on your top 5.
Go. Yeah.
Why would you piss people off
no
with
Pico.
Cowboy Bebop? I think Cowboy Bebop belongs on top 5. It's a kind of a fixed.
No, I
point.
love Cowboy Bebop.
You really just do top 6 because Cowboy Bebop is a given.
Yeah. Cowboy Bebop is an automatic.
It's just like it's the one show that like all Americans are familiar with, basically. And Ghost of the Shell too. Did you play the video game, by the way? The Counter-Strike look like?
No. What?
It has a really long name. It's like Ghost in the Shell, First Strike, something online. Here, I'll look up
This is
the
a
full
PC
name.
game, or?
Yeah, it's PC.
First Assault Online.
Yeah, that's the short version. It's like it's got a big long name though.
It's on Steam. It's got 3-star rating.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Ghost in the Shell standalone complex First Assault Online.
Oh, it came out recently.
A few months ago, yeah.
What is this?
It's basically just like Counter-Strike in Ghost in the Shell. Or Call of Duty. It's like kind of in the middle.
Is it good?
It's all right. I like it. It's acceptable.
Acceptable is enough for me to play a Ghost in the Shell game.
There you go.
Did it come out on PS4 or anything?
I don't think so. I don't know.
Consoles?
I don't know. I have a PS3 sitting over there. And it's got like 2 inches of dust on it.
Oh man, it's got fucking DLC coming out its butt.
Yeah, that's like mostly just like what do you call it? Like it's what do you call it? Cosmetic kind of stuff.
Oh, okay. One of them is $90.
Yeah.
Oh, it's free to play.
It's free to play, but like the $90 thing like will get you like a skin, like a Makoto skin, and like a few operatives and all that. But you can unlock most of that stuff, like except for the skin. Yeah, you have to buy the skin.
I'm gonna read more about this.
It has very little to do with the anime. It's just like the characters, and they have like maybe some of the skills.
Yeah,
from the
you
anime.
could set it up very easily to be unlike the anime and be fun. Like if it had to do with the anime, it'd probably be a boring shooter. Because they don't really shoot very much in the anime. It's only a few times.
It's pretty high action. Like you just spawn and you shoot people, like robots.
Right. But like they shoot a lot in the anime, but they'll shoot as much as you can expect with a special ops team. If they're going to make a video game, I think the best way to do it is to create a new story from scratch.
Yeah. Well, there's not much story. Like the most story that you get is from like the tutorial. and after that, you're just kind of like shooting people.
Okay. So if you just do the free to play, do you just like create your own character, or you just play a soldier, or what?
You get like an operative, and all the operatives are from the anime. Like you could pick Makoto, for example, and she has like she lets like the whole team go invisible for a period.
Oh, okay, so it's like a team game.
Yeah.
Do you play with other people, or is it like
Yeah,
is it
it's
MMO? Okay. I'm definitely gonna check this out.
Cool. I don't know how this podcast ended up on my list or whatever, my YouTube list. I was like, oh, this is cool. Just hang out here, talk about anime.
Well, usually this is a great debate hangout.
Uh-huh.
Talk about God and shit, yo.
Oh,
So
or like
if you're subscribed to like all those other things, like fucking Amazing Atheist or Drunken Peasants or any of that kind of stuff, is usually kind of similar to that, except with a lot more drama than those.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes the conversation's deeper, and sometimes it's petty as fuck.
I can't imagine getting any more petty than Amazing Atheist, but
Well, it gets more petty than Amazing Atheist, believe me.
like he'll freak out about
Like
anything now.
Amazing Atheist, it's if you consider Amazing Atheist a baseline, these hangouts get obviously way deeper than Amazing Atheist, or it gets about as deep as the banana video.
That's
the
pretty
peanut
deep.
butter jelly one. Is that it? That's old school now.
No, I think he's talking about a different banana video.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm talking about the Amazing Atheist video that features the banana.
Oh, the guy with the he's like he tries to compare like he's
No,
like
we're talking about TJ putting a banana in his butt.
oh
Right. Yeah.
I know a lot of
And covering himself with a towel or something, was it?
What's
I
that?
thought there was another item involved.
I'd like to see more of these show up on my list. That'd be kind of cool.
Well, subscribe to the DC,
Uh-huh.
and there is definitely a long list of hangouts. Actually, you know what? You should subscribe to Darwin's Greatest Hits. Let me expose you to the world.
Hello, world.
Fiction also.
Yes.
Oh yeah, definitely subscribe to Skylar Fiction.
And Stephen
Skylar
Cray.
Fiction is kind of a underground staple of the atheist YouTube world. But because he's kind of the hub for a lot of this kind of shit. But
Like I didn't
in
even
the
know
side
that
chat,
kind of stuff existed. Like I mean, they don't let you reply to videos anymore. So like, but like
Oh,
to
yeah,
have someplace
that's
where you can actually talk to people about stuff rather than just like listen to their opinions. That's pretty
I'll
cool.
tell you what, I'll add you on Skype if you want. You seem like a reasonable guy.
All right. I'd have to make a Skype account, but
Oh, okay. Well, here, I'll PM you, and you have the side chat available, right?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm kind of a noob to this kind of thing.
Do you see the chat on the side?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I just posted a link in the side chat. I think that DC just posted a link to Skylar Fiction.
All right, gotcha.
No, I posted a link to my own
I just
channel.
PM'd you my Skype account.
That links to my channel, the one I posted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you should definitely subscribe to Helena. Helena's a beast.
Sounds good.
For some reason, I can't find Skylar.
Skylar Fiction?
If you watch Drunken Peasants, you know about G-Men already, right?
Oh, don't tell him to subscribe to G-Man.
No, I'm just going to tell him that Skylar features G-Man, because if he's new to the community, but he's watched Drunken Peasants, he's going to know who G-Man is.
Well, I'm part of Drunken Peasants, but
This is also a 24/7 hangout, so you can pretty much show up whenever. And there's usually something going on here, but there's like a cast of characters that show up, and there's a lot of pre-established relationships, and people bitch. But yeah, Christians show up here, atheists show up here.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like the bar in the middle of town for Hangouts community.
I gotcha.
The DC.
I was just saying, like, this is kind of cool. Like, I didn't even know this existed.
It's neat. Wait till about 8 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow. It'll be full of shit.
Oh yeah.
So, in the words of Brett Keane, who also shows up here once in a while, I don't know if you know about him.
No, I don't.
Okay. When did you must be new here.
Yeah, I must be new here. Like, I know Steve Chives. And yeah.
Steve Shives?
Yeah.
What do you think about Steve Shives?
I know. Well, I know that there's a lot of drama surrounding him, like these last few weeks.
He's barely talked about here for whatever reason.
Okay.
But
Cool.
what do you think of Steve Shives?
I think he's a pretentious prick.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know. I think he drank the feminism or the new feminism Kool-Aid a little bit.
Right. It's around here. It's kind of acknowledged that feminism is tearing apart atheism, but there's not really people on the feminism side show up. I love you, Helena. I'm sorry, but
it's not
true.
acknowledged around here. That's a little bit of an exaggeration.
It's not. It's acknowledged.
It's the
but
it's the
not
hip
really
it's the
talked
hip
about.
way to be.
What?
I didn't mean to bring up a sore subject or anything like that.
Yeah, right. You're gonna fit in just great.
Wait. Helena. What's your opinion on all this?
I think that the dogpiling on Steve Shives is terrible. I think it's
Well, he's a
awful.
weenie.
I think what people are doing to him is unconscionable, and we should not be doing that to him. And that we are all supposed to be rational and logic and reason with a capital L and a capital R, and the dogpiling bullshit is bullshit.
Oh, you're talking about like the name calling and all that other shit. I think there's people that will deal with
The ostracizing
what's up
is
pretty
just pathetic.
logically and reasonably.
It's making
And
people
he still
not.
fails on that front.
It's censoring, extreme views. We're
Well,
supposed to be about not censoring. But
what I said about Steve
crap.
Shives was sort of like just banter or like funny. Like, I don't know. Like, it was just like the first thing that popped into my head. Like, I thought his old videos were kind of funny, actually. But
Like the An Atheist Read series.
yeah, like that was all right, and like some of his top fives things were okay. But like recently, like he'll just attack anybody for like no apparent reason.
Well, he's
not
he's
give, like,
under attack, so he's now
well, you might be getting a little bit defensive
that's true.
and
a
stuff.
lot
but, like, a lot of
defensive, but it's not for nothing.
well, that's kind of what I'm saying. But like, he doesn't really give a lot of evidence in support of his own things, and he's also very much on the side of like the neo-feminism kind of stuff. So I mean, there's a clashing of heads there, especially between him and the Amazing Atheist, and he does come off as a bit of a he comes off as a bit of a prick, but so does the Amazing Atheist. So I don't know.
Yeah, you have to be the right kind of prick to not get dogpiled on.
Sure.
Well, I think Amazing Atheist gets dogpiled.
Oh,
Not by the same people.
Yeah.
They might be all wielding bananas. And sometimes he might pay them. I don't know. But no, Steve Shives is definitely regarded as the dumber of the two.
Yeah. Like the Amazing Atheist, he seems like a pretty smart guy.
Do you think I just instead of
Not that Shives
typing
isn't
out
smart.
instead of typing out Richard Raspberry's ridiculous long current Google Plus name about Jesus is Lord, do you think he's going to be upset that I just called him Dick?
There you go. Hey, Bozo.
I mean,
Hey, Bozo.
does anyone
Been a
think
while, man.
it's a little weird that Richard Raspberry's name? I mean, if you use his nickname and assume that raspberry is cogni rhyming slang. His name is Dick Fart.
That's funny.
It is. Raspberry tart is cogni rhyming slang for fart, and Dick is short for Richard.
Dick Fart. Blowing gas out his penis. But Ad, if you bring up a sore subject and people try to challenge you on it, that's kind of what this room is about.
Yeah. Well, I
Start
don't
bitching.
know, but I didn't mean to. I don't know. It was just the first thing that came to mind. It was like a current topic, you know.
Yeah, it is a current. I mean, yeah. Yeah. No, that was a fairly tame reaction about what happens in here. Helena will criticize, but she doesn't go nuts like some people do that show up in here.
Well, that's fine. Like, I think I cut it off before it did get.
Yeah, she's also not here now.
But I like watching a lot of the debates and stuff, like the old Christopher Hitchens stuff and Bill Nye and all that.
Right.
Neil Tyson. Like,
I think the room population right now is Helena's an atheist. Seth is. I'm not an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you're an atheist?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Fucking idiot.
I don't know. I'm somewhere between agnostic and atheist. I try not to label myself too much.
Oh, good. Cool. You're not one of those guys.
Right.
Ocean's not cool enough to be an atheist.
No, you're not cool enough to be a pagan. That's what.
Oh, you're a pagan?
Yeah.
All right. I don't really know much about paganism. I had a friend who said he was a pagan in high school, but I never saw him doing anything pagan.
Did he have like a book of shadows and run around drawing pentagrams and shit?
He didn't go around. No, he didn't do anything like that. But he had some sort of like necklace that he wore.
Yeah, that's
weird
pretty
because
much
he went
what
to like a Catholic high school, so I don't know. It's kind of strange.
Well, I mean, you know, if he was a Catholic high school, he would have been right at home.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Good on them for not really like. I mean, they didn't really seem to care. Like, and by they I mean like the friars, because it was a Franciscan kind of place.
Right. I mean, but my point is that Catholicism basically ganked paganism anyway. So.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine's Catholic. I joke that we're the same religion.
Yeah, they hijacked a lot of that stuff, man.
Yeah, it's like, you know, you're celebrating Christmas, where you bring a tree in your house and decorate it.
Mm-hmm.
Not pagan at all, right?
No, it's. I mean, isn't Easter a pagan? Like, that's somewhere around the pagan holiday.
Less evidence, but it supposedly is.
Yeah.
Halloween and Christmas are the big ones.
Look, they didn't steal anything. It's Jesus just happened to be born on December 25th. Okay, Ocean, deal with it.
Yeah. So was Horus, right?
I don't know. Was Horus supposed to be born at the end of the year?
No.
I have no
according
idea.
to Zeitgeist, he was.
Oh yeah. Okay, you're mocking Zeitgeist. Then yes, I should have laughed.
Right. Yeah. It's like Horus, Dionysus. All
Buddha?
December 25th. Yeah, Buddha.
John Smith.
I think even Zeitgeist didn't go that far. Fuck.
I was halfway expecting them to say L. Ron Hubbard was born on December 25th.
Spike Spiegel.
December 25th.
I don't know.
The Bible totally got its ideas from Evangelion, so.
They probably have Spike Spiegel's like blood type figured out, but probably not his birthday. I would have to Google that.
But I guess to give you a little bit more information, I'm a polytheist, so multiple gods and shit. Specifically the Norse pantheon.
Like
my
Odin?
favorite. Yeah.
If you subscribe to my channel,
Oh yeah, there's an interview with
I've
me.
interviewed Ocean on my channel. You can see it. I'll get you a link.
Guys,
It was a lot of fun, but I have to go
Oh
spend
no,
8
Seth!
hours
Don't you
trying.
dare! Don't you dare! Are you
I
leaving?
have
I'm about
to
to
go
take off
spend.
too, actually.
I have to go spend 8 hours trying to find a ship in No Man's Sky that has one more slot in it.
Why are you still playing that game? That game is repetitive as fuck. Have they put any DLC out for it?
No, not yet. I'm hoping that they do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not. I'm boycotting until they put out some DLC or something. I don't know.
I'll be the same.
I'm done. Does it get more interesting when you get closer to the center?
I don't know. I haven't got that much closer. I keep right now. I keep finding ships with more slots so I have more room, and then I start updating it, and I look, okay, I gotta go here to get this to update it, and go here to update, and then I'm like, oh wait, no, I need more slots, so then I get a new ship, and then all that updating goes fucking out the window.
How many slots does your current ship have?
37.
Oh, okay.
I've
Just deal
maxed
with
out
it.
my
What the fuck?
suit. I maxed out my multi-tool, and I'm trying to get to 48 slots on my ship, and I'm going to stop updating. I'm just going to stop upgrading. I'm just going to go basic warp, pulse, some shields, and some guns. Really minor
Why
stuff.
don't you just get a ship that's like fucking 48 slots? Like, just don't upgrade your ship till you get there.
Because whenever you find a ship, I mean, the way the algorithm works is it only gives you a ship within a slot range of what you already have. So you can't just find a 48 slot ship. Every time I go and
that's
find a ship,
stupid.
it's either. So the last ship I found was 37 slots. The next ship I find will be 38 slots. Unless I buy a ship, I can buy a ship. I can just find a ship that has 48 slots, but that's like $30 million. I have like $10 million.
Units.
Units, yeah.
Fucking new.
So I could either camp at this fucking planet that has these poison sacks and farm those and fight the Sentinels for 8 hours and maybe get another $10 million and try to find a 48 slot ship, or I can warp to the next system, go to a planet, find a transmission site, find a distress signal, go to the distress signal, find out if that ship has one more slot than the ship that I currently have, and go on and do the same thing again and again and again until I get to 48.
That sounds riveting.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I am.
You're doing this.
I'm gonna at least I'm going at least until I get to the center, and I'm keeping up on the news because there's stuff that's out, like there's portals in the game and no one's exactly sure how to open them, but there are monoliths in the game that have a portal, and people have dug through the code and found animations for the portals to open. They go somewhere, but no one's sure where
Or how to open them. Add my interview with Helena's in the bottom. It's in the side chat.
I want to watch that. I'm going to put that in pocket.
You should see it. I'm surprised you haven't seen it, actually.
I'm surprised I'm not subscribed to Helena. I'll fix that right now.
Yeah, fix that shit. And subscribe to me. I'm about to put up my conversations with Matt Slick, as well as the Helena interview.
I'm surprised. If I'm not subscribed to you, I'm surprised.
I've got 2 channels.
What's your channel name?
Same as my username. There's an Ocean Keltoy live streams and an Ocean Keltoy YouTube channel.
What's Keltoy?
Latin for stranger. It's also what the Romans would call the pagans to the north. Fucking history geek.
Spike Spiegel was born on June 26th, by the way.
Is that what information you were finding?
Yeah, man.
Fucking valuable. Glad you're here.
Yeah, in 2044, that's when he's going to be born.
2044.
That's really not that far away, man.
I know. I know.
Crazy.
Makes me. I'm a little angry about it. Helena, don't be mean to Bozo.
I'm not.
You just present him to everybody.
So we can see his artwork.
Oh. Oh, I don't see that. Hold on a minute. Fuck.
That is a dank elephant.
Oh, that's actually really cool, Bozo.
Ocean bumps heads with DPR Jones.
So my name is Ocean.
Yeah, I did that. I thought that was a good explanatory video for paganism. And then Helena did the interview, and I think it's better.
I don't know why you. I mean, why were you trying to use? Why are you trying to justify your book of fairy tales to DPR Jones? I mean,
Oh, get out of my house.
What was it? What did he keep? Which argument did he keep accusing me of using on him?
Did I keep using on him?
No, that he accused me of keep using on him.
Oh.
Oh yeah, the Kalam. He kept accusing me of using the Kalam.
You used the Kalam on DPR?
No, that was the point. Remember, you were in
Sounds
there.
like a tabloid. Oh, I remember.
Yeah, I was trying to explain to him something about the nature of evidence. I explained I think I was using the
Oh,
Raven.
right. We're trying to talk about whether or not the Bible was evidence. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it is. Unless you're Jack Angstrike.
Well, evidence of what?
Evidence of events in the Bible.
Somebody wrote it? Yeah, okay, somebody wrote it.
No, it's evidence of events that took place in it.
Specifically, I was specifically trying to get to is that it was at least evidence that somebody at the time believed those claims, at least.
Right.
Well, the people still believe them. So.
Yeah.
Well, okay. So, if I claim there's a God and they claim that the God of the Bible exists, then I think that the first evidence you would be able to put forward is the writings of the Bible, and to say, like, so these are historical documents that say that these events happened. And that's evidence. It may not be convincing evidence, but it is evidence. Like, it's not proof, but it's evidence.
Gotcha.
And the first place that I went is, the Book of Mormon. I think the Book of Mormon is far worse evidence than the Bible. The Book of Mormon is not firsthand
problems.
Yeah, it has huge historical problems, and it's nothing like the Bible. What the Book of Mormon is somebody used seer stones to write down these stories. The Bible, at least, was written times firsthand accounts of claims.
Right.
The Bible is much better evidence than, say, the Book of Mormon.
I mean, not that the Bible doesn't have historical issues. It does, but
well, the Quran
less
has
than the Book of Mormon.
Like hands down, from what I hear.
Say what?
The Quran has both of those beats, like hands down, from what I hear. Like as far as historical accuracy and the types of predictions that they make.
Accuracy.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
The
moon
Quran's terrible.
its own light.
And
sperm comes from the spinal cord. Ocean, come on.
Oh yeah, I know that. Fuck. Quran's shit. Farhan's gonna kill me.
Sweet water and salt water don't mix.
Does that say that in the Quran? I don't really know. Like, I just hear that when particular intellectuals talk about it, they say that the Quran is much more scientifically accurate than the Bible.
Well, I mean, they both have stuff that's wrong in them, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But especially when you're talking about like scientifically accurate, it's like, oh boy. When people say the Bible's the most scientifically accurate book in the world, I'm like, that's just such a meaningless claim, first off. And second, it's just wrong. But whatever. Everybody likes to do what they do. It's like sometimes I wish like the popular apologetic people like Eric Hovind were just better at this.
Oh, that'd be great.
Like if instead of Eric Hovind being popular, it was somebody that it was like on William Lane Craig's level or something like that.
Alvin Plantinga.
Yeah, that's an example.
Did I ever show you the?
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, cool.
Did I ever show you the video of Alvin Plantinga on the news?
No.
There's a YouTube video of a news like fluff story, and it has Alvin Plantinga, but it's not about Alvin Plantinga. It's about a heat wave, and this guy's getting his AC fixed, so the news is there at his house watching the.
Oh, I saw this. I did see this.
Yes.
It was just Alvin Plantinga.
Yeah.
Did you see Von Helton on the news?
No.
Oh, that's an interview to end all interviews. It's wonderful. He was on CNN.
Oh my God, I have to see it. Show me.
I'll find it for you. Oh, a minute. I think you can just like Von Helton has so many fans that it's pretty popular if you just Google Von Helton CNN. Yeah, if you just Google Von Helton CNN, there it is. It's a 12-minute video.
Did you guys see him on Good Mythical Morning? He was featured.
Yes.
That's where he got popular. He got popularized by fuck with that.
I called shit on him at first. Like I need evidence of this. This sounds like bullshit. And then I looked it up, and it was fucking true.
Yeah.
But Helton's made his way around. He's an idiot, but he's a resourceful idiot. Maybe that or he's an idiot that a lot of people show up at his door knocking on it being like, hey, I want an interview. Interesting guy. Little wacko. I don't like that he exists because I have to keep explaining, like, because he has a similar religion that I do. So I'm just like, fuck.
That's hysterical.
Right? I forget what he was being even interviewed about.
I didn't. Oh, maybe there's an interview. The one I saw was CNN doing an article about Obama's birth certificate and how everyone has egg on their face for calling about, and it's just Vaughn is just like displayed as some like internet asshole who take that Obama, his birthers are right.
He's hilarious.
Oh my God.
I think he retains that Obama was born in Kenya or Indonesia or something.
I think you mentioned it in this hangout before you came in.
Man.
Well, doesn't Trump still think that too?
Yeah.
Trump doesn't
He
say
hasn't,
he's like, I wasn't proven wrong.
Yeah. Well, he's the one that put out like all the money. He's like, I'll give you money if you put out your birth certificate, and I don't think he's ever rebuked himself on that.
Hmm.
Yeah, well, I mean, talk about hypocritical here. I mean, I was just watching an interview with him on The View from years ago where he says, oh, there's something on there he doesn't want us to see. That's why he won't release it, so he needs to release it.
That's the tax returns.
Of course, he won't release his taxes.
Yeah.
He won't release a lot of things.
The thing people don't really realize about
Hillary
Trump
won't release her medical records. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Like, I don't know what's going on with her medical thing. I don't really like people going after her for medical reasons. It's like they don't really have anything else to go after.
Oh, there's a treasure trove to go after her.
I don't know.
The medical, there is no
terrible.
there on the medical. The medical stuff is such bullshit because Trump, that's one of the things that Trump has not released is his any real doctor's letter or medical records.
No, he released a doctor's letter, but it's just a personal doctor.
Have you
If he
read it?
doesn't have another doctor, then whatever. It's not like he's gonna get like a fucking oncologist to examine him and then have a letter for that, and then get a optometrist and then release a letter
It's
for
not.
that.
It's far from the standard that political campaigns release. It has no medical information whatsoever.
Is there a standard for medical records? I wasn't sure if there was a conversation about that before this.
What I mean by standard is the minimum of what every other presidential candidate in modern history has released.
I'm not. Has there been a standard for releasing medical information?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware that there was. If there is, great.
Yes.
I don't know. I felt like that there was like a standard being created out of thin air for Trump.
Well, I don't really think you can give medical or like tax information from a cartoon character, which is what Donald Trump is playing. How
Cartoon
Hulk
character?
Hogan? When Hulk Hogan got called into court, he was in court as Mr. Hogan. His name's not Hulk Hogan, by the way.
Right. No, it's something else.
Something. And that's what's going on with Donald Trump. He's playing a character on TV. He's the Don. He's like.
Oh, but name though. Like,
you can't give like medical records for the Don because the Don doesn't exist. He's a cartoon character. Like you can give you can give medical records for Donald Trump or Donald J. Trump, but you can't give it for the Don or Donald Trump.
but that's what he released was a letter about the body that the cartoon character inhabits.
So ridiculous.
Like that's what was intended to be. It's about his health.
Well, yeah, but like he's never been.
It's not a great doctor. That's the
as
problem.
Don. Yeah.
The point is that what he released as a medical letter is a complete joke. It is
It's also a doctor that
absurd.
claims that he's a bigger deal than he is, which who
It
would
claims
think that
It claims that he tested
Donald
positive
Trump's
for
doctor would
everything.
be a bigger deal.
It claims that he tested positive for everything. It claims that he'll be the healthiest person to ever serve as president, and it has a typo.
so
in the first
fucked.
line.
This election, I'm just gonna say we're screwed.
Oh yeah, it's
Either
terrible.
way, we're fucked. Bye. I will move next door. I don't know. I can't leave the country.
I'm spitting distance from Canada, so I'm alright. If the shit hits the
You're in
fan.
Canada?
No, I'm like spitting distance from Canada.
Oh yeah, you can
So
run
if the
across
shit-
the border, I guess.
Yeah, I'm out of here if
You
the
got a
shit
head
hits the
start
fan.
on the rest of us.
Yeah.
Man. Are you a Hillary supporter, I guess, or are you?
No. I'm a nothing supporter.
Yeah, I'm voting for my
I'm
cat.
too
Probably.
apathetic to be a supporter of anything.
My cat probably has my vote. Seth, does my cat have your vote?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I live in a really blue like county and state anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
I live in a red area,
All right, so.
but also
It's
it's
the whole
becoming
thing.
purple.
I was gonna say Georgia is actually kind of up for grabs.
Dogs dropper. Yeah.
I heard about that.
Oh,
I didn't say you
Georgia.
were in Georgia. Georgia is.
I'm totally in Georgia. I live in Atlanta. So it's really fucking crazy over here. It's gone purple. I think Hillary's ahead by a couple points. But then again, nationally, Trump is ahead by a couple points now. Even with all
really?
this, like, yeah, John Oliver has referred to Trump's campaign as the bit of nails approach to political gaffes,
Yeah.
which I think is hilarious and accurate.
That's good. That makes sense too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think it's amazing. It's a great observation. It's just like you wind up just forgetting about all the fuck because there's so much fuck, and doesn't help he's running against Hillary.
The Romney campaign is like defined by two gaffes, right? 42% and binder full of women. And Donald Trump goes out there and says, "I could shoot someone on Fifth Avenue and not lose supporters," and that
Gain
gaffe
supporters.
gets just totally run over by the next gaffe.
It's so funny because he makes several gaffes over the course of a news cycle, so he just nothing sticks.
This is such a fucking clown car. It's a fucking joke. This race.
Like it was a clown car before he won, and now it's a clown car. It's just him. And his vice presidential candidate is hilarious because he's like trying to be serious.
Did you see his? His haircut?
Mike Pence?
Yeah. Did you see the so
No.
Mike Pence did like a photo op. He did a video where he went to get his haircut by a black barber.
Uh-oh.
Nobody mentioned that he was going to do this, and he had no idea who the hell this guy was or why the cameras were there. A couple of times called him the wrong name. Mike started explaining, "Yeah, I'm Mike Pence. I'm running for vice president with Donald Trump," and the guy gets kind of wide-eyed and he goes, "Oh, is that oh, great." Like, fuck. It's so awkward.
I'm a photo op. Oh, okay. You're in here because I'm black. Copy that. I hope he proceeded to get the shaver. Just he would have gained customers probably from just shaving Mike Pence's head down the middle. Like just give him an inverted mohawk just right there.
That would be so great.
I don't see people with mohawks anymore. Kind of miss that. Kind of miss punk rock.
I see kids with mohawk a lot, like little kids.
you?
Like everyone wants to give their little kid a mohawk.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a sort of mohawk. And the sides of my head are shaved, but I don't know. I've got the hipster look.
I like accidentally got a hipster haircut. Like
oh.
I try to get like more of like a just a basic Joe kind of haircut. And I went into like a Supercuts or something like that, and they gave me a little. They didn't cut like the side of it, and I didn't even look at it because it was like slicked back. But like the next day I noticed I had this little flip that went over my right eye, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, that's not a hipster cut. That's an emo cut.
Well, it all kind of blurs together at some point.
Emo kid.
Cheer up, emo kid.
I have the sides of my head shaved and everything else is pulled back. It's kind of hipstery. It's also kind of Viking.
Kind of Viking. There you go. Yeah. Viking's good. I'll go with Viking.
It goes with the religion. So.
Yeah.
I had long hair for a while. I shaved the sides. Called it a Newstead. Jason Newstead had a haircut like that.
I can see a picture of you like this.
I think I had a picture of me with my mohawk. And I had a big ass fucking mohawk.
I can't pull off a mohawk. It's my hairline's too high. Doesn't work.
I think Seth could. He looks more like a, I don't know, like a heavy metal kind of guy.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Like Viking is pretty heavy metal too, though. So.
Well, yeah. There's Viking metal. But I don't know. I've always been confused about what to do with my hair because there's not very many options with it.
I got a big, glorious head of Irish hair, Irish black hair.
Yeah, I have a thinning head of Nordic hair.
Oh, okay. But try to just stay like something that's you can't really argue with, just kind of basic. Something, plus something I could just like get up in the morning and not really have to worry that much about.
Dude, if I had a thick head of hair, I'd be doing all sorts of crazy shit. I'll just tell you that. You want to trade?
No.
Okay.
It's like the one thing I got going for me, man. Sorry.
I gotta make up for it everywhere else.
And my sexual charisma.
I go with the term prowess when describing the sexual aspect. The sexual charisma and sexual prowess.
That's very Viking of you.
There you go. The primal approach.
I think it'd be cool to worship Odin, though.
It is cool to
He
worship
seems
Odin.
like pretty dank kind of.
You should join in.
Sure.
It's more cool to worship Satan.
Yeah,
Just saying.
I told my friend the other day,
but the coolest god to worship is Ymir.
If you could sacrifice something to
Everybody's gonna
Satan
get
and it would and you could ask him for something and it worked, I would probably do it. If I could erase
worship is Ymir because he's a nice giant.
and Blizzard Activision from the planet, I would probably sacrifice a goat or something.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Or Donald Trump.
I'd worship Satan under those circumstances.
Sure.
I don't think he's real.
No, I don't either.
But under those circumstances, I would.
Sure. It's all you have to do is draw a pentagram and sacrifice a goat. Sure. We'll have some. We'll eat the goat when we're done with it. And,
you can say some sort of crazy incantation from the Book of Enoch.
Right, and you'll look cool doing it too. You can listen to metal. Why not? Let's do it.
That sounds great.
Oh, that's not. God damn it! That's not the right picture.
What'd you do? What is this shit?
It's a picture of my Jeep.
Oh. On a dune.
With a Gadsden flag.
What the fuck are you doing?
Oh, there's a picture of me with my mohawk.
I
had some pictures of me in Vegas and I can't find them though.
That's a cool mohawk.
That is a dank mohawk.
You need to have a mohawk and a beard at the same time.
Man, I don't know if I could pull that off.
Yeah, you could. I wouldn't fuck with you.
Is that you?
Even if you couldn't pull it off, I wouldn't tell you.
It's 10 years ago, yeah? Give or take.
No, not that long. 5 years ago.
All right. Might just be the angle, but you look much younger in that photo.
Yeah, I try to be a little more. Well, I would say professional, but a beard's not exactly professional. But in my industry, it is. A mohawk wouldn't be.
What do you do? YouTuber?
I'm a dispatcher.
Oh, okay.
YouTuber.
I'm a YouTuber.
Same.
In my industry, a beard is professional as well. Mohawk is not. But the hairstyle that I have is. So it works. I'm about as Viking as you can get while still being professional.
And what do you do?
Work in film.
Oh, okay. You could do whatever you want in film, I think.
Nah, I can't do a mohawk very easily. Not as a white guy, anyway.
Well, if you're doing a video, a movie about a punk rock thing.
I'm not an actor, though.
Yeah, but you're like a director. If you're directing it.
I'm not a director either.
Oh.
Yeah, actors can do whatever the fuck they want as long as you know.
Well, as long as you.
Actors are actually in kind of a worse position because they have to keep growing their hair out.
Sure.
Or, if they grow a beard, they get parts with beards. If they don't grow a beard, they don't get parts of beards. So you kind of have to, and they can't get tattoos because if they get tattoos, then they're locked in that part. So really fucked up. If you're covered in tattoos, you get cast for that look, and that's it. You get typecast.
It didn't hurt the Rock. He had that Brahma Bull.
No, but he fucking built his career up at a WWE first.
Yeah.
So then he can carry his name on whatever he wants. When you have a name, you can do whatever you want.
You can just paint over it though, can't you? Kind of
with makeup, but it takes a long fucking time. You wind up it's all right, if I hire this actor for this part, that's great, but I got to start off my day with 2 hours in the chair.
Yeah.
That's fucking ugh. I don't want to do that.
Oh, I don't want to do this, but I gotta.
I'm about to do the same thing.
All right, well, I guess I'll catch you guys later.
All right, man.
It was cool meeting everybody. And,
I'll catch up with you on Skype as well.
All right, sounds good.
All right,
Take it easy, man.
See you around.
Yeah.